The moment you've all been patiently waiting for. It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
Hi, this is Larry King welcoming you to the Opie and Anthony Show right here on Sirius XM Satellite Radio. What the hell am I doing here? Isn't it brilliant?
Forget it. The thing's out of control. Out of control.
Great guests, interesting interviews, and, of course, your phone calls as well.
Gets my nipples hard, you know what I mean, son?
Are you out of your mind?
It's not the most talked about, not the most written about, and certainly not the most listened to show in the history of radio, but I'm still proud to intro it.
Oh, you're going to have a ball.
There you go, lads.
America's most trusted name in news, the Opie and Anthony Radio Show.
Let's welcome our hosts, Opie and Anthony. By the way, who's Jim Norton?
Good morning. La la ya did la ya hi Oh my God. Monday.
I'm
Bluch.
I'm very tired.
Are you
I don't
sleepy?
sleep, dude. I literally went to bed at like 1 and laid there until 5 and then showered.
What's wrong with you?
I just don't sleep.
Jimmy.
I slept late yesterday.
You're drinking coffee too late.
Yes.
You're probably treating yourself a little too late in the day with some sugary treats.
No sugar, just I did have coffee, and then I.
What time you have coffee?
When I woke up yesterday at like 4:45 p.m.
Oh, that shouldn't bother your sleeping.
And then I But I did jerk off last night looking at the... Someone told me that kills your melatonin when you look at the screen too late at night. Like your electronics, it hurts your melatonin production.
Well, how long were you looking at the screen?
It was a while.
Were you edging? Jimmy was edging.
Just get it over with already.
He's the edge kid.
Just get it over with.
Yeah, just fucking... You're right, man. Just do a quickie. Just fucking yank that root.
Get rid of the poison and take a nap ski.
Yeah, man. There's a whole world to see, Jimmy. Stop the edging shit.
I have something that I've been obsessed about.
Oh boy.
No, but
Oh,
they may not
I've been
exist
waiting
online.
for this day.
It's not a bad
Go
thing.
ahead, yes.
It's the 9/11 anniversary is coming up, and I've been watching coming attractions. They're showing there's going to be a Bush interview on Discovery, and they're showing this computer graphic of one of the planes hitting the tower in slow motion.
Yeah,
and you can see it. Have you seen it?
No.
It looks like it was done by computer, like in absolute slow motion. And I've been obsessed with when the plane hit the building. And it's maybe it's too early for the subject, but did the people, like, how exactly, it sounds like a stupid question, but exactly what happened to them on that plane?
Instant fucking pulverization.
Like, but I mean, was it, I know, in that nanosecond, do you get, did everyone get, like, because of the stopping, like, domino to the front of the plane? Or do you have a moment of awareness when you're in the building? Like, I know I think
it's such a fast thing that it had to just, like, you could think of it in slow motion, like a drop. You ever watch a drop of water in slow motion,
right?
And all the subtle little things that happen,
right?
But that's seeing it in slow motion.
Yeah,
at real speed, it was probably so fast, everything was ripped apart. That plane literally disappeared. When you see it hit, it's there. Once the nose hits the building, it's fucking gone.
But to stop that quickly, like the G-force to stop, do you in that millionth of a second or whatever, does every chair just go forward and pancake? I mean, and you're dead, of course, before you get to
before the chair would even hit the back of the other person's chair in front of you, you're already so involved in the ripping apart and fire and everything else that part wouldn't even matter anymore. It's just such a fast...
I think in a millisecond, you're aware.
That's
that's what I was wondering.
Absolutely,
a few hundred miles an hour like that
to stop in a one block.
You're aware, but we don't go through our life that way. So I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So you don't like maybe in that split second, like something's happening. Oh, gee, but
they didn't suffer.
No.
I mean, it was the panic knowing.
Yeah.
What was about to go down, but when it finally went down, they were dead instantly.
But I don't think that of course isn't it.
So that's not the ones. I don't even know if it's online.
No, this is a cartoon that Mike Huckabee released.
You said it was computer animated. Yeah, but I mean it's a really good one, not just a cartoon, Sam.
I'm not attacking you. I'm just saying.
I'm attacking him. I am. You're dumb.
No, but this is good to check out too because Mike Huckabee releases educational 911 video for kids. Critics call profits blood money. Well, whatever. I don't know the whole story. But it's so stupid to put this in cartoon form for kids.
The cartoons. Oh, they got cartoon Bin Laden.
You want to watch this?
Bad animation. It's just horrible.
Learn history.
Yes. Pride in America's past.
Look at that.
The cartoon.
How could it be bad? It's a cartoon.
It was a day that changed America forever.
No!
Who would do something like this?
America was attacked by Al-Qaeda, anti-American Muslim terrorists.
Al-Qaeda is led by Osama bin Laden.
The time for jihad is upon us. Death to the Americans!
But they never counted on America coming together like never before.
Wow, look at the police and firefighters heading right into the middle of it.
And some of the passengers learned about the other hijacked planes and decided to fight back.
And our leaders were determined to defeat terrorism.
So that's our plan, bring down the Taliban and Al-Qaeda.
The U.S. and its allies broke apart Al-Qaeda and cut off bin Laden from his followers and his money.
I can hear you! And the people who knocked these buildings down will hear all of us soon.
10 years later, everyone's a fucking asshole.
Yeah.
That was a moment, though. I'm not a big Bush guy, but when he stood down there with that bullhorn, that's a fucking moment, man.
Everybody was all
But-
fucking rabid.
But you, I don't know. You put it in cartoon form. That doesn't seem bad at all.
Makes it look silly.
It does,
Like
right?
watching Tom and Jerry.
It doesn't
Like
do it
everybody
justice.
just walks out of the building looking like someone gave him an exploding cigar, you know?
Right, right.
Yeah.
I told Ann I saw Rebirth. Did you get a copy of that?
I think I did. I didn't watch it. I was reading.
It was. That's the movie where Ted did his famous bit where he wants to take Polaroids. Remember?
Oh, yeah,
Rebirth
yeah.
is basically a movie
right.
where they've had cameras down at Ground Zero for the last 9+ years, and the movie's finally coming out. It's been a project for the last 9.5, 10 years, obviously, when it's finally released. And they follow like 6 or 7 people that were affected by 9/11. Pretty good movie.
I'll watch it.
It's coming out soon.
Surprised me.
What happened?
Hmm? Over the weekend, surprised me.
Oh, you saw it?
Surprised me.
Whoa.
Over the weekend.
Whoa.
Surprised
Whoa.
me.
Whoa.
Surprised me.
Whoa. All right, we're going to talk about 9/11 another day. But Rebirth is...
This is actually more tragic, what he just said.
I don't know what to say about Rebirth because I want people to see it, obviously. But, you know...
I'll watch it.
It shows it shows Ground Zero being reborn, obviously, and you see everything being put back together down there. And you also see the people's lives that were affected by 9/11 being put back together, slowly but surely.
Yeah.
And I told Anthony, you know, you think after you die, if you're the one that goes first, that, you know, your loved one will just mourn you forever. The fact is, they'll just move on. That's what I learned from this movie.
Yeah.
They'll move on. They'll fall in love with someone else, have more kids.
You're just a distant memory.
You know how
Rachel Yucatel.
Huh?
Rachel Yucatel is an example.
Yeah. Well, you know that time heals all wounds.
So they say, right?
And then you fall in love with someone else and you get married on a beach in Hawaii and then you end up having a couple of kids. But, you know, you lost your fiance on 9/11. And it was very tragic for you.
But do you imagine, like, Rachel Yucatel's fiance, right? Like, they were going to get married or whatever.
Yeah.
And he died on 9/11. But it's weird how, like, you can never know how the movie's going to turn out. Like, he would never have believed you if you told him one day while he was watching TV, because you know he had watched TV with her and seen Tiger Woods on TV.
Right.
That someday she would be famous for fucking him and getting $10 million.
Yeah.
Like, that guy could not in his entire life imagine that scenario happening.
No. Bet not.
She would be a household name.
Yeah.
Because of fucking that golfer.
I guess, this is the trailer? ProjectRebirth.org if you want to check out the trailer for Rebirth. But, yeah, that woman, she ends up moving on. I guess I spoiled a little bit, but...
Well, I figure they do. They have to.
Yeah, you know, but... it was a pretty cool movie.
10 years. Oh,
Huh?
geez. 10 fucking.
Right around the corner, less than a month away at this point.
Does it seem like 10 years?
No.
No. Blink of an eye, man.
Not at all.
Blink of a fucking eye. When we got back to radio, it was only 3 years.
It's just because it was such a, yeah. Jesus. It's just because it was such a memorable thing, you know? You remember every split second of it. It's not like a 10-year-old memory of fucking, you know, seeing a movie or fucking driving to the store. Mm-hmm. You know, it was like, okay, I remember every fucking nanosecond of that day.
Right.
So it makes it seem like it wasn't 10 years ago.
When does Rebirth come out?
There's screenings
Now?
August 6th tomorrow is the first screening that they have listed.
That's Friday night.
All right, people are going to start checking out this movie then.
In East Hampton, and then theatrical release in
East
Boston.
Hampton? That's where they're starting this?
August 26th is...
They're going to hoity-toity East Hampton for this big 9/11 Rebirth movie?
The premiere.
Yeah, then they're doing L.A., and then New York, and then D.C., and, you know.
Yeah, it'll find its audience, you know. A lot of people interested in...
Certainly.
In what happened in the past 10 years to people in Ground Zero. So,
yeah.
Bridesmaid.
What? Yeah. So.
Well, I
Yeah,
I
saw
begged
that.
you to see this dumb movie.
Yeah. Well, my chick was watching it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Yeah, it's never you.
Yeah.
No, it's never me.
Of course not.
Yeah, what were you doing? Lifting weights? Boxing?
Yeah, you know.
Cool
shit like that.
Cigars?
Cool, manly things. But I catch like
here and there
a couple of minutes of it in a row.
Mm-hmm.
And I realized within that 5-minute period, I probably laughed like 3 times.
Uh-oh.
Like, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Fuck.
Like, and then I'm watching it, and there was some legitimately funny fucking parts in it. I got to apologize to Roland. It was a chick flick.
How much of the movie did you see?
I saw the whole thing.
Oh, you went back and started over?
Yeah, I figured I would, catch the whole thing. And aside from the sappy, completely predictable ending, which was total chick flick ending, there was some, there was some laughs in it. What am I going to say? What am I going to lie to protect my fucking testicles? And manlyhood.
I mean, in all fairness, the movie got 90% positive reviews from reviewers, and 82% of the audience loved this movie. I just fucking didn't like it, man.
Yeah?
Yeah. I like the fat bitch.
Which one? The fat...
The ugly one.
Oh, the ugly... Yeah, the friend. Oh, because the English fat bitch was pretty funny.
Oh, yeah, she was
with the infected tattoo.
Fuck, maybe I should go back and see this goddamn movie again.
I found it pretty... We're inviting you to not live with us anymore.
Are you coming over tonight? I have big news.
See, the trailer's going to be real bad, I bet.
I'm engaged. What? Will you be my maid of honor? Of course. You'll love the rest of the bridesmaids. I'd be more than happy to handle the bachelorette and the shower. I think I can handle it.
Annie, what is this place? I know it looks a little scary on the outside. The food here is really, really good.
Oh, look, you can get a check cash next door.
Come on!
Helen, aren't you having any meat? It's not good to eat a big meal before a fitting.
This is some classy shit. I want to apologize. I'm not even confident of which end that came out of.
You got
That's
food
the first
poisoning from
laugh.
that restaurant. No. Everybody, go outside. Be careful.
We all got the flu.
That was very funny right there. Can you pause that?
Coincidence.
That was very... was a fucking fat girl running across the street and she falls on her stomach. It's slapstick, but that made me laugh.
That's not a fat chick, by the way.
Oh, it's a regular girl?
No.
It was in a bride's dress and she fell in front of a car. Can I see that again? That made me... That was a
She
great
winds
fall.
up shitting herself in the
got food
bride's
poisoning
dress
from
in the
that
middle of the room.
restaurant. No. Everybody, go outside. Be careful.
We all got the flu.
Were they have food poisoning?
Yeah.
All right. Don't blow it. I'll
I
watch
feel
it
like
now.
her life is going off and getting perfect, and mine's just like...
I need you to touch your nose with your finger.
If I was drunk, would I be able to do this?
I would hope so.
I wanted to go over some ideas for the bachelorette party.
I was thinking Las Vegas.
Strip club.
Disney World.
Fight Club.
Go to a fight club?
No, we're not going to go to a fight club.
Okay.
We're going to be the Fight Club.
Vegas it is.
I'm a nervous flyer. I'm sorry.
I had a dream last night that we went down. You were in it.
What?
You should just toss it back.
I'm ready to party.
Pause this.
You're like the maid of dishonor.
The trailer.
This trailer sucks.
The trailer is
Because there are
terrible.
laughs in the movie.
Yeah.
There was one laugh so far,
But they're-
and the slapstick thing. So
That
two
was very
laughs.
funny.
Yeah. They're putting it together like. I guess it's very hard to put a trailer together for something that's kind of story based and something like that.
All right, let's go. Let's see if there's another
all the
laugh.
funny parts in a trailer. What do you
Because
got?
you'll notice as this is playing, I've taken the lid off of my coffee.
Yeah.
All right, continue.
Thrown it to my face.
You're going to take this huge step, and I'm going to be there right next to you. I am dead serious. Dead serious. Will you marry me? Yes.
Do you have a date for the wedding? Because I have a great guy for you.
I'm going to just hang down here with my son Tyler and be back in a minute.
Sure. Did you eat one of those?
Late Saturday.
I don't even think that was in the movie. That last scene.
I don't remember
That doesn't look
seeing
bad.
that.
Huh?
Honestly, it doesn't look bad.
We didn't laugh.
Nah, but it
We
doesn't
laughed at
matter.
two little things.
Because I know what the trailers really are. Out of context moments, and slapstick to me is one of the only things that works out of context.
Yeah.
It's always funny to see somebody in a bride's dress falling in front of a moving vehicle.
Yeah.
But lines aren't necessarily funny out of context.
Wow, instant feedback. A lot of people liked Bridesmaids, and Anthony liked it. Maybe I was just in a bad mood or something. I got to try it again.
There was some laughs in it. And like I said, the end completely predictable rom-commy dribble kind of stuff. You know, oh boy, everything works out. But yeah, I did find myself going like, "Fuck, that was pretty goddamn funny."
Fair enough.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
I like the fat bitch.
Yeah.
She had some Chris Farley in her.
Pretty fucking hilarious. The first fucking time you see her on screen, it was like, yeah, the pins. I got pins in my leg.
Right.
Fell off a cruise ship. That shit was funny.
All right.
What are you gonna do? Yeah.
Me and Jimmy got to see a movie on Friday.
Oh, how was that?
We could talk about this, Jimmy.
Yeah, it was
because Roland fucked us over. Is Roland in yet?
I don't think so.
Roland tells me and Jimmy, hey, man, Joel McHale's coming in soon, and he's promoting Spy Kids 4, I believe, right? But he has another movie coming out on September 30th. What was the name of the movie?
That we saw?
I'll give you $100 if you know.
I don't know. Wait a minute. Let me think.
We just saw it Friday.
Let me think.
$100.
Oh.
We just saw this movie. What's the name of it?
Oh,
God. Come on.
What's your number? What's your number?
What's your number?
Yes.
Did you look on the screen?
Yes,
You
I did.
Okay, thank God. I really didn't feel like
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
So,
I still don't know if that's what it is until you said you confirmed.
I think we could save face with everybody. But Roland gets a beating today because Roland goes, hey, you guys mind seeing Joel McHale's movies coming in soon? So me and Jimmy are like, all right.
Yeah.
And we're like, how long is the movie? He goes, an hour and a half tops. By the way, the movie was almost 2 hours.
Oh,
so that's the first thing.
That's a big difference.
We go because Joel McHale's a friend of the show and he's coming in. We love Joel McHale, right?
Yeah.
Joel McHale is in this movie for maybe 7 minutes. It's not Joel McHale's movie.
Oh, no.
The part he plays in the movie is really funny.
Yeah.
But it's not his fucking movie. He's not even in the movie for the last hour and a half of the movie.
He does a cameo.
It's a cameo.
Holy
So on a
shit.
Friday when we could have started our weekend, we're like, okay, let's do the right thing. Joel's coming in. We'll go see this movie. Sure, no problem, Roland. Roland goes with us. Nice little screening room.
Did he fall asleep?
No. But we sat there like, you got to be shitting me.
Yeah.
It's a good movie, but it's a rom-com, and there was no reason to see it. You know Chris Evans, who's Captain America?
Yeah.
He's in this movie, but I'm certain he's not coming back to promote it. Because he made this movie before Captain America. And Anna Faris is in it, and she's really funny.
I didn't love the movie at
There you
all.
go.
I thought Joel was very funny. His cameo was great. Like,
yeah,
his part was
absolutely.
hilarious.
And I thought he was going to be the focus of the whole movie.
I just didn't buy the basic premise of the movie is that Anna Faris, her character finds out that her friends that she's fucked almost 20 guys.
Right.
And she freaks out about that number and she wants to make the next guy she fucks her husband. So she does something stupid, then she realizes she has to go over and find ex-boyfriends and try to hook up with one of them to marry, maybe. And then she gets Chris Evans to help her, who's like the neighbor across the hall who fucks a lot of girls, but he decides to buddy up and help her. And it was almost like, and she's like, oh my God, you sleep with so many women. Like that's how, it's almost like, are you going to tell me a 5 like Anna Faris isn't going to fucking 11 like Chris Evans? He fucking, the first scene, he opens the door and he's naked. He's holding a newspaper in front of his penis. I actually went, oh.
Fucking Jimmy.
That son of a bitch is in good shape. But I just found the premise to be very, very hard to buy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do think she's funny though, and I like Chris Evans. It's like almost like it's weird. Like I liked everybody in the movie.
I
just didn't buy it.
No, it's going to be a good rom-com. But
I'm sorry. And Tim from The Office was in it.
Right. But my point is that there was no reason for us to see this movie.
So now was Joel McHale just kind of one of the guys that she meets and
she gets this isn't giving much away because it's the first 5 minutes of the movie. She gets fired, and Joel McHale is her boss.
Yeah. Okay.
And they hook up in a bar, and he likes to smell his fingers a lot. After he's with girls.
He's always smelling his fingers,
and
smelling the back of his hand.
It was really funny. So then you're thinking, okay, he's going to be obviously a big part of this movie because Roland told us it's a Joel McHale movie. All of a sudden, she says goodbye to him, because she slept with him, whatever, and then he's gone. That was it for him. That was it for him. So I would really like to know, Roland, why we had to go see this movie, and it wasn't an hour and a half. And me and Jimmy were cracking each other up.
Yeah, because we were all sitting in our own row, and Ope kept making, because I actually went to the bathroom at one point and just didn't return, but he just kept, I wasn't, because there was a security guard in there. They make sure you don't film.
Yeah.
And there was a guy in the back. I didn't know if he was attached to the film, but a few times I was just going ugh. And and Chip was making noises, and then Ope just kept looking back, should I? And he just starts going, this is terrible. This is terrible.
Well, what was terrible was it was obvious shit you see in rom-coms.
Yeah.
Where the girls are getting together and getting a little edgy. Just stuff like that.
That made me laugh. Though.
Maybe rom-com fans might like it. And then they had that black guy is at every screening I go to. He's the making sure you don't pirate the movie guy.
Yeah,
that's an ideal location to do it.
And he has all these this binocular type thing, and he's just staring at me and Jimmy and Roland, making sure we're not pulling anything out of our. I guess they can pick up the electronics or whatever. And I wanted to so bad just go. Trust me, I'm not making a copy of this fucking movie.
No
go
one's
home.
filming this, mister.
And then at one point, like Jimmy said, he gets up. He goes, I'm going to the bathroom. I'm like, you son of a bitch.
You knew I was going?
You son of a bitch. And he never came back.
You knew I was gone.
Yeah. My problem is if I start a movie, I got to fucking sit through it. I don't know what that's about.
Sometimes I do.
There's only been probably 3 movies I've stopped watching, walked out on, whatever.
I walked out of Cool World. I think that was the one.
That's a bad one.
That was the only one I ever walked out of in my entire life. I always sit through even bad movies. But this wasn't a...
Walked on a Mr. Mike's Mondo video.
Oh, boy.
That's terrible.
But in all fairness, because now Roland's going to be like, oh, fuck, guys, you're killing me.
We didn't kill the movie.
It's a good rom-com. But the point, once again, there was no reason for me and Jimmy to fucking spend our, Friday. We promote this movie because he's only in it for 7 minutes.
So what's he going to promote?
He's promoting Spy Kids 4.
Oh.
4D.
4D.
How do they do 4D?
There's I think Aromascope is what they're calling it. Some kind of smell-o-vision added. I saw the poster in the theater over the weekend.
So it's 3D with stink?
Yeah, it's some kind of smell-o-vision.
How do they do that?
That's
I don't know. I just saw the poster for it.
They pump an aerosol into the fucking theater?
Or maybe they give you... I remember Family Matters had a smell-o-vision episode.
Scratch and sniff card?
Yeah, you get a card from 7-Eleven or someplace, and you got to scratch and sniff, and Urkel tells you when to scratch the card.
Is this FDA...
Yeah, I did it.
What a dork.
You stink.
Is this FDA approved?
I can't confirm or deny.
Uh-huh. So... Yeah. Roland's not in yet?
Not yet. He's on his way, but he's not.
I want him to defend the fact that he forced me and Jimmy to go to this thing on Friday.
No, it was just it's just they want to screen. I was just, if you want to go, it's I hope he's not in yet because he's having a fucking Robert Shaw on the third rail moment.
Fuck, ain't like Bridesmaids. Fuck.
What are you going to do?
Hilarious.
Sometimes I get taken by surprise.
Fair.
These movies.
Enough.
You know how it is.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, since we had our fucking great weekend of weather, it was just a lot of sitting around watching movies.
You didn't go see The Help?
No. I heard that was a very, very big movie, though, this weekend, huh?
Number 2, $25 million.
What's The Help about? I know it's Ron Howard's daughter, Bryce.
Is it?
Yeah.
She's good to look at.
It takes place in the 50s.
Wow, between Rise of the Planet of the Apes and The Help, it's a lot of, I'm just saying, a lot of money brought in.
Planet of the Apes #1 again?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And what's The Help about?
That was a biggie.
It's about a girl in Mississippi who gets the point of view from the maids that are working for the colored women working for their white bosses as help in like the 50s and exposes the world to racism.
What?
Great.
You want to see the trailer?
Better than the polio vaccine, if you ask me.
I wanted to see the trailer of the movie me and Jimmy saw on Friday.
Oh,
I want to see if there's any laughs in the trailer.
And Chris Evans,
he was good.
He was very good, but I just didn't buy it.
I was thinking that maybe you'd want to be my date to my sister's wedding.
Your parents gonna be there?
At my sister's wedding? I think so.
Just feels a little serious.
That's me.
Pause it right there.
Oh my God, that was one of the best lines in the movie, and they cut it right there. She sleeps with this dude, right? She's been sleeping with him off and on, so she invites him to the wedding. And he's basically saying, are your parents going to be there? And she's like, yeah. And he goes, well, it seems a little serious. And then Anna Faris goes, well, it seemed a little serious when your dick was in my vagina last night. Or something like that.
What she said, and this is what annoyed me, she said that she's like, it seemed kind of serious when you were doing me from behind.
Yeah, yeah.
And I was annoyed that she said doing me instead of fucking me.
Right.
Like, even though I know that might change the rating, but it almost felt like, you could have said fucking there.
It still worked as a good line, but they blow it off and don't have it in the trailer.
That's me. Before you judge me, you have to realize my dating life hasn't exactly been stellar.
I locked myself out of my apartment. Do you mind if I use your phone?
When every guy you run into seems to be on the run, do you think the woman coming out of your apartment could have helped you with a being locked out problem?
I look at it as trying to avoid hurt feelings.
It's time to face the facts. How many relationships do I have to have before I meet the right guy?
In America, 96% of women who have been with 20 or more lovers can't find a husband.
20?
That seems very high.
No, it's low. I am not going to sleep with one more guy until I am sure he's the one. That's disgusting, Donald. I dated him. Donald? It is you.
This is my fiance, Cara. She's a rocket scientist.
I'm marrying a scientist, too. He doesn't look smart either. Is it possible that all my exes got better with time? Okay, you help me track down my exes, I'll help you escape yours.
You got a deal. What about Jerry Perry? He's a puppeteer, so he's single. You should give me your number. We should catch up.
What's going on, guys?
Hey, babe.
Hey, you're looking good.
You know what? I think I'm all caught up.
Oh, guys. What about Simon
Puppets were
Forrester?
kissing.
Ali, it's brilliant to see it.
Simon, I can't believe it. This is Colin, but he has to go now.
No, I don't. What happened?
That scene wasn't as bad.
It was rusty and I went full Borat. So, we go dancing? Huh?
How about some dinner tonight?
Are you tracking down all your ex-boyfriends so you don't go over 20?
I'll stop as soon as I fall in love.
Wow. I wouldn't have known I was gay if I hadn't dated you.
Black guy.
Yeah!
Pause right
I feel
there.
like everyone else is moving.
That to me was the funniest.
Jimmy laughed out loud at that point.
I laughed out loud. There was a thing he did about how gay he was, and it made me laugh out loud.
Just say it. 'Cause
it's a visual. He said something about I'm really gay. Like I'm one here, one there, one here, one here gay. Like mimicking he had a dick in his ass mouth and one in his hand. Like it was like one here, one there, and a couple of here gay. It was so fucking funny, man.
He had a lot of dicks.
This guy had a lot of dicks.
He liked a lot of dicks.
But he was telling her that he's a flaming homosexual. That moment made me laugh very hard.
And it was very funny, man.
Yeah.
It really was.
I was gay if I hadn't dated you.
Oh, yeah. I feel like everyone else is moving on with their lives but me.
How do you know what you want? You don't know who you are.
I have to go to my sister's wedding alone.
I'll go with you.
You would do that?
Yeah.
Sometimes you can't live life by the numbers. You have to figure it out as you go along. I know that I'm not perfect.
She's on a dress. She
I want
fell.
to be with somebody who appreciates me. Barrett? It's Allie.
Oh, doesn't ring a bell.
We dated
He's
for
a
like 3 months.
gynecologist.
Oh, let's see how things are going now.
And he looks at her pussy.
Oh, Allie. Of course.
What's your number?
I recognize that. Pussy.
Yeah, I mean, like all of a sudden he doesn't know her, but then he recognizes her as soon as he gets down there and sees her pussy. I just didn't buy it though. Like you know, I like Chris. I like her.
Jimmy, Brian in Washington, D.C. They fall in love in the end, right? I'm not going to fucking tell you.
And I couldn't.
No, never.
Because by the time that ended, I had one finger in my belly button and one wrapped around my dick. And I was tugging away.
Look, I'll say it again because I know Roland's going to panic. It's a good rom-com for rom-commers.
Rom-commers.
But there was no reason for me and Jimmy to fucking spend, on Friday after the show.
More than 30 seconds.
watching this. Anna Faris was good to look at. She was semi-nude a lot in this movie.
I would definitely bang Anna Faris, but
She's got a nice dumper.
compared to Chris Evans, I don't buy that she's not going to. A woman like that is not going to not want to bang that guy across the hall.
Yeah,
there was another way they could have got into the premise, I thought, because it turned out her sister in the movie was getting married to her ex-boyfriend, so they could have just used that and said, "Hey, you found your ex. My boyfriends have all been losers, I thought, but I'm going to go back and try to find an ex." It would have been more believable than fucking the numbers thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing. I'm trying to say why a rom-com didn't have the integrity of fucking a Platoon.
Let me say hi to Dan in Cleveland. Dan?
Hey, what's up?
Dan the man.
Hey, how you guys doing? I'm the same asshole that sounded like Elmo Fudd. I was just calling to say that you guys told this movie a new asshole like 2 months ago when you saw the trailer.
What? Oh, we saw the trailer for it and we killed it?
You talked shit about it massively. You said it's another one of these shitty romance comedies. Just another rom-com, on and on and on.
Wom-com.
A rom-com, yes, indeed.
I understand.
Everybody does. That's the thing.
You talk funny.
Wascally.
I talk like a wascally rabbit.
Wascally.
When I try, it doesn't make
It was just a wom-com.
We told you, put some silly putty in the roof of your mouth and you'll talk much better.
I could listen to you talk about anything, dude.
Oh, I know.
Dan, do you understand? All I want to do is listen to you. You rule.
Jimmy, that means a lot to me.
It means a lot to him.
That's very funny.
You like listening to my comically ridiculous voice.
It's not.
I have to hear. That's the funny thing. I don't hear it when I hear myself talk. I sound like everybody else. But if I hear myself on tape, I'm fucking. Oh my god.
Do you want to put a bullet in your head?
Precisely.
So how old were you, like, when you first realized that you spoke a little differently? Like, was it basically when you said "mama, dada" and heard raucous laughter?
Yeah. Also, it's coupled with this thing. I'm so fucking loud in person. You guys I'm so obnoxiously loud. It's unbelievable.
Have you ever had a fight over anybody saying anything rude?
Oh, not really. No, not any fist fights or anything. Nothing since like elementary school.
That means you're a big guy.
Yeah, I am kind of. Not
you can take care of yourself.
I'm sorry,
I went batshit crazy from bipolar disorder.
Oh.
And I haven't really done anything for
bipolar.
Yeah, bipolar.
Do you at least address it when you talk to people? How do you address it if you know that they're hearing it?
Mm-hmm.
I just do it the same way I did with you guys. As soon as I realize somebody knows what's up with it, I go, yeah, I have a stupid dog-shaped mouth that is a fucking booth defense.
Dog-shaped
mouth.
You're funny, brother.
But that's cool. I bet you when you address it, it actually probably makes it a little bit better, and people are like, oh, okay, because I kind of noticed that. It's not that weird.
Yeah, it does. It cuts it down a little bit. Yeah, when I take it right to the forefront and kind of own it. Like,
what about with girls?
You know, it kind of comes and goes. It helps and then it doesn't sometimes. Some girls think, you know what? I've been told on and on and on. I should just tell people it's like an exotic accent from some part of Europe where they talk English but funny.
Europe.
Wow.
You sound like you're eating pussy right now.
Yeah, you know.
Just dog mouth.
Just mush that mouth up against the vagina. The women will love that.
There you go. Big giant tongue, too, like I said the last time.
Yeah.
Big Rito tongue.
Does Al Pacino have that? Al Pacino has a weird thing with his R's, and he's always had that.
Yeah.
If he's like, it's very subtle. He's like, something's really wrong here today. There's a little bit of that Pacino has.
Yeah, a little bit. You're right.
Yeah, you never know. He might have something like that.
Yeah.
I think it can be better and worse, and you can, like I said, you can go to speech therapy, and you can put better or less effort into it, you know?
Way to go, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Compare Dan from Cleveland to Al Pacino, who is a billionaire for making movies in Hollywood.
Right.
I'm a bipolar.
Dan's just like Al Pacino.
I'm jobless. I'm
yeah, exactly.
And I haven't been in college, and all I do is smoke dope.
I got lifts. I should have put them under my tongue.
The funniest thing that ever happened, though, in regards to my my voice, my mom took me to a faith healer guy in Ohio, Ernest Angley, when my dad went crazy, and the guy fucking punched me in the face and knocked me out when I was like 8 years old.
Why?
Because he was going to heal my voice with his magic powers.
Wait, he punched you to try to heal you?
Well, he punched me with like the heel of his hand. You know what I mean? You know how those guys do?
Yeah.
They go like Jesus, and then they fucking give it to you.
Holy shit.
Yeah. There is a videotape somewhere because they showed it. It's Ernest Angley, the TV show. I don't know. I wouldn't know how to find it, but they had a TV show every like Friday and Sunday night, and yeah. So I got walloped in the head, and it was ridiculous because I got tricked into going in the first place because I got told it was a buffet.
Hold on, your phone got cut out. You got what in the head?
I got hit in the head.
That was a rough one, Dan.
To fix my dummy voice.
Walloped.
Dan,
you got walloped in the head.
People could learn from you, brother. You just own it. Fuck it. You just own it.
Fix my dummy voice.
Dan is just owning it, man.
My dummy voice.
Into going. Well, my mom told me it was a buffet.
So, is he like a preacher? One of those healers? Faith healers?
No, he's mainly one of the guys that just, he goes on like TV at 10 o'clock on like the channel that's not even UPN, and then he goes, well, UPN, nothing's UPN anymore, fuck. But anyway, so he's the guy that's on the shitty 8th network, and he would be, you know, on at 11 o'clock or 10 o'clock at night, and then they had him on in the morning eventually. But he would just do healing shit, and then he'd just talk, you know, and do various Jesus stuff, and he'd hit people. There was a woman there that was quote-unquote possessed when I was there. It was crazy shit.
How big a guy are you, Dan?
Like 5'11", and I've been as big as like 240,
Okay.
like, and a good amount of muscle. But now I'm like down to like 200 because I've just been fucking atrophying since high school. I went batshit crazy my senior year, and I ended up dropping out.
Can you now let me ask you: is there a surgery they could do, or there's nothing they could do like to lower the roof of your mouth or put a?
I don't think so. I bet. Well, you know, you never know. They could probably put some kind of fucking silicone implant in there. Who knows? You know, but I don't fucking know.
You don't need it.
I'm not too worried about
Nah,
it.
it seems like you're not.
Give me personality.
What's this guy's name again? Ernest?
Personality.
Ernest Angley. Look him up online.
Yeah, we're looking him up right now. He looks like a fucking creep.
We just got distracted because Wowen just came in.
Wowen.
He took
New
over
York
the-
Jets.
He took over the cathedral up here that was, I forgot what the guy's name was, but he was building this monument in front of it. I don't remember what the guy's name was who was doing it, but he
Bill
was another one of
Tetley?
these televangelists. And he was building it. It was called Rex's Election because it was like a big thing, like the Washington Monument, you know? And it never got finished because the guy got bankrupt and he was in some scandal.
God, he loves to talk. Holy shit, Dan.
Well, I'm bipolar. I'm crazy.
Look at this guy, though. He has a horrible hairpiece.
That-
You want to hear what this
I
guy
would
sounds
love
like?
to.
All right, this is the guy that punched you in the face, Dan, to try to solve your voice problem.
Basically, especially forehead, pretty much. Forehead and palm of hand, like curl in your fingers and then like do like a judo chop punch kind of thing,
Sure.
like straight ahead. He did one of those.
Are you saved?
Oh, yes.
Don't smoke or drink.
No, I don't.
I have the glory of the Lord in the vision. God's moving for your spine, your back, the vertebrae, the disc. In the name of the Lord. In the name of the Lord. This is not a healing. This is a miracle. This is a miracle. Bend, twist, do anything you want to do.
Wow. That's good.
Wow, it's right.
Wow.
Do anything. Do something you couldn't do in comfort. You got a miracle. Didn't you? Did you get it?
Believe it.
You believe it. You feel different now?
It's much better.
Well, good.
Asshole. Fucking asshole.
I want him to teach me a spell.
Yeah.
Ernest Angley rules.
God, he got
he's the most unfucking inspirational preacher I've ever
kidding,
heard.
man. I wasn't inspired.
What, Dan?
He is awful.
You don't like he's terrible.
Hey, someone might have
Didn't help
found
you.
you. Hold on. Someone might have found you on Twitter. Let me see here.
I am on a DWill2168.
Oh, it's never mind. It's a Life of Brian clip.
Literally anything at all.
Oh, that's too long. All right. Well, Dan, you rule.
All right, nice talking to you guys.
All right, see you later,
have a
man.
good day, and thanks. Bye.
Take care.
All right. Call back soon, buddy.
Oh, sure. Yeah, you know, now and again. Bye.
Bye. Roland.
Be allowed to use a phone.
Now, let me preface this by saying I'm not mad at you because I know you have the potential to tear our fucking heads off our bodies. But me and Jimmy want to know why we had to go to the movie Friday.
And Chip, you mean, throughout the whole movie?
Huh?
And Chip.
And Chip, yeah.
Did you hear Chip?
Oh, I heard him. No, because he was in that movie. They never told me how long he was. It was a different company saying Joel's in this movie.
Joe McHale is in that movie for 7 minutes tops. I think I'm being kind. I think it's less than 5 minutes.
Yeah, see that I did not know. They say it's a Joel McHale's in the movie. We'd love for you to see this movie. I'm like, all right.
Did you like the movie?
I loved it. It's a rom-com.
No, I told
liked it.
I told
enjoyed
Jimmy
it.
as far as rom-coms go, it'll find its audience.
Yeah,
but
it's
we're not
like-
rom-com guys. We thought we'd go because Joel McHale was coming in, but he's not really in this movie.
I didn't know that
He's not gonna promote this movie all over TV and stuff.
Yeah, well, I didn't realize he was only there for 5 minutes. If that was a case, I just went by myself.
Yeah.
No, you should have.
Would you see it again?
Yeah.
What'd you like about it?
I just enjoyed it. It's like the perfect rom-com.
No, what'd you like about it?
It was
perfect
funny.
rom-com. What did he say there?
I don't know.
I'm making up.
I don't know.
Why'd you like it?
Yeah, you're crazy. No,
Was Chris Evans good?
Yeah, no, I liked it. It was just a funny romantic comedy movie.
No, that's all. That could be any rom-com.
Right.
Why did you like this particular rom-com? What
Made me
makes
laugh
this is a
throughout.
little, huh?
Made me laugh.
No, that's all general info. Like Ann said, Bridesmaid, and he had specifics why he liked the movie.
Oh yeah.
Why did you like?
Oh yeah. He goes, oh yeah.
Why did you like this rom-com? Not Broad Strokes. And I watched you. You didn't fall asleep. So you saw what we saw.
Yeah, I thought. Joel was funny in the movie, smelling his fingers. I went, oh, that's funny.
What else? What else? Oh, Jesus.
And at Ferris, she looked hot at some points, and then you go, oh, other points.
What does that mean?
I don't know. Just a good movie. Go see it.
He's incapable.
We do radio. You got to paint the picture for the people.
Did you like that she would have all the conversations with Chris Evans when he was at the top of the steps looking down and she was walking up the winding staircase? You didn't wonder how the fuck does he know when she's coming home? Why doesn't he just knock on his door?
Maybe she texted him. I don't know. No, I never thought about that.
Yeah.
Oh, Spectro, explain it. Thank you, Spectro. We don't need you anymore, Roland. Spectro from Michigan writes, it has rom and it has com.
Yes. There's some rom and then some com.
Do you remember these movies after you see them, Roland?
Like a goldfish.
He says no as he leaves. All right, fuck it. All right, we should break.
Yeah, we'll eat something.
Yeah, I know you're not a big basketball fan, but Dennis Rodman broke down as he was inducted into the Hall of Fame.
Did he?
Mm-hmm.
Did he talk about his two bad knees?
Yeah, pretty much his two bad knees and other things.
Yeah.
We got the Indian Elvis Presley.
Did a dream come true for him at some
18
point?
years ago, I left Dayton, Ohio, with two very bad knees.
Very bad.
Oh, boy.
Mm-hmm.
And a dream to become a Major League Baseball player.
Wonder what happened.
Think that worked out for him?
I don't know.
I hope so.
I thank God the dream came true.
Oh. Came true.
If you met him, would you mention that if we interviewed him?
Oh, yeah.
You'd have to.
Oh, absolutely.
He would take a swing at you, though. He's a tough guy.
I don't know. He might laugh it off.
Schmitty would fucking take a
Yeah, he's
swipe
like a
at you.
tough Ohio fucking
Is he one of those guys?
middle of the country fucking tough guy.
Don't bring up my pussy moment.
Oh, yeah, he'll take a shot at you.
Yeah.
Got to talk about the Indiana State Fair. We were just talking about state fairs and how awful they are.
Yeah,
Now
well,
people
that was
are
a real
dying.
awful one.
People are dying in Indiana and Detroit.
Yeah, for different reasons, though.
Oh, I know. We'll explain after the break.
Virus. Sirius XM.
Hi, I'm Radio's Daniel Bobo Curlin. You know me from the Opie and Anthony show, Linger Longer. I'm here to talk about bullying. When I was in school, I was picked on, teased, spat upon, tormented, beaten, raped, belligered, very much disliked, and made to feel less than. But take it from me, it gets better. Since high school, I've become an international radio star. I've met my heroes. I've exposed my horribly disfigured genitalia with some of the greatest comics in the world. I've been called stupid by millions of people in the United States and Canada. I've made out with a homeless man, and my 3-inch erection has been on display for better-looking women than I ever thought I'd meet. I get phone calls from radio producers at 4 a.m. on a daily basis, and I've had sexual relations with my brother. I don't get paid for any of this. I still live at home with my mother. I will probably die a virgin. And my dog's name is Mr. Maloonigan. Hang in there. Take it from Bobo. Obviously, it gets better.
Thanks for calling the Opie and Anthony FU line. Here's the latest batch of FUs.
Fuck you! Yeah, I'm a truck driver, and I just want to say fuck you to the manager of the store that told me to be there at 4 a.m., not 4:01. I get there at 3:45. She don't show up till 4:30 talking about, oops, I overslept. Fuck you! Fuck you!
Yeah, I like to say big fuck you to golf. Put my balls off, drinking and smoking, hitting balls on the golf course. For once, man, when a fucking ball goes straight, shooting my boys, trying to fucking impress. Fuck you.
Fuck you!
Yeah, I'd like to give a big fuck you to both my wife and Jimmy Norton. Number one being my wife for struggling so much when I try to pinch her nose and fart in her mouth. And then a fuck you to Jim Norton for not giving me a good method of doing it. Fuck you both.
Fuck you!
Hey, this FU goes out to Boss. Dude, chewing gum on the radio. How long you been on that gum? You know that nicotine is seeping into your jaw through your gum line? You're gonna look like that dude Ebert. Yeah, Roger Ebert. You're gonna look like him. You know what your act's gonna sound like on stage? Anybody wanna buy a dryer door? FU Boss.
Fuck you!
This FU goes out to Led Zeppelin. Claiming to be like Led Zeppelin is like the WNBA claiming to be the NBA. Not good. It's like dudes playing left-handed. FU Led Zeppelin.
Fuck you!
I'd like to give a big fuck you to Governor Rick Scott, the alien-looking motherfucker, for cutting teacher salaries by 3% while using taxpayer money to put your name on the Florida welcome signs. Fuck you.
Fuck you!
I want to say a big fuck you to God for putting something as wonderful as a pussy on something as horrible as a fucking woman. I bet you think it's real funny that they're never laughing your ass off. A lot of guys got put with all this fucking bullshit just to go stick our dick in a worm's wet hole. Fuck you, God.
Fuck you!
Yeah, this FU goes out to my stupid cunt wife. First, you fall asleep on the fucking couch while I'm at work, and then I come home and find that our daughter chopped all her fucking hair off with a pair of scissors, and then you find a way to blame me for it, then you throw me out of my own house, then while I'm out getting drunk at a bar trying to drink away my fucking sorrows because of your sorry ass, you call me back saying, you gotta come back, we got an appointment to get her hair cut. Fuck you.
Fuck you!
Call the Opie and Anthony FU line. 866-FU, line 1. That's 866-FU, line 1.
The virus. Serious XM. This is the Opie and Anthony Show.
Thumbs up or down, Amp?
Down.
Never?
Never. I don't think there's one fucking Pumpkins song that I really enjoy. Sorry. Just not into him. The whole whiny thing he does. The song's just a weird. I don't know.
I like.
I'm not a big fan.
No.
Nah, even in what they call
the day.
The day. What day was that?
I don't know. 1979.
Yeah.
Right.
That's true.
So what the hell's going on at these state fairs, man?
I don't know. People, that's becoming dangerous.
5 dead, 40 injured.
40 injured. Big stage collapse. Wasn't even like the stage collapsed. The whole thing, the wind took it, kind of pushed it over and forward into where all the big fans were standing at the front of the stage. And it's just like metal truss work and lighting rigs and everything just kind of
How many dead?
fell
40?
down. 5. 5 dead, 40 injured. And they have video. You could see it's pretty fucking pretty intense because you could just see the people that were standing there, and then they're gone. They're gone. They're underneath wreckage. Woo! Look at that. Look at the wind. You could just see the wind is, and the whole stage starts coming apart. And then,
oh my!
Oh, look at that!
Damn it! Wow, there's only
like
5 dead from that.
I know, right? It had to be the people right under the main structure, that beam.
Wow, man, they cleared out fast.
Yeah.
Why are these people running away? You're
Well,
safe.
Then everyone
They're
starts
standing
running
under something.
towards it.
Well, they're standing under.
They're probably on the bleachers and thinking, nah, it's going to be next to fall down.
Oh, my God.
Stage come apart like that. That's fucked up, man.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
That's how you get
Can we see that again?
That's how you get a viral video.
Right?
1.5 million already.
And you could see, like, the beams are just shaking. At that point, and I think people knew. They started running.
Oh, yeah, they're moving out.
But then, I think I saw somebody that had
what
to
I'm
have
looking
died.
for, yeah.
Had to have died.
I would have just caught it and held it up, help people get out of
Yeah.
there. Sure.
Like super chip. Something.
Yes. Da-da-da, da-da-da, something.
Something.
What's up, baby? You want to get some dirty talk going? Yeah, that's it. I'm gonna give some cyber sex. I'm good. I'm gonna lay you back or something, and I'm gonna lick all the way down your neck like this. I'm gonna take my tongue and just go like. I'm gonna clean out your ears or something and get wax on my tongue and then lick all the way down your neck. Oh, that's a nice dark nipple. I wouldn't mind getting some milk out of that. And then I'm gonna get my tongue and I'm gonna start flicking it all over your nipples so much that you start coming. You're gonna come so much that your shoes are gonna make sloshy noises. And I'm gonna get down there and just start licking your fucking cooter really good. I'll open up your cooter. I got like long nails on my middle fingers, so I'll dig my nails into your cooter lips and I'll open them up and I'll just go like, and I'll get in there until you come so many times or whatever. I'll stick it right in you too. I'll climb right up on you like you're a building or something. I'm gonna climb on like you're a tree or something and just cram my oats in you. Someone put a finger in my ass. Stinks.
Not too good with the sex talk.
Terrible sex talk.
That
Terrible. Oh, wow, guys. Breaking news. Dan has something for the radio show.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah, man. Something we haven't heard about yet. Dan, go ahead.
Hey, not to be calling back so soon, but you did say call back soon. But anyway, there's a picture of Michelle Bachmann from this weekend at one of these straw poll deals, the Iowa straw poll. And she's eating like a fried stick of butter, a fried corn dog or something. And you can pretty much imagine from there. You'll find it pretty quick.
What's this now?
A fried stick of butter?
A corn dog or something.
A corn dog?
A what?
Yes, sir.
That's
Well, you got the idea. I've
That's
planted
hard
the
to say.
general idea, and I need to be on my way, actually.
No, I'm just trying to figure out.
When
like, how
Dan
to
says certain
imitate you.
words, his tongue wobbles like that stage. It just kind of
Yes.
goes on. It doesn't know where to go. It just
collapses.
kind of
in
goes
his
left
mouth.
and right and then just falls over on his lower palate.
But basically, at the end of the day, it looks like she's sucking a wiener.
Oh, I don't go for that,
Maybe
Dan.
it's just a joke.
Oh, Dan.
Anyway.
What's that? Looks like it's a corn dog, a dog corn or something, right,
yeah.
Dan?
It's more suited to Bill Murray, I suppose.
How did we avoid that picture all
Yeah.
weekend? I don't
Oh,
know.
amazing.
This guy says Oz like a bunch of W's are running around in a circle or something.
Yeah, something. Chip.
Why would she take that picture?
Isn't that so stupid?
As a politician, you really shouldn't take the picture of what amounts to looking like a giant black cock in your mouth.
That's hot, actually. I like her more now than I ever did.
Yeah?
Except it's too toothy.
Her eye is half closed because she's enjoying the the
Enjoy,
cock.
guys, I'm gone. Enjoy.
All right, Dan. Thank you. No patience.
Wacky.
Got annoyed.
No patience for fucking thick tongue?
No.
Answers that right.
This fucking cathedral ceiling mouth.
Yeah. Like, who's Michelangelo? He's a little boy that lives in my mouth and paints the roof of it.
There's scaffolding on his tongue. Guy on his back painting the fucking roof of his mouth.
Yeah. It's his teen twapple.
It's his teen twapple.
Cathedral mouth.
All right. You're annoying me. Put a chandelier in there and shut up.
You have no patience, huh?
None.
None whatsoever.
Yeah. Beat it for your mouth. We're tired of it.
Yeah, the Michelle Bachmann picture was everywhere over the weekend. Dan. Good old Dan. We even did a little caption contest for that dumb picture.
Yeah.
I can't believe she. Well, I guess I could believe it. She won the.
She won the straw poll, but everybody
in
said
Iowa.
she was gonna. It's that area, you know.
Did you read my caption for that? I had a good one.
What was it?
I said, looks like she's putting dicks in her fucking mouth.
See, I would laugh at that. Dicks in her mouth.
I told Ant before the show, it's all bullshit. You got Obama's approval rating below 40%. You got this stupid broad winning the Iowa straw poll.
Is she a religious conservative, like a fucking no abortion, no gays, no stem cells?
She's pretty fucking
fuck her.
conservative. That's
She's pretty.
I don't see it.
Pretty far right.
I honestly think Mitt Romney's going to get the nomination.
She's a joke, right, Ant? You know this shit more than I do.
Yeah. But people are taking her seriously, but when the old push comes to shove,
they'll push her right out of the fucking way.
I think they're going to know that in order to win this next election, they got to go back to basics with a, white presidential-looking guy
with dark hair,
and that's fucking Mitt Romney.
Full head of hair.
Yeah, he's just got to get past the Mormon thing, but I don't think too many people are pissed at that. You get a lot of middle America Christians that he's got to win over, but.
Oh boy, that's gonna be tough.
But you know what?
That's gonna be tough, don't you think?
Not against fucking the incumbent, that's for sure. Because they certainly don't like him. Obama with his 39% of approval rating. Ouch. What happened? He's even losing his base. I don't know.
Yeah, he's good. I really want him to turn it around because the stock market. Look, I'm certainly no expert, but it's fucking. It got better. It did get better.
Yeah, people,
I think 2008 really showed people that it will come back, no matter how shitty it looks on any given day. It's not going to be that shitty again for a long time.
People have that knee-jerk shit with the market. It's like, panic, get out. And I happen to believe that when the market goes down that much, that it's people that know the market, that make a lot of money in it, pulling out, waiting to buy, and taking other people's fucking money. That's what they're doing. They're smart. That's why the market swings like that. What, things all of a sudden got better? What, the fucking market went back up 400, 500 points because what? We got our AAA rating back? No.
No.
Did we?
No.
No.
When's it coming back?
Yeah,
Never.
Could take years. Could take,
Where are you?
somebody to go in there and punch S&P around a little bit.
What do you think of Warren Buffett?
Warren Buffett?
He has an article.
I like that Margaritaville song.
Eric, how disappointed were you when you met him? Were you when you realized you'd been pronouncing his last name wrong? I'm just kidding. Love you.
That's hilarious.
Get it?
Yes, like Bill Smorgasbord.
I'm sorry.
Warren Buffett basically saying that the uber rich have been getting away with murder, and they should be taxed more. Yeah. It's easy for Warren Buffett to say now that he's an older guy at the end of his life with his money safely tucked away.
Of course.
That's why I have a problem with Warren Buffett. Why didn't he say this years ago when he knew he was, getting the better end
So he wanted
of
to keep
the stick?
his cash. He wanted to
I hate
hold
when
on to that.
I hate it. I hate when these guys come out, when it doesn't matter to them anymore.
I just
and
know
then talks
I'm
about
doing-
what's right.
Doing my part. So shut the fuck up, everybody that wants to tax me more. I'm doing my part. I just wrote a giant check again for taxes. It's all I seem to do.
Aren't they due September 15th? They're not doing August, are they?
No, for fucking property taxes and shit for Nassau. But it's like, it's fucking blow me with you. I'm not doing my share We all got to fucking make sacrifices. I'm constantly writing giant checks for taxes. So fuck off. How about the 50% that isn't paying a dime? Start taxing them on a flat tax rate. I'm tired of it. You make fucking $1 a year. Give 17 cents to the fucking government, you prick. You freeloading fuckwad.
We got to get Keith Robinson in here to discuss.
Oh, yeah?
We had a screaming match at the Cellar the other night.
Really?
What's his take?
I
mean, we know.
I said that Reagan was a decent. I wasn't saying Reagan was a great president.
Yes.
Because I know that he really was not good to poor people, so I don't blame poor people or black people for not really loving Reagan. But he just wasn't listening because he was drinking wine, and he was just screaming. We were just yelling at each other. Me, him, and Pete Correale's just sitting there.
He wasn't drinking scissor.
No.
Drinking some wine.
And then Robin Williams came in with his son, so nobody wanted to yell anymore.
Oh, yeah.
Why?
Well, no, because then Keith went downstairs to finish hosting. When he came back up, Robin was there.
Does Robin hang like one of the guys?
Fucking, he's the honest dude. He's one of the nicest guys. There's nothing pretentious about him.
So I'm reading the tweets coming in. Warren Buffett is simply amazing for this article. Warren Buffett, what a man. Stop coddling the super rich by Mr. Warren Buffett himself. But
yeah, don't coddle.
But it's real brave. How old is he?
Yeah, old enough where
the system worked for him for many, many fucking years.
He's not gonna run out of money.
Why is he brave for saying it now? He should have said this 10 years ago.
Right.
He knew this shit was going on 10 years ago. He kept his mouth shut. So why is he a hero today?
There's not. They could tax 100% of the rich, and it still isn't going to cover it. They got to find a different way.
Here,
I think cutting fucking the budget. There's too much waste. There's so much fucking waste and crime and graft and bullshit going on.
Here's a quote, Ann, from the article. My friends and I have been coddled long enough by a billionaire-friendly Congress. It's time for government to get serious.
Oh, yeah.
I guess I'm glad it's coming out, but why not years ago when you knew this shit was going on,
Right.
Mr. Buffett?
You know, that's it. Cut the defense budget. There you go. I'm not talking about cutting things that give people jobs, by the way. But these stupid social programs that don't do anything. They perpetuate fucking criminals. How about you cut some of that shit? That's what I say. I was doing some reading over the weekend. It's fascinating. Reading and video watching. Wow. Just keeps backing me up.
What happened in Detroit over the weekend?
Oh, a couple of shootings. It's good, though. All done with, legal weapons by very good people that are responsible with guns, and there must have just been people defending themselves. Oh, yeah, that's right. There were people shot at a fucking welcome home party for an assault and attempted murder guy. And, gee, there was gunfire at the party. Who's going to that party? Holy shit.
Whenever I'm invited to a party, I say, look, how many black people are going to be there? If somebody says 2 or more, I don't go because I'm afraid. And I don't want to be afraid. I don't want gunplay, black people. Stop it.
I'm afraid. Stop with the gunplay.
Stop with the gunplay.
Gunplay.
Have a fun party. Just have a fun party.
It's very hard to have a fun, like a block party or one of these back, because there's always people that want to show up that aren't invited. I don't know what that's all about. Like if somebody shows up at a party where you're not invited, you turn around and go, hey, excuse me, you're not invited here. Could you leave?
Well, how about,
and then they leave and don't come back with fucking, AR-15s and AK-47s.
How about you say this is an A and B party? Why don't you see your way out of it?
I got it. ABC. That's good.
It's a good one.
I don't know. So
were the 6 dead all at one party?
No, 15 shot. What does that say at the top there?
15 shot over the weekend?
15 people shot, 6 dead in 24 hours in Detroit.
Wow.
Once again, just showing poor marksmanship also happening over there in the D. 15 shot, 6 dead in 24 hours. And, I guess they didn't hear about the laws, You're not supposed to have those guns. If they would tell these people that there are laws against that, I'm sure no one would get shot.
See, I think that you're being naive. That wouldn't help.
Really? I didn't think I was being naive. I thought they'd pay attention to the laws that are already in place instead of implementing new laws against law-abiding citizens that want to exercise their Second Amendment right. You know, a right given you by the Constitution. But no. So 15 people shot, 6 dead. Again, turn your gun up. You might get a better percentage. Don't have it sideways. Maybe clean it once or twice so you don't get a stovepipe jam after the first shot goes off and hits grandma or a baby carriage.
Do you
Jesus
think
Christ, go to the range.
You think all those guys shoot to kill, though, or are they just shooting?
They're just shooting into crowds or through windows. It's just, it's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you something. You get that front sight, right?
Yeah.
You put it between the 2 rear sights, and then put your target right in front of the whole schmear, and then pull the trigger. Don't just pull it out and fire from the hip, guys. You get a much higher percentage. Your shot to kill ratio.
That should be
very bad in Detroit.
That should be your next video.
That's funny, actually.
Do some side shooting and then show how it's done
Side
properly.
shooting, how it's done real.
But I think a lot of those
90-degree turn clockwise.
But I think a lot of those guys don't shoot to kill. They're just fucking shooting willy-nilly.
Just to be like...
like tough and stuff.
Like tough guy?
Yeah.
Like, hey, you kicked me out of your party.
Right.
I want to be at the party.
Right.
And then they just shoot some guns.
Yeah, I really believe that.
I think you're right.
I really believe that. It's much braver to fucking aim and kill the person.
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting at.
You go to the range, you practice a little bit. I don't know. Maybe they won't let you there with illegal fucking guns.
Do they
the
check
serial
that?
numbers stripped off. Yeah, well, in some state, in New York, they do. If you have a pistol, you got to show your pistol license before you can fire it at a range. But I don't know. Maybe shooting some shit in a back alley somewhere. Just practice a little before you pull it out at a party with fucking children and old people and just wail into the crowd. Maybe pick an intended target. Maybe someone that did you wrong, a drug dealer or something.
I love this. Silly Goose writes, great. Anna's giving accuracy shooting tips to killers. Now they'll kill more people. They're not killers. They don't want to be killers. They want to look like tough guys, so they go sideways and just shoot willy-nilly. And, if someone dies, someone dies.
And honestly...
guns. If you want to kill somebody, you're going to kill them, right, Ann?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And a lot of black on black crime, gun crime, it's a black on black gun crime. There's a lot of robberies and assaults that are black on white, but I think gunplay, a lot of the gunplay is black on black, and it's usually a couple of people that not very desirable as far as the community goes, maybe drug dealers and the like. Mm-hmm. So I would actually enjoy seeing some of these drug dealers and riffraff and stuff. Shooting a little more accurately at each other so that the innocent kid in the carriage, in the stroller, or the little grandma with the walker with the little tennis balls on the front doesn't just get mowed down in, on a sidewalk because this idiot doesn't know how to aim his gun. And clean your weapons. You don't know how to you can't shoot a fucking gun that's all caked up. Your fucking breech jams it right up.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to eject the round good enough. Oh, please. Your rifling's all clogged. Clean weapons.
There you go. Tips from Anthony.
Sean
in Georgia. Sean.
Hey, sweetheart. Hey,
Hi.
I used to buy drugs down in Detroit all the time. I grew up right outside of Detroit.
What kind of drugs for the reference point?
Yeah, pot, and nothing crazy. Pot, some mushrooms. But, the gangbangers down there, that's all they're into is selling drugs to white people.
Yeah, I would assume if you're a white person going into the ghetto, it doesn't mean you're going to be fucking hassled with and killed because that's income coming into
income.
the community.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, there's going to be some people ripping you off and stuff.
Sure, but when they see Whitey coming, they know that he has money and he's gonna buy some product.
And you end up dead. You probably fucked someone over.
Sure.
I understand.
Exactly, Anthony. You're going to be ripped off no matter where you're coming from, no matter who you are, no matter where you are. It's just, in downtown ghettos like that, you got to be smart about it, just like anywhere else.
Did you have problems when you went into Detroit to buy drugs?
Oh, I used to go downtown when I was a teenager.
And
I used to go downtown all the time. I never had problems.
Yeah, but you said you have to be smart about it. How are you smart about it?
Well, yeah. I used to you know, you got to talk to the right people, find out where they go, find out which gangbangers aren't going to just beat the piss out of you, you know.
Well, why would they beat the piss out of you if they want you to come back?
That's the point.
Like that. Hold on. My brother owns F.H. Riley's, so let's break it down. Break it down.
Oh, jeez, I love this analogy.
Break it down. So you go to F.H. Riley's and you have a nice, lovely dinner, okay? But on the way out, Brett beats the shit out of you. Why would you ever come back to the restaurant? You want people to come back for your business.
Let me tell you something. Because if Brett could beat the shit out of the guy, not have to spend any money on product on that guy, take his money,
right,
and know that there's an unlimited supply of customers still waiting to come in the door.
You think that's what it is?
Maybe he would do it. Yeah. It's not just the same dumb white guy that's going in there.
If I was a drug dealer, I wouldn't be beating up my customers because I would assume they're going to come back multiple times.
Not a lot of nobility in that business.
Take up a 5-square-mile block.
Not the best business model.
I love the visual of Brett beating the shit out of people, though.
Taking their money and going, get the fuck out. And then shoving them out, and there's a line of people down the block.
Is that what's going on?
Waiting to come in. And sometimes he serves them food.
You know what? Saturday nights are getting a little rough to get a table at F.H. Riley, so maybe you should start beating up some people after they eat.
Yeah.
Hey, F.H. Riley's is not one small... I mean, F.H. Riley's is one small place
Right.
compared to an entire city, an entire ghetto, where all kinds of different people are in it for different reasons.
I think some of those gangbangers should take some business classes.
Yeah.
Like Stringer Bell.
Stringer Bell, yeah.
That's right.
Ended up well for him, didn't it? Oh, that's right.
You just can't continue to beat up your customers if you expect your business to thrive.
Beat up your customers. Now remember, you got to beat the shit out your customers every so often. Oh, taking notes. Oh, beat the shit out of the customer.
Gary on Long Island. Gary.
Yo, what's up? Opie, just to answer your question about Warren Buffett, the reason why he's running his fucking mouth is because he doesn't pay income tax. He pays capital gains tax. He only pays himself like $100,000 a year.
No.
He's shooting his fucking mouth off. Anthony probably knows more about as far as income tax compared to capital gains tax, but that's how he's been skating all of these years. He's been running his mouth for a long time.
Look, I don't disagree with what Warren Buffett is saying, and trust me, we're not on anywhere near that level, but it just bothers me that he comes out now knowing that the system did him right for many, many fucking years, man.
Yeah, and just to answer your question for what you were just saying is, that guy you just had on the phone, I don't know what he's talking about. He was probably getting his ass handed to him because he came through short and the guy that was selling it to him. That's probably why they was fucking him up. Okay, but when a white guy comes through, it's one of two things. It makes you leery because he's a cop, and he's guaranteed to always come through with more than $100. The black things that come by, for the most part, they $10 or $20 every visit. When a white guy comes through, he's spending a couple $100. Trust me, I know.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
So you want to be nicer to the white customer?
Of course you do.
Basically, because I know a lot of people that no matter if you're buying weed, coke, or heroin, when a white guy comes through, look, I know people that jump in a car with him and they go have a couple of drinks because this guy's guaranteed to drop at least minimum $300.
Yeah, so why would you beat the shit out of the guy and take his money knowing he's going to come back a lot?
Yeah. That guy don't know what the fuck he's talking about because instead of coming through with $300, he'll come through with $17 looking for a 20 and winds up getting fucked up.
Hey, Gary, hold on the line. I want you to take care of a few people for me.
All right.
No, I'm serious. I'm getting your phone number. What part of Long Island are you on?
No, I work in Long Island. I'm on the Southern State, exit 27 right now.
What do you do for a living?
I fix cars.
There you go.
I used to go cop drugs. I would just walk in there and I would just go, give me like a 30 piece or something.
Yeah.
What did Chip?
Yeah.
I always believe that white people in general are safe in the ghetto if you're going up there to get drugs.
They are.
You're a dumb fucking drug dealer if you're going to beat the shit out of the white guy and take his wallet, knowing that he would probably come back.
If you look like a victim, if you look like an easy mark,
Dude, the drugs are marked up to begin with, so you're not saving much by fucking not giving them the drugs, right?
Yeah, well, but here's the thing: it's not even in a lot of things. It's not even gangbangers because number one, as far as New York goes, gangs really, believe it or not, gangs really aren't that hardcore like they are.
Yeah, it's not like L.A. or something like that. Yeah.
Now, out here in New York, it's like you can know some people in the gang, but it's like, okay, well, they're just making sure that like those Mexicans don't come over here and start no shit, or if you a blood, if you a crib, making sure they don't come through your neighborhood fucking around. So this way, everybody makes money on the block. But when a white guy comes through, it's like, yo, you know this guy? Is he a cop or whatever? And once it's established that he's not a cop, look, he come out, you go buy him a beer. I'm like, look, yo, come back through. He'll come back through in an hour. You may probably depending on what you're selling, you could probably make $600 just off of him.
Oh, good old white people, right?
It's true. That's what I always thought.
I will say that when I went to Harlem, this is when I was probably maybe 17. My friend Rodney and I went. I had no money. I didn't have a dollar. He paid my bus fare and everything. He was a drug dealer.
Oh, boy.
And he took me to Harlem. And we were on like 145th and Edgecombe, I think is where we went. And there was these Jamaican guys.
That's nice. I was looking for a house up there.
No, they weren't selling at the time. It was very hard.
Oh.
Yes, if you had $1.80, you could get a home. It was fucking horrifying. In one of them, they wouldn't let me in the building because they didn't trust me.
Yeah, because you look like a cop.
I sat on the stoop, but nobody was mean to me.
No, because Jimmy was only 17, Gary.
Yeah, I think that they just knew I wasn't. I think they knew I wasn't buying. So I'm sitting on the stoop, and either that or Rodney asked me. It might have been Rodney that
What was
asked me to
Rodney
stay there.
getting up there?
I think he was buying pot, or Coke. I don't remember. But he might have asked me to stay there just so it didn't make him look weaker. Because I was like a nerd with my Kango. I didn't look tough.
Boy.
It might have made him look like a faggot.
Your Lord's jacket on.
Listen. No, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Regardless if you were 17, what they also used to do is they would send somebody like you. I mean, even though you was young, you could be a young-looking cop. All right, because I think me and you are about the same age. Because when I was in high school, that's when 21 Jump Street first came on TV.
Oh, okay.
And they was instituting that into certain schools. I went to Thomas Edison High School. So it's like they had undercover cops in there. So you could be going uptown and your friend could be copping something. They'll look at you like, you know what, this must be, he may be looking young, but he still may be a cop. He's not getting in the building. It's bad enough he knows where we're at.
Oh, you know what?
He's not getting in the building.
Maybe that was because the guy wasn't like I sat on the stoop waiting for Rodney to come out, and the guy goes, "Could you sit on the other stoop?" Because like they were doing business, but he was actually he was polite.
Yeah.
He said, "No offense, if you could just He asked me very nicely and politely if I would just sit on the next one, and we went into one apartment. I never forget the guy opened the door, and he had a pistol in his hand.
Jesus, Jim.
And he opens the door and he peeks out at me and Rodney.
Wasn't this Saturday?
And and he lets us in, and it was really they were Jamaicans. And I think it was just pot that he was buying. But I think it was a very dangerous situation I was in.
It probably was.
Let me ask Gary then, because I see the phone's just lit up, Gary, and a lot of people saying, yeah, you know, just because you're white doesn't guarantee you're going to get beat up in the hood. And a lot of these guys have been left alone over the years. What gets you beat up in the hood in that situation then?
When you drawing attention to yourself, when you acting like a dick, when you coming through fucked up, like if you high off coke and you come in to cop some more, and you're out there, and the guy's like, yo, cops just rolled through. Yo, go around the corner. He's like, nah, look, I'm just coming through to cop something. It's like, yo, I'll be there. Just go around the corner. And you still standing there, and it's like, look, I'm about to fuck you up. Go around the corner, and I'll meet you there. And that's what'll get you fucked up. Simple and plain. And to be honest with you, a cop's best friend is a drug dealer because, look, a drug dealer, his main focus is one thing, to make money. I'm not trying to start no shit with the cop. If the cops come through, pat me down, I don't have nothing on me. It's not like, yo, I know my fucking rights, because then the cop's going to get agitated. And it's like, you know what, you're being a dick right now. So I'm going to hold you here, or I'm going to start searching the area. So if cops come through, it's like, how you doing, officer? And you talk a little bit. The cop know what you're doing. It's basically, look, I don't feel like doing the paperwork. You don't feel like going to jail. What's good? It's like, look, I'm not fucking with nobody out here. No. The cops, basically nowadays the cops are like, look, any of y'all got guns? No. Okay, then.
As long as you don't have guns on you.
Do you know?
That's all. The guy wants to make money. The cop understands that he doesn't feel like doing the paperwork. I'm not bad-mouthing cops. I love cops because my mother takes the train to work, and she's been doing it since I was a kid. You know, but cops and drug dealers, they kind of, you know, as long as you have respect when they come through.
Do you know what I wondered too? I had one incident where I walked with my friend into the New Brunswick housing project.
Jesus.
I was drunk.
Unbelievable.
And I was actually going to buy crack. This is when I started smoking that. We were smoking in joints though, whatever. And there was a bunch of dealers outside one of the buildings. And I remember the one guy said, "No, let's do it inside." He took me inside. He took me up a flight of steps into the stairwell. And my friend, actually, that guy Rodney, who lived in New Brunswick.
Hey, let's get some crack, all right? What do you say, huh? Hey, how are you? I got a prescription from Benny Boombots, my doctor, Benny Boombots.
Walked into the building. He goes, no, he's with me. And I didn't know Rodney was even there that night.
Oh, boy.
And Rodney sold it to me. Or the guy, I don't remember who sold it to me, but I wondered if that guy was taking me up those steps to rob me or sell me. Because it was weird that he took me into the building. I always wondered if seeing Rodney that night saved me from a fucking...
Oh.
No, I was very greasy-haired.
I'll tell you like this: for the most point, the people that you get robbed by, they aren't actually drug dealers. All right, so you got basically two type of people out there that's selling drugs. You got the ones that make the money, and the ones that don't really make the money, but they got to pay the person that's supplying them, so they got to compensate for robbing people. So, like, if I got better product than you, and I'm making more money than you that night, but by the end of the week, you got to pay this guy back. It's like, okay, I'm basically going to rob his customers. After they come see me, then they're going to rob you to get, to compensate for the money that they're not making selling drugs because their product isn't as pure or is as good as mine.
Right.
So those are the people that rob you because, I mean, your analogy is good. It's like, now, why would you rob somebody that's giving you money? The only reason why you would do that is because you're not making as much because the shit that you're selling is garbage. You can believe it or not, nobody's really, I mean, there are stupid people out there, but nobody really is that stupid. A drug dealer's main focus is money at the end of the day.
Never fuck me, Tony.
Right.
Don't fuck me.
The people that...
Oh, Gary was better.
Oh, Rodney was better.
Rodney was better.
Hey,
I mean, you said you had a friend that sold drugs, Jimmy. Like, if you say that your friend sold it to you, he's a drug dealer. That's...
Yeah.
We lose your brother.
Where'd he go?
We didn't hang up on you.
Oh, fuck. Please make sure he knows we didn't hang up on him. Gary, if you're listening, we didn't fucking hang up on
Yeah, call
you.
back.
I'm not that fucking brave. I did not hang up on Gary. I'm panicking. Okay, I'll be all right.
His phone card ran out.
Oh, shit.
LOL.
It's funny. Me and my...
I did want... Oh, go ahead, Jimmy.
Me and my other friend were walking down Rodney's block. I was drunk. We were going to walk to the projects one night. And we walked by Rodney's block. And there was like 20... Like, I was probably 17. There's like a bunch of black kids on the block. They're probably like 14, 15. And I don't know why they all had sticks. But all I know is that we stood out at like 1 a.m. in New Brunswick.
Certainly would, huh?
And they... Oh, yeah, I think I've told the story. And they chased us. And we fucking headed right back towards North Brunswick with fucking 15 guys on our heels. And the one guy whacked me with his stick. And I picked up a rock and just threw it through a gas station window, hoping to set off an alarm because I think we were going to get murdered. And that was when my buddy goes, "Leave him alone!" to the guy who hit me.
Alone. Yeah.
I know. That was terrible. Oh, yeah, I had a butcher knife with me. That's right. I had a big steak knife.
What happened to Rodney?
I don't know. I never saw him again.
When did you see him last?
Probably 1987 when I got sober, 86. I haven't seen him in 25 years.
You think he's still alive?
Yeah, I saw another buddy of mine, Antoine, who I used to get high with, doing like a legit job. He was never a drug dealer. So I was happy to see him. I saw him about 8-9 years ago. But I was happy to see him doing well.
Wow.
And, at least he's alive and kicking.
I hope Gary calls back because I want to know if he's still in the game.
Yeah, I enjoy
What do you think?
that.
You think he's still doing it?
Not if he's working as a... you know what? If he's a mechanic, maybe he sells to
Doing a little-
customers. But
Never
I don't
know.
know. He might just have a legit job now.
Yeah.
Let me say hi to David in Jersey. David.
Yeah.
Hey.
What's going on, guys?
Hey, buddy.
I was just calling to say, when I was in Northeast Philly getting dope every day from the Puerto Rican gentleman up there, I never once had a problem. Like, if you go to the just even dealers you don't know, they're nothing but kind, and they reach out to you.
They reach out to you. That's so nice. They're kind.
Like what Gary or whatever his name was saying is right. Like you can get beat or whatever, but it's by guys that you don't have business going to. Like if you don't know what you're doing,
Yeah.
and you look odd, they'll see a white guy going through the hood, and they'll like run your pockets or get you out of the car or whatever.
Staggering around or some shit. Or
Yeah, exactly.
But if they know you're going to be a good customer, why would they ever fuck
Looking
with
a
you?
fool. Catch a motherfucker slipping.
Oh, sorry, brother. Let me go to Sal in Jersey. Trying to get a few of these on the air. Sal.
Hello. I need crack,
Sal, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, listen, it's just like everybody says. You don't get robbed by drug dealers. You get robbed by the junkies and stuff that are looking. They're looking to cop themselves, and so they wait for a mark to come. They'll pose as a drug dealer, and they'll take all your stuff. But if you go to a good neighborhood, you know, where you're established.
Got to go to a reputable drug dealer.
Right, that's what he's saying. A good neighborhood.
You could leave your car running. I used to know places in Harlem where you could leave your car running, and you could run upstairs, get whatever you wanted, and then you go back downstairs, your car was still warm, and they were watching your car and everything. Nobody would fuck with you. But once you go there at the wrong time, and the junkies are out, and the whores are out, and they're looking to get the supply for the day also. So they're going to look for marks. You're the mark. When you walk in and you're white and you walk into one of those neighborhoods, you're a mark. So if you don't know where you're going, and if you don't know who you look, and they don't know you, you're going to get hit.
My friend Mike, who was a bodybuilder, you just reminded me of something, Sal. My friend Mike was a bodybuilder. I met him in sobriety, and he told a story one time how he was just on this binge with with a hooker or whatever, and it was in New York somewhere. Harlem or the Bronx, whatever, and they went up into the building and got high, and he had no money, and he came down in the morning, and he said his fucking car was up on blocks, and he said, I just sat on the steps and cried. Mike's dead. He relapsed and had a heart attack. Too bad.
Sorry about that.
He's a good boy.
Sal brings up a good point here. I mean, you are a mark when you move.
Yeah,
you go into the hood, but it's not happening by the drug dealers that want your fucking business.
It's the people that want drugs but don't have money.
Well, the best thing to do if a guy tries to rob you and you're going in there, just go, I'd like to speak to your manager, please.
They stop and go, oh, all right.
Yes. Let's go to Ryan. Ryan.
Hey, what's happening, guys?
Hey, man.
So, interesting topic you guys got on here. I used to go uptown all the time to cop weed. And, we used to go to Brooklyn at first, but then being white kids, there's a little suspect in Brooklyn. So, the basic difference between the two is when you go uptown to Harlem, they got product and they want your business. They're businessmen up there. In Brooklyn, they ain't got shit. They're going to rob you. I've actually been up in a spot in Harlem, and the guy came in and robbed us in the spot, and the guy from behind the counter came out, chased him down the street with a gun, beat him, got our shit, came back, gave us free shit, and apologized.
Really? I guess because they also, if you're a white guy going there, and that's the last thing that spot wants is to get the word out and go, dude, don't go there. I got robbed.
There, right.
And they lose fucking $3 or $4 grand a week because of one asshole fucking junkie.
Yeah. Word of mouth is very important.
Very important in the drug trade.
Yeah.
You bet. We went back to the island, and we told everybody when we got back to Northport, we were like, yo, guys, you'll never guess what happened.
Northport.
Oh, my God. The whitest
white people from Northport.
The whitest town on Long Island, and you're going up there to cop.
Hilarious.
What did you say when the guy ran out with you? Did you yell, Masher? Masher?
Why you?
No, we stood there like dumb white kids with our hands up, like, holy shit, don't shoot us. We just want some weed.
Right. Fucking Northport is the
making me want to do
town
drugs
around.
again. Jesus, I'm going to get high.
No,
sounds fun, doesn't it?
Jesus, Jimmy. Thank you, sir. Joe on Long Island is an ex-undercover.
Hey, boys, what's going on?
Retired.
Hey.
What's up, Joe?
Retired NYPD. I was in narcotics for about 8 years. I bought drugs for about 3.5. And I don't know where these guys were buying or what years they were buying, but they weren't nice to me, the brothers and the Spaniards out there in Manhattan.
No?
Not at all, man. So, I mean, we used to get guns put in our faces, knives put on us. And
What years was this?
Like late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah, it was pretty rough and tumble back then.
Yeah. Yeah, the projects in the Lower East Side and the Deuce. There was no Disney store then.
No.
So wait, when you'd walk in, would they rob you, or would they just make sure that you weren't a cop, even though you were?
They used to want to know if you were a cop, make you, you had to show track marks, and you had to, pull your shirt up in case they wanted to see if you had a wire or a gun on, or they would search you and stuff like that. So you had to really be on your fucking toes, and, they saw us coming a mile away, the white guys.
Oh, wow.
They have a cover story.
But if you're in that line of work, and they're looking for track marks, what do you guys do?
You tell them you shoot behind your ball bag, and you go to take your cock out, and they usually say, "No, that's all right."
See, I knew you had an answer.
Shoot behind your ball bag.
There's never a plan A and B. There's always got to be a plan C when you're doing that shit, because A and B never work.
Did you ever have it where you got where they knew you were a cop?
Yeah, a few times. I mean, when you got to pull your gun and put it in the guy's mouth sometimes, and they kind of figure it out.
Now, in that situation, when you're buying, as long as you're not like in a deserted warehouse, if they find out you're a cop, are they going to kill you or just fucking walk away from you?
I mean, usually they, once they kind of know the jig is up, they kind of just want to fight their way out. So usually just at that point, it gets into a big brawl.
Wow. What a line of work. Holy shit,
and then,
man.
Yeah, and that's when the cavalry comes in, and then everybody piles on the rabbit.
Okay.
Pile on a rabbit.
Did you ever give yourself away by like when you went to buy drugs by like acting like you were in a real store and saying, "I'd like to make a purchase, please"? Is that a giveaway?
I have acted like a retard, like a fag.
Like this radio show.
Whatever it takes. I mean, sometimes you wing it. You walk down the block and you see who's out there, and if there's a hooker out there, you wing it like you're going to hook her up, and and then she hooks you up, and then you just take it from there. I mean, it was fun, but it was also kind of fucked up in a lot of ways.
What was the scariest, like, or the closest you came, do you think, getting really fucking injured doing an undercover buy?
I got bit by a HIV. We ended up finding out it was an HIV positive junkie, and the thing that scared me is that I punched his teeth out before he bit me, so he was all bleeding when he broke my skin.
Oh, wow.
And the fucking district attorney's office didn't want to drop the charges to give him a fucking drug test. So we ended up backdooring it somehow, and we got him tested, but the fucking PD wouldn't even pay for my testing. I had to get that done privately. He was positive. I went for AIDS testing for like a year and change to some doctor that one of the other guys knew, and I came back clean, thankfully. And this is like fucking 10, almost 20 years ago now. So.
Shouldn't they be mandatory testing if the guy bites you?
I think so. We used to get poked all the time by fucking guys who had works in their pockets, and they wouldn't tell us when we asked them, and you get fucking poked by a needle sticking out of his pocket. So, yeah, they should be, but, I don't know if things have changed since then.
Yeah.
But back then, it was kind of really just a fucking, dog-eat-dog type of thing.
Well, it's medical confidence laws and all that shit, but doesn't that go a little too far when a fucking cop gets bitten and wants to get an AIDS test and he wants to know? Or if someone's raped. There's been cases where women were raped and they couldn't get the results of the fucking rapist.
Yeah.
It's like, is that really what the privacy laws are intended to do? Protect guys with fucking needles and rapists?
It's the fucking liberal society we live in, unfortunately, guys.
Certainly is.
Yeah, it's silly.
Sir.
All right, brother.
Very cool, man.
Yeah, right on, Joe. Thank you.
All right, boys. Good one.
All
Bye,
right,
Joe.
Joe from Long Island, and Gary's calling back to end this. Gary, what's up? Sorry about that.
No, I heard it at no end. My phone call didn't run out. You know what's funny is I meant to tell you before my phone disconnected. I'm your friend on Twitter too.
Which one are you?
I'm not gonna give my whole name out there like that. I know you got a lot of followers, but like it's just I only got two friends, which is Ant and I forget the other comedian's name. I joined on Twitter and then I got rid of it and then I got back on, and it's like I really don't fuck with the account, so like
Okay.
it just dawned on me when my phone died.
Hey, are you still doing the drug thing, or are you out of that?
No. That was like I'm 38. I got a job now. Got a good paying job. I have a daughter. I'm a family man. But it's really as far as New York goes, there's really nothing in New York now. All the drug dealers that still do make money, those are the ones you see falling now. That they get caught with like $100,000 and stuff like that. Those are the ones that was doing it from back in the days. For the most part, everybody else went out of state. Atlanta, Florida, Connecticut.
They kind of pushed them out, yeah.
Yeah,
You still get like some of the shit in Washington Square Park and shit, right?
Yeah, it's.
But those are like punks.
Not really.
No.
Yeah, I mean, and those aren't those.
But when are you trolling through there at 2 a.m, Ope?
No, I've been down there a million times. I can't imagine there's still a fucking drug trade down there, to be honest with you. It's all hipsters and fucking... I'm sure you're right in the middle of the night, but...
Yeah, probably in the middle of the night there's some shit going on down there, but they are like punks.
Yeah.
Punk-ass motherfucker.
Everybody's buying weed now, like really coke and heroin and stuff like that. It's not really hot and popping like that in New York now. I mean, for the most part, people that do sell weed, it's just, to make up for what they're not making at their salary. I mean, at their job and stuff. But no, I don't mess with none of that stuff no more. Like I said, I got a good paying job. I've been here 17 years. I have no problem where I'm working at. So, it's just, sometimes when I hear you guys talk, I mean, Andy cracks me up all the time, when you do the whole racial thing. I agree with 90% of everything you say. I'm like,
It's that 10%.
What's the 10% you don't agree with? We lose him again?
Yeah, his phone is awful.
Gary?
He does have a horrible phone.
Yeah. It doesn't. His phone doesn't fade out. It just gets disgusted and turns off.
That's all right.
90% he agrees with what you said,
Yeah.
but the 10% he doesn't would probably get you killed.
Yeah, that's the hard part.
That's the doozy
10%.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the real stuff.
And one Lulu after another.
Fucking learning about Jimmy today, man. I didn't realize how deep you were in it.
Well, it's had some hairy situations, but, you know, lucky for me.
With the crack, I didn't know that.
I didn't do as much crack. I was more smoking that at the very end just to do it, but I still preferred alcohol.
It was mostly alcohol.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, a little boozing.
Yeah.
You like boozing a little bit?
I do.
A little bit.
Any of the other guys get clean from the old days?
My one buddy who reminded me of that horrible song I would sing recently, he got clean 3 months before I did. And he still is, I think. So that's, October of '86 for him.
Oh, look at the teens in Philly. They're just having fun.
The teen trouble.
Yeah, teen trouble in Philly.
None of them will address it.
No.
Except, and the one, my other one article on Twitter, I did tweet a link to
Philly's
a good
mayor,
article.
yeah.
The Philly mayor is great.
He went off.
He's black. He's not afraid.
Pull your fucking pants up. He's like, no one's going to give you a job.
Black people, honestly.
Comb your hair.
Black people are the only people in this country. I'm not saying they're always right, but they at least address race and talk honestly about how they feel about it. Black people aren't fucking politically correct pussies.
Only sometimes. Come on now. There are so many black people that just play the blame game.
But at least,
with
again,
everything.
even if they're playing the blame
Not
game and I don't agree with
honesty.
it is, but at least they're being honest. This is how they feel. Even if they're wrong.
Oh, honesty on how they feel. All right.
They're mentioning
that
race.
I'll agree with.
So, okay, I don't agree with them. I think they're playing a racial blame game. But at least they're saying, this is how I feel about this racial thing. They're not fucking cowards who are hiding and pretending it doesn't exist like these fucking white liberals are.
Yeah, I thought you meant honesty
And conservatives.
in what they're talking about. It's honesty in what they believe in. Whether it's right or wrong, they'll say it. Where white people, for the most part, will believe one thing and just keep it fucking hidden to look like the fun, nice liberal guy
or the conservatives.
you are,
Fox is phony too with race.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
blacks
I
are not afraid of seeming racist. They're not afraid to say something and be misconstrued as racist for whatever reason. Maybe that's because they're not as penalized, you could say, but so what? Black people aren't penalizing white people. White people are penalizing white people.
Yeah.
This is a fucking 80% white people's problem.
Yeah,
and
I know.
fault.
Just fucking be honest. That's it. I did, and I got some recognition on a certain website over the weekend. I was trolling it around, and I saw my name in one of the topics. I'm like, oh, let me click on this.
Oh, boy.
And it was actually the rant.
Fucking tells it like it is.
Oh, believe me, there was a couple of like, hey, this guy. It was the rant that Drew Boogie used to make Bowling for Behave. So it was a whole, I guess it was almost 20 minutes long, but you could hear the certain parts where he took it out and put it into the song.
Be honest, you got a fake account and you submitted it.
No, you know what? Honestly, I've never subscribed to it because I think that would get me in a jam up. I could go visit any site I want, but I think if I became a member, there could be some trouble. Whatever.
Yeah.
I read.
Hey, speaking of Washington Square Park, this guy who knows way more than certainly I do, he says it's full of methadone zombies. Washington Square Park.
Yeah, I don't really walk through it as much. I walk around it to the cellar, and you can hear always yelling by the chess games. There's always some fucking hollering.
It's a cool place to check out.
Yeah, up to a certain hour, you're okay. Like, I probably wouldn't go past 1 or 2 in the morning, even though you might be okay. There's always cops around there, but...
Yeah, you would be stupid to try to fucking either sell or cop drugs in Washington Square Park. Right?
Yeah.
It's almost... I mean... Whatever. All right, hey, people are backing up. We got Bob Kelly here.
Is he here?
And we got Penn Jillette stopping in today as well. He should be here soon, so stay there.
All right.
Virus. Sirius XM.
I said what in the butt. I said what in the butt. I said what in the butt. You want to do it in my butt? In my butt. You want to do it in my butt? In my butt. You want to do it in my butt? In my butt. Let's do it in my butt. Okay.
You know this song?
Yeah, I love this song.
Of course you do. He's playing it out of his iPod.
Actually, do it in my butt. in my butt? You wanna do it in my butt? In my butt? You wanna do it in my butt? In my butt? Do it in my butt. Okay.
Last night I think I shit the bed. Got so drunk I gave a dude head. Life is just a merciful blur when you pop a piss wasser. Piss wasser, don't drink it slow. 3 a.m. buy some blow. Sleep in the bathroom on the floor. What really matters anymore? All the crap you do all day. Who fucking cares? Anyway, it's Wasser, this is beer. Drive drunk off of beer. It's Wasser, drink all day. It helps your troubles go away. Yeah, yeah. Pisswasser, cheap German lager for export only.
Sirius XM. This is the Opie and Anthony Show.
Look at Bob Kelly in studio, and God, he just did some great material for us.
Oh, that's great.
Really funny.
Bob the
man.
Racist, we should call him.
Yeah, Bob the Racist. My God,
no,
man.
no, it wasn't me. I mean, I was just.
I think you should retell the Utah fly fishing story because that's fucking.
You still fishing?
Yeah, I'm still
Gosh,
trying to
just
catch the
stop.
big U.
What's the,
So I stick my fist in a hole and have you come out.
Bobby, we got a date for Match the Hatch 2?
Early September. I'm going to go back up to Roscoe. I have a couple of them. Serpico might come. Jim Serpico might come.
I'm going.
Yeah, it's going to be good. Going to go later.
We just got to get a better fucking place to sleep.
There's
That's all I
there's
ask.
no.
That's
there's
all I
nothing.
ask for.
There's nothing up there.
That's all I ask
all
for.
those places that are good for fishing only have those motels with the
Nope.
wood paneling.
Nope.
They do.
Nope. Bobby
Where?
knows there's some bed and breakfast places.
I'm not staying at a bed and
We're
I'm not
staying
doing it.
at a bed and breakfast this
I'm not.
time.
I don't like when
for the experience.
I'm not showing up at somebody's house where they go, "Hey, Robert," and they call you by your first name.
Yeah. Well, because we're all friends now.
I like
welcome.
Mr.
We're all
Kelly.
friends.
Welcome.
The guy's making you eggs in the morning with a bathrobe that's a little too short.
Here's your fresh sheets. It's like, what? Just put them on the bed. I'm
Bobby.
not a fucking maid.
Ham dinner's ready at 5 today.
Oh,
They eat
yes.
at 5 because everybody goes to bed at 6.
Got to sit at a table with people you don't know.
There's no TV. They have wooden board games.
I can't. Oh, wooden board games. You can't sit there and just eat like a pig with your fingers and everything,
You
like
know-
in a hotel room.
You know we got to do it.
Fuck, dude.
We
First of
have
all,
to do the bed
if
and
we go to a
breakfast.
bed and breakfast, we're getting kicked out because you're going to do something stupid.
I don't do stupid
You're gonna
things.
now you're going to wind up standing over the guy while he's sleeping. Him and his wife videotaping
that'd be
them.
great.
Bobby, poke him.
Stand there,
But all right,
staring at him.
we'll figure out the details. But I'm saying bed and breakfast in Roscoe, New York, in
right.
early September. But with that said, you went to Utah. Jimmy's going to be in Utah this weekend.
Yes, I will be.
Yeah,
It's Wise Guys Comedy Extravaganza Club. I'm sure it's going to be empty. I
No,
hope it's
dude.
not.
A lot. I mean, look, dude. A lot of. I was at the other club, which is a smaller club, but a really cool club, and a lot of O&A fans out there. Surprisingly, a lot of pests
Yeah,
out
you
there.
had
I'm
a
sure
good
I
time?
should be at the smaller club. We'll
I
see.
had nah, dude. You're gonna be fine. A lot of people already who said they're going. That were coming to my show. They're going to see you, except for one guy.
One guy.
But no, I'm kidding.
Who was he? What was he doing?
Jimmy's going to ask about that one guy
Yeah.
during the break now. You know that.
Probably going to
You
see the
sick fuck.
Jazz or something.
They're not playing that.
What do the guys say about me, Bobby?
I fucking hate Chip. I can't stop seeing Chip. I fucking the Chipmunks. Chipwrecked.
What's that? Did you see the Chip videos?
I hate
Comic-Con?
Yeah, I did. That
Oh,
was
that's so
fucking
bad.
awful. Yeah, but Utah was. I went up Utah. There's like fly fishing's huge, which I didn't know.
Yeah.
So I rented a car on Saturday, and I went to a fly fishing and rented all the gear, and I went up into the mountains by myself.
Look at you.
Which I
Oh,
didn't. I
man.
really didn't want to do. I'm always nervous to do shit by myself on the road because I'm just nervous. I'm not. I all my fucking gift of gab I have.
Yeah.
I just turned into a regular human when I'm by myself. And my wife gave me the little pep talk. You can just do it. You should be
You'll
good.
enjoy it. It'll be fun.
So I did it, and I rented the car and all this shit. And I got up there and I put all my gear on, and it's Utah is fucking incredible. Like snow top
mountains on either side.
Yeah.
Beautiful river. Put all my gear on, my waders, my boots. I had my rod. I put the fly on it. I cinched it up, and I'm walking down to the river,
Jimmy's going
down a little path, and I get to the river, and I go to step in the water, which, you know, and I slip, and fucking both my feet go out from under me. I land on my fat, flat Samoan back. I make the fucking biggest splash noise ever, and there was a sharp rock, and my ass hit the rock. My whole left side of my ass is just black and blue, and it hurt, and it was so cold. You know when you get into cold water, your heart just so I couldn't even scream, I couldn't yell, I just went
cold water.
It was awful. So I made my way over to a bank.
It probably made a fucking splash like that stage falling in Indiana.
That's kind of funny.
That's kind of funny.
Yeah, it's a good visual.
5 killed. Good.
This fucking 8 trout dead. It was like fishing with dynamite after I went in the water. Just trout just started floating to the top.
We get it, Bobby.
All right then. It's like a tsunami. No.
So you fell in. How embarrassing! Did the other fly fishermen see it?
Immediately looked around. Nobody saw me fall in. Thank God.
All right, good.
But I walked over to this bank across the river, and there was like a muddy bank with perfect for fly fishing. It was so perfect, and I threw my line out. It's coming down. I look down at my feet, and it's just like 30 paw prints. Like big cat or big bear paw. It's not a dog. It's not a fucking lab. It's that fucking Ford, you know, those Ford dots.
Big pads on the bottom. And then in front of them, you get the needle holes from their claws going like 6 inches deep into the mud.
Yeah, I'm not a fucking Cherokee Indian.
But you knew it was some shit.
I knew it was something and I'm standing like right with it, and it was fresh as shit. It wasn't dried up. It was wet. Like my footprint and that footprint had the same color.
He had just been there.
He had just been there, and I'm standing there, and I'm like, fuck, and there's no way out.
Fuck that.
There's no way out, because I'm on the other side of the river, and you know, you ever try to run through water? You just wind up looking like an old person doing aerobics. You know, just and then stop, and you know, a cat would I'd be a cat's delight.
It's either get eaten up on land or get drowned by the animal in the river.
You'd be the stuff that you'd be like the legendary story that they talked about animal generations down the road. How long did you eat? For 3 years.
Wait,
it was when our land flourished. It was a gift from our cat gods. They sent this slow-moving monolith.
The cats would worship like a statue of me they made.
So you think it was a mountain lion and not a bear?
Well, I went back. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not fucking half Indian. I don't know. It wasn't a dog. I know it wasn't a dog. It was bigger. I think it was a mountain lion. I talked to the guy down at the fly fishing place. He was like, it's probably a mountain lion. A lot of mountain lions up there. But he's like, I've never had a problem. I go, yeah, of course you don't, because you live here. The fat guy from out of town is the guy that gets eaten.
Yeah. They're the guys that tell the stories about the fat guy out of town.
Yeah, the one day my wife talked me into fucking going up there. If I got bit by and mauled, something happened to me, I would fucking dump my wife.
Imagine Bobby with no fucking hands.
Yeah.
They ripped his balls off and ate his face.
Yeah, there'd be a fucking song. You know, I broke my face, dude. You guys wouldn't even fucking stop you. You'd fucking, dude, we need to get video of you getting mauled.
Oh, how horrible would it be still doing stand up? We're both kids. This is the first time back. I want to thank God for, sparing my life. And it's just horrible to look at you.
I'd have to have an open micer, like who was a fan before, like wipe my drool that came down every time.
Drool. They'd have to leave the mic in the stand for you because you have no hands. You know what, dude? You got your lips, you got your eyes, you got one ear left. So what, dude? As long as you got your health and people that love you, that's all that matters, dude. I have to use my elbows for my iPhone.
had a sign Sharpie in my mouth after shows.
Thank you, everybody, for coming. I really appreciate it.
The signature was always different.
Oh, that's so sad.
I heard him coming, dude. I turned around and boom, he just started biting my face and fingers.
Yeah, you try to make it funny for the act, but it's just tragic.
It's just sad.
It's just sad because everyone remembers Cool Bob Kelly and like you're all chewed up like that monkey lady's face.
I was trying to give him, but you try for a joke. I tried to Three Stooges, poked him in the eyes, but then he just bit my fingers and changed my life forever.
That would be awful. I wanted you to tell everyone, love everybody that you're with because you never know. This big, long pontificating bullshit at the end.
But I try to be funny at the end, like, love everybody you're with except mountain lions. Kill those motherfuckers.
And everybody's like,
Mountain lions suck.
Yeah, Robbie Kelly's first time back, ladies and gentlemen.
Takes me 20 minutes to get off the stage.
I used to be really fat, but I can't eat cake anymore because my wife won't tape the fork to my hands unless I'm eating lima beans.
I used to be really fat, but the cat ate most of my stomach.
Bad things are good. Don't feel sad for me. Sometimes you got shit in a bag, but it's okay. I got my health down. I got my friends.
Because when push comes to shove, I'm still here.
I'm the same person. They didn't need my soul. What, dude? So what? I don't like kids anyway, so if they scream when I walk by, it's okay, dude. My wife left me after the accident. I caught her fucking sucking Jim Norton off. And he was making chip noises.
She was just giggling. Oh, that would fucking kill me. That's my nightmare.
Oh, man. That would be so horrible.
So you didn't stick around, obviously.
I
said, fuck that shit. Fuck my fly fishing.
What really fucked me up was the grass.
Yeah.
It was all bedded down.
Oh,
like
fuck.
something had just, gone through there.
Yeah.
And
that sounds like bear.
I don't know, dude. It was fucking creepy. It was, and those fucking people that live there, I hate, like when I went to Maui and they're still like, yeah, don't worry about it, man. There's tiger sharks, but they don't. Shut the fuck up.
But they don't.
They don't.
I don't want to hear
and then I
nothing
find out
about
they found a torso a week before I got to Maui on the beach, right on one of the hotel beaches. Yeah, fuck off. And they eat turtles. That's their main fucking food. Me in the water.
Oh, yeah, turtle. Well.
Yeah, I hate the locals that are like, you'll be fine. Yeah, I've never had a problem. Fuck off.
Yeah.
I don't want to be the first problem.
You never had a problem because you're here.
Right.
Like that proved this. The people that had the problem aren't here to tell me they didn't have a problem because they're fucking dead.
Right. I don't mind going out there if I have a knife, a big knife. I'll fight a bear. I'll fight a fucking mountain lion. I'd do it.
You fight a what?
A mountain lion.
With a
knife? I love how you say that. Everyone would.
Not everybody.
What's your other choice?
Some of those broads just lie there and take it. You never. You know what I mean? It's always the husband that has to step in.
I've seen the I've Survived show, and they have bear attacks every so often, and it's people that know that they just gotta kind of hunch up in a ball, protect the back of your neck, and just sit there and let the fucking thing like bite at you a little bit.
No.
And then because that's the only way you're going to live.
No. Yeah, but what kind of patience does it take? Because as soon as you get that first bear claw, of course you're going to do
that's
something.
Just it. But if you
have to take a few bear claws. Do you understand that?
Yeah. If you start trying to fight it, you're not going to win.
But as soon as you feel that first bear claw, you realize I have to now do something.
No, you're supposed to.
No, I know you're not supposed to.
Have the discipline to just.
Who the fuck has that type of discipline?
Put your hands up over your head and just kind of curl up and lay there.
That's what you do after all your sexual encounters.
Because then it will go away relatively quickly. For you, it'll seem like 18 hours, but it'll be like just
but logically,
a matter of seconds.
Logically, you have to lay there knowing you got to take a few bear claws.
Yeah,
and there's not a human being alive that's able to do that.
There's one story about a guy who got. Did we say this on the show? The guy who got bitten and he got the bear bit him a little bit, and then the bear went away, and then the guy sat
up.
And the bear was still watching him from across the field.
He charging out like a locomotive and fucking plowed into him again. Another guy had a gun. He shot the fucking bear a couple times. The bear just was like, "Oh, fuck you."
Yeah, they say pepper spray is better.
You need like a Smith & Wesson 500 right to the head. right to the fucking head, that might do it. If you're carrying around a 9mm,
Yeah, but it's hard to I mean, to shoot something, it's hard to shoot.
there's something charging at you.
You can't just...
Hold on one second.
Yeah.
Our
Well,
favorite
I'll tell you
person's on Fox, Kreskin.
I didn't say this before.
Oh,
and,
Kreskin.
And I hope Roger's listening now. You're
Renowned
because I've known him
mentalist.
for years. I made my decision for the prediction October of last year. I announced it in Vegas, and I suddenly pulled back and says, no. If I can think of what happened 60 years ago, he's going to pull out, because the best man the Republican Party could have today, months ago, is Mike Huckabee. The trust, the conviction. I travel the country. I pay no attention to polls because polls are fickle. When I was a kid, a man was running against President Truman, and his name was Dewey. And all the polls said Dewey's going to win, and the next day after the election, they held up the Chicago Tribune said Dewey wins and Truman had won.
It said Dewey defeats Truman, you dumb fuck. And say Dewey wins.
Pulled out.
Dewey.
Should say does he or did he? Dewey? I don't know. I don't speak good English.
He can do more in broadcasting than as president. And 60 years ago, the most powerful man in the history of this broadcasting industry, everybody's forgot.
Edward R. Murrow.
Oprah couldn't approach him, was Arthur Godfrey. He decided to run for president. Bernard Baruch, an elder statesman, said,
What's he babbling about?
He used to do our show until we just openly laughed at him, and he hasn't been back since.
Penn slams him in his book, too, I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Good.
Kreskin's
all
a
the
joke.
laws that passed, including the raising of the salary of the servicemen the public doesn't know about, were all quietly done by Arthur Godfrey. Now,
Arthur
Huckabee doesn't have
Godfrey?
that power,
The
but
guy
he
that
has
used to
the
sell
president.
He's not film? gonna
run, though. He's not going to run, and he did the wisest thing, I think,
would
to
you,
decide he
Kreskin?
could do better. Or
So
now,
who do
because
you
of that,
think
you
is
have
going to
17,
win?
18
Kreskin,
different
where's your big
candidates. That made
fucking
the
prediction?
So you picked one, and you say people will be surprised by the way the vote
Yes, they
goes.
will. Yes, they will be surprised the way it goes.
Why do you take 'em
and by the
seriously?
way, I don't think there's going to, God forbid, there's a crisis. I
Listen
think
to
it's
this
going to be
idiot. This
pretty
guy
much stable.
stinks. Oh, fucking
He used to
wow.
do our show.
Do you have any
We
more
used to-
fucking show breaks you want to throw on? Jesus Christ.
It's,
that was the fucking, we were having the funnest conversation about me dying. And then we go, let's listen to Kreskin for 8 minutes.
Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. What can I tell you? What can I tell you?
I wish a
It's 'cause-
bear and a mountain lion were in here right now and ate your hand.
No, you don't. You don't understand the history with fucking Kreskin. He used to come in here and have TV makeup on, and he would make these ridiculous predictions, and then go, "I got to run because the press is waiting for me outside." And we would follow him out there, and there'd be no one waiting for him.
Yeah, where's your
and-
press conference? And he'd go,
Yeah.
I can't
Ah.
say. It's like, who keeps that a secret? It's a press conference.
Right.
Yeah.
I do that.
So
Kreskin with his dumb handshake too, right?
What's his handshake?
Isn't he the one that
Just
shakes the
very
hand
firmly.
really
Really hard and
no,
doesn't
it's
let go.
obnoxiously hard handshake.
See ya like that.
I hope he does it
See?
to this guy. Are they wrapping up the segment? Because
Yeah.
if he shakes this guy's hand, you'll see what an obnoxious
Yeah.
old fuck he is.
All
out
right,
there.
so
They have
it didn't work. All right, but I mean, we.
I wish the mountain lion got me.
He loved us. He did our show, but we couldn't go with it anymore. It was all hack shit. So hacky. Remember his dumb tricks with the book and stuff?
Oh yeah, his assistants. It's sad when you find out. I was on the Montreal Just for Laughs tour last year across Canada. They had a magician on the show, or a pickpocket magician, and he was seriously fucking amazing,
just
like
saying,
crazy
Puerto Rican.
He was amazing, and then I found out that the last show that it was all a fucking scam, like the people that he got.
Oh
in the
yeah,
audience.
they're plants, right?
Yeah, I didn't know though. I thought he actually took the suspenders off the guy with the out of knowing.
Somebody wanted magic.
Just pinch Bob's little cheek. By the way, Penn, have you seen Penn and Teller live? I'm a huge fan of their show, Bullshit, but I've never seen them live except on TV.
I saw the show when I went to Vegas in December with my ex, and they were fucking great, man. Like, there's a couple of things they do that you know it's a trick because they're telling you it's a trick, and a couple of you they show you how they're doing it, and they don't show the guy on stage who they're doing it to. They're great. It's the best magic act.
Yeah,
He's walking down the hall, and now watch how. Now he's going to go after Kreskin, and then it's going to all make sense, Bobby. You watch this because he fucking hates
coming in?
Kreskin.
You want me to
too.
move?
No, stay.
No, stay. He's gonna
I do magic act. By the way, it says Grizzly Bear is indifferent to man, has no fear of man, will attack you if it feels like it.
Yeah.
The best thing to do is play
it.
dead. He'll rarely sustain his attack if you play dead. Remember, he's very big, and the weight alone can kill.
I wouldn't fuck with a grizzly bear.
No, not you, Penn.
I wouldn't fuck.
Although
You look like
probably
a grizzly
similar.
bear. Holy shit.
Those things are true.
Probably similar.
Hey,
Yeah.
Pendulette, everyone. We just went to the TV. I fucked up a pretty good rap that was happening on our show, but still, Kreskin was on the dumb fucking TV. We hate
Dumb
Kreskin.
Kreskin was on.
Wait, what is the
And we
name?
know you're not a big fan
I've
of
read
Kreskin
I
either.
read some of the book. What is the chapter? There was one chapter with Kreskin's name in it.
Yeah, asking him to sue me. You know, it's amazing. When I was 12 years old or something, you know, Kreskin was on some TV show. And it wasn't Carson. You know that because Carson would not allow the stupid fuck on.
Right.
That was an absolute Johnny Carson rule.
Oh,
No, Carson was really pro-science.
Yep.
As a matter of fact, Carson was a skeptic and gave a huge amount of money to the James Randi Society. And Carson would call me up about bullshit. You know, he was a real fan.
Wow.
And,
Huge into astronomy.
He
too.
also,
Loved
yeah, he
that.
also
Yeah.
talked. Carson talked privately a lot about being an atheist, but always felt guilty he didn't talk about it more publicly. So Kreskin was on some show, some jive ass show. Mike Douglas. Let's say Mike Douglas just for fun, and. He was demonstrating his ESP kit, his science kit, with the ESP cards and this pendulum that did idiomatic, micro-idiomatic movements. You know, you think something and the pendulum
starts
moves away.
moving,
And
yeah.
I was really into science as a child. And my parents, I'm not from a wealthy family. I'm from Western Massachusetts, a dead factory town. So buying stuff was a big deal. My parents would buy stuff for me if it was science oriented. So they bought me this piece of shit ESP kit, thinking it was science, right? Because I'd seen him do this experiment on TV, and I was into science. And then because my sister's 23 years older than me and had already moved out, I was raised essentially as an only child. So my parents would have to sit and do this piece of shit game with me. And we did that because, I took it seriously. You know the kind of guy I am.
Sure,
So I'm taking
yeah.
like tallies, and other kids just throwing the pendulum around and shit. But I'm taking tallies and doing it carefully. And then like a few weeks later, I'm in our public library, which I went all the time. And if all of us are familiar with the Dewey Decimal System, and we know that
800's pure science.
Absolutely. Right around the juggling books, and when I say books, I mean book, because I was juggling a lot then, were the magic books, and I take out the juggling book, and I was working all this stuff. I took out the magic book, and there was a book, I think, by Dunninger on mental magic. He was a big mentalist in the 40s and 50s, huge star on radio. And so I'm thumbing through the book, and there in the magic book is the exact same trick that Kreskin had done and how to do it. And it wasn't science. It was a bullshit magic trick. And because I was 12, maybe not, maybe because I'm psychotic, but let's say it's because I was 12, I completely flipped out and I dropped out of all science. I hated science.
Wow.
I wouldn't go near. I was embarrassed in front of my parents. I was miserable. I was horrible. It was terrible.
Was it because you at that point had thought science was a gag?
At that point, I thought, well, scientists lie to you.
Oh, okay.
Scientists lie to children. Why should I be involved with them? And I hated magic because they were part of it and the whole thing. And it wasn't really until I was 18 and met Teller and Amazing Randy that I turned around. So I wrote this story to for a Skeptics magazine about how much I hated Kreskin, right? I said, because you might think he turned me on to skepticism, but he didn't. He just stole money from my parents and stole time and love from our family.
That's why the chapter is called "Maybe That Thief Kreskin Will Sue Me This Time."
So I get this letter, and this is when I'm living in New York. Remember, I'm living in New York. I'm on Broadway, right? I'm not married. I don't have children, and my parents are both alive and healthy, okay? All of that is important. And I get this note from Kreskin from Kreskin's attorneys saying he's going to sue me. And I just got rock fucking hard. I was so happy because now I could bring forth all this vengeance
And
from my
expose
12-year-old
him,
self
yeah.
and just go crazy. So I call my lawyer and I go, "Oh, Kreskin's suing me. I'm sorry." He goes, "I'm sure we can get out of it." I go, "You don't want to get out of it. This is very, very exciting. I want to be sued. I want to take him down to Chinatown. This will be fucking great." And so I tell him, the New York Times v. Alabama civil rights, nothing compared to what I do. I've got so much fucking money. I've got nothing to spend it on. Let's use it all to take down Kreskin. So my lawyer writes this note saying, first of all, you can't sue Penn and Teller because it was only Penn that said it. And second of all, any reading of this means he didn't really mean you broke into the house. He means that he disagrees with you. And the lawyer of Kreskin writes back and says, okay, we won't sue you. So I call my lawyer and go, what do you mean he won't sue me? He's going to sue me. He goes, Penn, you can't force someone to sue you. So then, just to make how much, I'm getting a little carried away. Please forgive me.
I love it.
So we cut to about 10 years ago, I guess. We're living in Vegas, and Debbie Reynolds has a hotel there, the Debbie Reynolds Hotel, and I'm friends with Carrie Fisher, and I've also felt Debbie Reynolds' breast, which is a whole other story.
Oh.
A very good story. I'll take a little. I was at the Porno Awards.
We want to hear this.
I was at the Porno Awards, and I'm there with Nina Hartley and Al. I'm there with Al Goldstein, a few other people, and Gina Fine. And Nina Hartley comes over, and I'm sitting at a table that also has at it Carrie Fisher and Buck Henry. And Nina Hartley comes over and says, Penn, do you like my new tits? And I go, very much so. And she says, feel them. So I feel her tits, and they're wonderful. And then she leaves, and Carrie Fisher turns to me. I'd never met her. Carrie Fisher turns to me and goes, would you like to feel my breasts? I've been in legitimate features. That was her way of putting it. And I said, yes, very much so. So I feel Carrie Fisher's tits, which incidentally, fabulous, unbelievable, breathtaking tits. Princess Leia.
And that's
wow.
fantastic.
What year?
To be able to,
what year was
this would
that?
have been, I don't know, 90s sometime.
All right, fair enough.
Maybe early
That's
90s.
great.
Fabulous. And then later on in Vegas, I got together with Carrie Fisher, and we went over to her mother's casino, and she said, you should meet my mother. Then Debbie Reynolds came out, and Carrie Fisher said, Penn, you love to tell stories. You're good at telling stories, and you should feel up my mother, because that would be a great story for you. And she said, so Mom, can Penn feel your breast? And Debbie Reynolds goes and feels each of her breasts and chooses one, and then says, yes, feel this one. So I feel Debbie Reynolds' tits. And I tell this story on the radio in some, dog fuck town. Good Morning Dog Fuck was the name of the show,
starring Dog and Fuck.
I go on the show, and I do all these incredibly unpleasant jokes. But then one point during it, I go, and I felt up Debbie Reynolds because she's a friend of They got more hate mail on feeling up Debbie Reynolds than they'd ever gotten on anything.
Wow.
So be ready. Okay, so I know Debbie Reynolds.
Yeah, our people will hate you because you didn't kill her.
And so Kreskin is playing the Debbie Reynolds Hotel, okay? And Teller, me, a couple of showgirls, or I don't know what the plural is. I guess showgirls. I thought it was maybe showgaggle or something. And Lance Burton and a juggler named Michael Goudot, who also writes on Bullshit.
Like a gang out of the Warriors.
Absolutely. And then the final person was the topless bull rider from one of the shows. Woman was there with us. And we all go in, and we all pay full price for our afternoon tickets for the Kreskin show, because we're going to go see him. And we go in there and we sit down, and the show's supposed to start at like 2 p.m, and there's nobody there. There's people that got tickets with the buffet and stuff, and then us sitting in a booth. And the show doesn't start. It's like 10 minutes late. No, in Vegas, shows start right on time. So I want you to get back in there so you can gamble. Mm-hmm. And so we're sitting there, and finally tell him I decide we have to pee. So we get up and we go, we piss, we come back, and the maitre d' says, you're not allowed back in. I said, excuse me? And he goes, Kreskin has said you're not allowed into the showroom. He will not start as long as Penn and Teller are in the showroom. And I go, well, we haven't been disruptive. You can tell we're not drunk. Here are our receipts. We have the tickets. We're going in. He goes, I'm sorry, I can't let you go in. And I said, well, then you better call Metro. because the police are going to have to take us out. And now I'm all excited because now not only am I in a lawsuit, but also I get to go limp. It's like I'm in Birmingham. And I tell Lance Burton, call the local paper and bring photographers in because I want pictures of Penn and Teller being taken in handcuffs out of the Debbie Reynolds Theater by a guy who's going to do card tricks. This would be fabulous, And we sit there, and I have never heckled in my life. I'm not disruptive. I mean, here on the show, I'm loud and aggressive. That's my fucking job. You invited me on. If we were just out hanging out, I'm not going to heckle or something.
No,
but I am going to be. I'm going to sit there full of hate. Yeah. But he will be able to detect that psychically, but there won't be anything out there.
Yeah.
Sit there
So
full of
now,
hate.
so now we are 20 minutes after his show's supposed to start, and let me tell you what this guy does. He walks out on stage 20 minutes late with his head kind of down and kind of sniffing. And he says, I want to apologize for being late today. My mother, 97 years old, is in the hospital. And it was kind of an uncomfortable time. And I just got a call. And thank God she's going to be okay. And the audience applauds. Now, there is a chance. There's a chance his mother was really sick. And if his mother was really sick, I was very close to my mom. I lost my mom. My heart goes out to him. But there is also a chance, and I don't know the fact, there's also a chance he was lying.
Yes.
And if he was lying, fuck him in the neck. That's all I got to say.
Right.
So
And fuck his mother for taking part in it.
So that's my little comment about
shit. That's a hell of a story.
Do you think, as you come about
and
Carson,
by the way, about grizzly bears, I don't want to interrupt
Sure,
you.
no.
A friend of mine was in the Geological Survey, and he was going up to go through Alaska. And when you go through Alaska, the Geological Survey, bears are an important thing to know about. So they all have to carry 44 magnums, right? And as they walk through the woods, you want the bears are very nearsighted, so you want them to know you're human. So if you're human, they won't fuck with you. So what you're supposed to do is go through the woods singing and talking as loudly as you can. And if the bear comes at you, you're supposed to point the 44 Magnum at their heart, and you're supposed to talk really loud to the bear because it'll probably turn around. And it tells you, this is so stupid, it tells you in the U.S. Geological Survey handbook for bears to have something memorized that you're ready to say to the bear. So my friend Wheeler, who's a geologist, I have a lot of friends who are, and if you're a geologist listening, my favorite joke is Moe's hardness scale, but Moe of the Three Stooges and not Moe the geologist. So it's Moe's hardness scale, a finger 2, eye 4, but that's not important. If there's a geologist listening to your show, they think it's funny.
He's
Moe's
howling right
hardness scale, M-O-E. Anyway,
You got any specific gravity bits?
not many, but I'll work them up for next time. So Wheeler says to me, I have to memorize something to say to the bear. You have to have it memorized because people choke,
Yeah,
They've
it's hard to improv in front of a bear.
Yeah, it's hard to improv in front of the bear. Nixon buying dope on the subway. Go. And so you're supposed to hold the gun out. And I said, there's only one thing you say, Wheeler, and that's as the bear's coming at you, you hold the 44 and you go, I know what you're thinking, Bear. That I fire 5 shots or 6. Because to tell you the truth, in all the excitement, I've kind of lost track myself. But since I'm holding a 44 Magnum, most powerful handgun known to man, blow a bear's head clean off. You got to ask yourself, do you feel lucky? Well, Bear, do you? Isn't that what you're going to be? And in Alaska, that's what you're going to be doing.
That's it. And the bear would have to respond, I gots to know. I love how that guy goes, man, I gots to know.
do you think that when you talk about Carson, do you think that when Uri Geller, Uri Geller got kind of ruined, it seemed, on Carson?
He did, yeah, he did.
Do you think that was Carson kind of happily sabotaging it?
Oh, no. It's a beautiful, beautiful story. Uri Geller was big for a minute there, in the 70s. And they were pushing to get a booking on Carson. And Carson said, no. And then Uri Geller got big enough that Carson said yes. And Carson immediately called James Randi of the Randi Educational Foundation, JREF on the web, called Randi. And he said, Randi, this fuck Uri Geller's coming on. What do I do to make sure he can't scam anybody? And Randy gave him a list of things. And one of the things was, which I loved, Geller, I have to do all this probable stuff because Geller is very litigious, and I do not want to monkey with Geller. So let's be very careful. Allegedly, sometimes it's possible that Geller has a fellow named Shippy who allegedly, possibly, sometimes comes into shows that he's doing, allegedly, possibly, sometimes as like a maintenance guy or something, and he is there where he could possibly, if Uri Geller does not have real powers, possibly facilitate some of his what could be called possibly tricks. Okay. Wow. So Carson, so Randy says to him, make sure nobody gets on the lot that day. So Carson goes to security himself, and he makes badges with a Polaroid that are signed by Carson and says, on that day, anyone who gets in without this badge, you guys are all fired.
No, sir, I don't see your name on the list. No, sir, your name is not on the list.
And Carson says, I mean, if you let me on without this card, if you let me, Johnny Carson, on without this card, your ass is fired.
Wow.
No one's on this lot. So, allegedly, supposedly, from the story, which I didn't know directly firsthand, this particular asshole, who may or may not have been with Uri Geller, showed up like 6 times. Maintenance guy, sound guy, catering. He doesn't get on.
Holy shit.
Carson also says when Geller comes on, I want to keep the camera on you instead of on me, so no one can think you're doing anything tricky. But the best thing he does is Geller allegedly, possibly, could be doing switches for silverware in his pocket. Switches. So there was a young guy, I guess,
would if that was true, would Geller or someone doing that possibly want a camera on both of them to give them a half a second?
He wants very much for the camera. I mean, when we do any sort of chat show, Teller insists on a monitor that we can see so that when they do the shot over to Letterman, we just do all the dirty work. if you've got to do a dirty move, why not do it with nobody watching? Isn't that easier?
Yeah.
Brilliant. You practice it forever, and then you say something funny. Camera goes to Dave. Okay, we're done. You can move. You can pull a monkey out of your pants at that point. So yeah, you're watching that monitor and seeing the camera off you.
Fuck, is that funny?
So he finds this guy, and I was going to say young guy, but a guy my age, so in the 70s, young guy. I believe it was Paul Gertner, who's about 19 years old at that time. And Randy puts Carson in charge of him. And Carson and he was a monster magician, just one of these close-up finger flinger guys, young. And Carson hires him as a page at NBC and says, when Geller comes in, you're in charge of making sure he's happy. Make sure he's taken care of. He's got the whole page coat, the whole thing like that. But he's one of the greatest young magicians in the world who is within a foot of Geller all the time.
He's watching every move.
Right. And he's doing stuff like, let me take your jacket and we'll send it out and get it clean. Get those pockets all cleaned out. And Geller now needs to get, allegedly possibly to do this, needs to get rid of Gertner. So he's saying stuff like, could I get something to eat? And Gertner goes, sure, we have anybody. Any food here you want. And he goes, yeah, I'd like, can I just get some pizza? And Gertner gets on the phone. And Carson had already, because of Randy, set up like 3 guys to work for Gertner to run out and get anything. Just anything. So he's saying stuff like, I want sushi, but with a Pacific. And they just going boom, boom, sending people all over so Gertner never leaves.
Man, did Carson have a hard-on for this guy.
This is a great
Couldn't
story.
Geller have just said to him, could you leave the dressing room? I want to be alone?
Yes, he could.
Yeah.
And he would say no.
Oh, okay.
No, Mr. Carson wants to make sure you're taken care of the whole time. So you can watch this clip on YouTube because Carson does this. I mean, he almost sabotages his own show because Carson just kind of goes, go ahead, do something. And Geller's coat's clean. He's got nobody helping him. Now, it's possible he had real powers.
Of course.
Has real powers, and this negative energy is enough to fuck anybody up. I mean, that's the rationale.
And that is what he said, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. But nothing gets accomplished.
What didn't happen? There was I just remember vaguely it was something to do with cups of water. Or
Yeah. He was able to tell. Oh, thank you. You left out part of the. I left out part of the story. This is great. he would do this thing with like canisters, like film canisters, and one of them had water in it and 7 of them didn't, right? And you'd mix them up and he'd be able to divine. You know, I haven't got the trick exactly right with the numbers and stuff, but that's the idea. Divine water in a container. And the way some people who think he doesn't have powers think he might have done it is to simply be signaled, which is simply, you know, you put one of your guys in the audience, he sees stuff while you got your back turned. It's a simple to code anything from the audience. You look over and he's touching his baseball hat. It's, you know what I mean? You don't need to have too much special coding. Right. You know, you can really much hold up a fucking sign. It's for douchebag. But that guy's not there, right? And Carson mixes the things up. And you can see this on the recording. It's very, very funny. Johnny also says to him, and put the things on a really heavy table. Because you can find other appearances where I mean, if he didn't have power, which we know he says he does, and there's no reason to doubt him. Sure. He does bump into the table. And of course, a table, when it's jiggled, the heavier container won't move as much. And somebody who didn't have powers could figure it out the same way. Sure. Well, Carson puts these like containers on like a solid. It looks like a solid chunk of concrete. You know, like it's on. He's balanced them on top of the Washington Monument. You know what I mean? It just does not fucking move.
Building cornerstone.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And you can see him banging his fucking knee against this thing. And you know, and Carson's kind of, hope you don't hurt yourself there. But this is a solid table. And Carson keeps saying, which is the thing that's such a wonderful, beautiful thing, is Carson keeps saying, you know, we're taking all these precautions, Uri, because if you do these things on my show, no one will be able to doubt you. We're trying to help you here because a lot of stuff you've done has been sloppy, and this is being so careful, no one can turn against you if you do this. And he's out there, and Carson just lets him fucking die. I mean, Carson wouldn't let anybody die. I mean, if you're sucking out there, Carson takes over your spot and saves you. Yep. He'll throw you anything, softballs, boom. Carson would do what was necessary. Yeah. But Carson is just sitting there going, huh. So that would supposed to be bending now, huh? You know, and Carson's not even doing jokes. I mean, never mind, he's not even doing mean jokes. He's just doing nothing. Just like, okay, we'll give him 10 minutes of dead airtime to fuck up. So, yeah, that was the whole thing. And it was all Randy and, you know, surrounding with magicians. Just great, great stuff.
Penn, why didn't Uri just bail on his appearance at that point?
You know, I think...
knowing that he's going to fucking eat it.
Fake illness or say he's sick or something,
because he knows he's going to eat it.
I think the answer is hubris. You know, when these guys... Now, I won't talk about Uri Geller now, because, of course, I don't know. But people that claim psychic stuff... It's amazing the shit that they'll do that they can get away with. You know, they will, there's always the chance, and this is a really good trick they use, is spilling hot coffee in someone's lap. That's what they do to journalists all the time. So the guy goes, motherfucker! And then you do your little move, right?
Oh, wow.
Or they always have to piss, they always have to vomit, they always have to leave the room, and you can always get lucky. You know, and one thing that psychics do that magicians don't do is they're ready to get lucky. Now, if I've worked on a card trick, and I'm a magician, and I've worked on this really clever way to take the cards back and do a side peek, I'm going to hold the little break with my finger. And then when you give me the card back, I'm going to slide it, and I'm going to turn my hand, and I'm going to just barely see the index, you know. And I've worked on this slide peek in the mirror forever, and I've got it down perfect. And I'm doing the card trick for you. And I put the cards out, and you pick the card, and I'm ready to do my side peek. And you hold it up, and you're wearing glasses, and the reflection is perfect. And when you hold it up, I see the card in your glasses. Now, a magician does the side peek anyway. Fuck, I practiced it. I'm gonna do it. But a psychic will just take any opportunity you get. And it's amazing the opportunities you get. We did this bachelor party for Steven Spielberg. I don't know why you wouldn't want hookers, why you'd want Penn and Teller, but he wanted us to do a seance for him. We had done these seances years ago. And Spielberg wanted, this is back in the 90s, so flew us out from New York. And he had the guest list was Harrison Ford and Dustin Hoffman, and everybody was a superstar, like 12 people. And we had it was a very blasphemous seance. It was the real stuff that the seance people did with hailing Satan and all this stuff, really creepy stuff, all done with magic tricks. Which we said at the beginning, all this is going to be magic tricks. We're going to play it real. And we had this incredibly unpleasant trick that we did where we had all these pictures of atrocities, horrible, the most intense SM porn and war atrocities and all this stuff, like 20 of these pictures, right? And everybody was supposed to pick a picture that they had the strongest visceral reaction to. None of us are going to like these pictures, but the one you have the strongest visceral reaction to, you take it. So all 12 people, I guess it was like 50 pictures, all 12 people take one of the pictures, right? And and then we mix them up, right? And then one is chosen at random. And then we pull out some blood and stuff, and the blood coagulates and forms this thing that says Doot 14. The audience figures out over forever what it is, and they go to the Bible. They open the Bible, the Deuteronomy, and it's an exact description of how this woman is tortured in this porno. Right? Really creepy stuff. And so Teller and I have this move where they all pick their pictures, and then I'm to reach over when I'm doing it, and I cop the other picture, the hero picture, the picture that has to be picked. Okay? So they handed all their pictures. We've got 12. There's 13 there because I've thrown one in, right? And then Teller has this move that he has to do where he has to be dealing them out, and the person's going to say stop. I'm making it simpler than it is, but for understanding. And then he's going to do a slide on it and pull that out so that the one they're going to select is going to be the picture we need. And we've rehearsed this. It's hard. It's a two-person move. It involves social engineering. It's moving around.
Social engineering means you're talking and distracting too?
Yeah. And you kind of tell them to do this and tell them to do that, and you're handling them, and there's all this shit you got to do. And we worked on it forever, years ago, but we haven't done it in 10 years, 15 years. So we're sloppy. We've run through it, but, it's they've flown us out on the fucking private jet, and we're going to do the move, and this is the hardest move in the fucking whole thing, and we're kind of rusty, but the show's going well, but it's like 2 hours, and it's all only 12 people. It's one-on-one. It's this intense thing, and I got to come up and do this move, and I know we've practiced it and counted it and everything, and we turn the pictures over, and I give the introduction, we're going to pick one of these pictures, and Spielberg decides, to be a dick is too strong a term, but he's having a good time. He's playing with his friends. And before I can say we're each going to pick a picture, before I can say we're going to turn them face down to not embarrass anybody, before I can do like 3 minutes of my fucking setup, Spielberg reaches and grabs one of the pictures and says, I want to use this one, and holds it up over his head. Oh. An absolute nightmare. Because now I have to say, no, I want everybody to pick a picture, and then we'll narrow it down. Fuck, jive, shit. But I've got to do this. So now I'm flop sweating and going, now I have got to bully Spielberg into doing this, and then make it so he doesn't remember me bullying him, and I got to get all this stuff in. And Teller is across the table from me. So when he picks up the picture, Teller can see it, and I can't. And then he turns the picture toward me, and it's the hero picture. And I go, that's the one you want to use?
Yeah.
And, he's now cut out the hardest part of our whole trick. And he's made it so that the rest of his life, unless some asshole gave it up on the radio, the rest of his life, no matter, he can talk to Ricky Jay. He can talk to anybody that knows magic inside out, and they can never. You mean you picked it up, you held it up, he didn't tell you anything? That's correct. He didn't even say didn't touch it. Well, he must have touched it. You can't possibly get it. Just told you, and because I'm a professional, I just went with it. But because I'm not that much of a professional, I make eye contact with Teller and smile first.
Like, holy shit, what a stroke. Like, look at our luck.
If I were really a good magician, I would have just moved. And I did do all the right stuff. I said, you want to change your mind?
Right,
Come on,
right.
do you want to? Do you want to change your mind? And I try to push him and make it very clear I'm trying to push him to change his mind so that he won't. And he goes, "No, I'll keep this one." Well, do you want to mix it in with some other one? No, I'll keep this one. So at the end of it, it's an absolute miracle. So the reason you don't cancel that kind of stuff is you can still get lucky.
You don't know, right?
So if you're going to go out on Carson and he's going to be a complete hard-on to you and not give you a chance, and the table is cement, and Randy has talked to you, and your dressing room's been cleaned out, you've still got a chance of getting it by dumb luck. And if you get it by dumb luck, you are set forever. Because remember, the gamble that Randy's taking and that Carson is taking, and every time we bust one of these guys that we're taking, is that if it's a 1 in 10 chance, 1 out of 10 times they're going to get it. So you might as well try. I mean, if you...
Yeah.
If a guy comes up to you and says, "Oh, you're such a card magician. Here's my own deck. I've shuffled it. No one has touched it. You can't see it. What's the top card?" Well, you have two choices. One is you can go, "Well, I can't do that." And then you can do is go, "Jack of clubs."
With conviction, and you got a 52-1 shot of hitting it right.
And if you hit it, there is no way for the rest of all those people's lives you're anything but super down. And that's not a bad chance. You know,
you know what? Overall...
And it is, I was on, what show was I doing? I think it was Carson Daly. I was on there and got incredibly lucky again, where I was all ready to do this trick, and he just named a card out of nowhere that I happened to glimpse was the bottom card that was in his hand, and he was shuffling the cards, right? So he's shuffling the cards, and he flashes me the bottom card. So I see the bottom card. I happen to know what it is, and he's been shuffling himself, and he puts the deck down. And I'm going to do a whole different trick. I've got like 3 minutes planned. I got a trick planned. And I say to him, "So, name a card." And he says, 7 of diamonds. And I say, "I haven't touched that deck, have I?" He says, "No." I said, "Only you've shuffled it, is that right?" He says, "Yes." I go, "Turn the deck over." He goes, 7 of diamonds.
Total luck.
And other people are going like, and then he's just going, "I'm not in on this. I'm not in," because now all the heat's on him.
Right.
Because only he knows it's a great trick.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They would just, if I did it for you, they'd just go, "Fucking Anthony Lyon's ass off." Right.
He's a bullshit.
So he comes backstage and goes, "Listen, man, how did you do that?" I said, "I got lucky." He went, "Ha, ha, ha. How did you do that?" I went, "I got lucky."
Yeah, that wasn't even the trick.
"How did you do it? How did you do it?" I got, it's really, man, level with me. We're off the air now. I said, "I got lucky. You flashed me the bottom card. You happen to name it." What are the chances of that happening? About 1 in 52.
1 in 52.
So you came out, your balls are so fucking big, you came out without a trick, and you just hoped you'd get lucky. No, I came out with a trick, and when I was lucky, I changed the trick. Let's do a different trick then, because it's easy. So, that's why you wouldn't cancel.
You do a very cool one, too,
Holy
at the end of the live show, or it's in the middle or whatever, you and Teller, it's where you hand out books to everybody, and you guys guess what page they're on, or whatever.
It's a joke. It's a joke book. I know the punchline to the jokes they're doing.
It's a fucking great, but what do they have to give you information before you know what page they're on? I don't remember exactly. What is it the audience says to you? I don't.
Well, I'm operating on 2 levels here because I know what the trick is.
Right. But I have no idea. So
exactly. So I could remind you now of the trick incorrectly and make it a better trick. What happens is
brilliance, though, man.
It really is.
They bring a book from home. Never seen before.
Yes.
They open it to any page they want. They look at a whole sentence. They close the book up, burn it, and burn it right there in the theater. I say this only exists in your mind, and then I recite it back. No, none of that happens. We hand out joke books, and they go through and they pick a joke, and then through a series of questions, I ask them, I divine what joke it is. And I do that a couple times, and then there's a prediction on stage where the punchline to a joke that a person in the audience is going to pick.
Right, okay.
And we do it very, very much with a joke book because we just want to hammer it home that it's gag, joke, show business, And I love the idea that we're doing a better trick than the guys who are communicating with dead parents do,
Yeah.
but we're doing with a joke book. You know, how fat's your wife? Were you thinking about how fat your wife is? Yes, I was. Boom, you know, but yeah, that's a trick we do, and that's one of the ones I'm really proud of, because when we started doing magic, the old timers would tell us, you cannot do mentalism unless you lie to people and say that there are real powers, and you have to use real emotionally charged things. And I would say it's morally wrong in a light entertainment to talk about someone's mother dying. That's not right. You know, and, you know, guys would brag, you know, I did this thing with this guy, we're talking about that, and I'm able to bring up his mother's middle name and said she loved him so much, and the guy's crying. And they say that is with pride. Yeah. And I'm going, you fucking asshole. You know, this guy's got, all you've got when a loved one dies, all you've got is their memory. And the part about this talking to the dead stuff that's never discussed. I mean, everybody discusses, well, it gives them some comfort, you know, da-da-da-da. But my mom and my dad and my sister are dead. And I was very close to all of them and loved them. And the most valuable thing I have, and I guess I have to carve out my children, but it doesn't feel that way. It feels it's more important to me than my children, are my memories of my mom and dad.
Sure.
And then some prick comes out and says, you know, I'm talking to Valda Gillette. I have her in my mind here, and she says from beyond the grave, she's happy and healthy and she's with her cat and everything's fine. Whatever he says there is, even if it gives me comfort, has taken away some of the real memory of my mom. And that part is never, everybody talks about the money. I don't care how much fucking money they steal from people. I mean, that's a bad thing. But stealing $1,000 from me is nothing compared to stealing a memory of my mom.
With that said, did you ever go after John Edwards for what he does?
We did a whole thing in general, but once again, on two subjects, more probably, but I'll give credit for two. On two subjects, South Park absolutely ate our lunch. And we did a thing on Talking to the Dead, and we did the best job we could, and went after John Edwards and did what I thought was a funny and heartfelt and intense show. And then Trey and Matt came out and did their John Edwards South Park. And when people ask me about that, I go, watch the South Park. After you. I mean, ours is ours is really good.
Right.
Yeah.
But we were creamed by the South Park guys. And the other thing that got me on was I was having dinner with Trey, and I said to him, yeah, you know, we can't do Scientology. Showtime doesn't want us to do Scientology. They want us to stay away from Scientology. And Trey Parker, that prick, not only does the perfect Scientology show on South Park, but also says in every interview, you know, we did this because Penn and Teller couldn't. They said they weren't allowed to do it, so we went and did. So for Scientology and John Edwards, although I would love to be the guy on bullshit, I would love to be the guy that did all of these. We did some very good shows on bullshit. We didn't do any shows in our whole 8 years that were better than South Park's John Edwards show.
And with that, how does John Edwards do all that shit? Give that shit away.
You know, this is
the basics.
This is the hard part of it. There's a few things that work with psychic stuff, and the reason you always have to be careful, like when someone comes to me and says, I saw John Edwards, he did this, how did he do it? I have to be very careful because sometimes you don't know.
Okay.
And you're going to get he's going to get lucky. But essentially, if you're doing a TV show, you shoot 4 hours and air a half an hour. And that's really all you need to know. To put psychic stuff into perspective of a card trick, we've already talked about this. If I go out on the street and say, take this deck, shuffle it, look at one card, is it the 7 of diamonds? You say no. We go, okay. After an afternoon of shooting, someone says yes. I mean, that's the simplest way. Now, it's never done like that, but if you've got a 1 in 4 chance, you just shoot it that many times. So they do questionnaires beforehand to people before they go in. Who are you trying to get in touch with? Just fill this out on this piece of paper. Okay. Once you've written something, in any magic act, anywhere, once you've written something down on any piece of paper, assume that it's been published in the New York Times. The magician has it. And it used to be carbon paper, and now it's all radio fucking controlled. Anybody that gives you a clipboard, there's no time anyone uses a clipboard in the 21st century. No one uses a clipboard. When you go to a psychic show, it's nothing but clipboards because they know how to gimmick them. So you get this combination of stuff, and then you have to remember, if I say to you right now, I'm going to do a magic trick, I'm going to do a card trick, you tense up, you're watching me, you're very, very careful, you're a little guarded.
On guard, right.
Hold the card down like this. But if you are grieving over a dead loved one, and you are grasping for some hope, and someone comes in and says, I get the impression of an M. And you say, well, her name was Deborah, but we called her Mom, and we...
You don't want to debunk it.
And you'll give...
Right. You're giving them the benefit of the doubt.
It's amazing the people that have...
So they're giving it up for you.
Well, of course they do. And,
it's that hope. You just
have to be very careful to never, ever blame the victim. You can't say,
right.
You listen to these tapes, and if you're cold-hearted and don't think about it being the guy's mother dying, your first thing is to say, you told him everything he tells you back. You told him when she was born, where she was born, and then he just told it back to you.
Yeah.
How stupid can you get? It's not how stupid can you get, it's how much pain you can you be in, It's kind of like saying, that rapist is really good with women. Well, you're ignoring the gun. You know what I mean? That's an important part.
Well, I'm
going to
take issue with that. do you have you seen any that were impressive to you that you were like even though you know
did it well?
Or that actually confused you or made you go like, huh? Or have you never seen that?
There is the amazing thing about James Randi offers $1 million prize to anyone that does something supernatural under test conditions. It's $1 million. It's in escrow. It's covered. Some of the money is mine. You just get that. Also, if you do this thing once, you get you win a Nobel Prize pretty much.
Yeah.
You've changed all of physics, and there isn't anything that's even iffy anywhere.
Yeah.
There's not one situation where people go, but you understand that I'm saying something different than I understand how every trick was done.
Right, yeah.
Because I don't understand, because I know, you can have that situation where you've got 4 hours of tapes of a guy doing stuff, trick, bullshit, bullshit. And, you're bound to be right. The story that I've heard, and I can't substantiate this, but this is hearsay, but a funny story. John Edwards was playing Atlantic City. Because, if you really care about people's loved ones who passed away, you're going to be playing a casino in Atlantic City.
Of course.
That's all you need for the argument, right? That's all
really
you need.
is. Yeah.
He's playing a casino. Because, his stuff is as important emotionally as America's Horse with No Name. And he's in Atlantic City. And you all know Atlantic City. The audience and so on. So he gets up, and one of the things he does, and like I said, this is hearsay. I wasn't there. One of the things he does, he says, he's got an audience of 900 people. And he says, I'm getting the image of Greece. Does Greece mean something to people? And, there's a lot of Greek ancestry around Atlantic City. Pretty safe bet.
Yeah.
A woman raises her hand and says, my mother loved that musical. At which point John Edwards says, no, I meant the country.
Oh,
but, and then he covers and goes back to that. But yeah,
shit.
that's the kind of thing you can do. You can just, if you're opening your heart up, I can tear it apart.
Well, of course. We got Kathy from Long Island. She says, you're dead wrong, Penn.
Oh,
Kathy, go ahead.
Kathy's always good for something.
There's no doubt I'm dead wrong.
Kat-
About what?
Go ahead, Kathy.
John Edwards used to tape his show in Manhattan, and I had actually been to his show twice. I was never read. I do have a friend that was actually two friends that were read by him during the taping of his show. There were never clipboards. There were never questions beforehand. The only thing I think you had to sign was some form of like a waiver or something, like allowing your image on television. But he never asked questions beforehand, or nobody ever asked you anything. You went in, you sat. It was like a horseshoe kind of setting.
I know. Well, yeah, we all know the setting. Yeah.
Yeah, but never. There was never any pre-interview or pre-show
So,
questions.
so you believe he was communicating with the dead? That's the
Only, and I do. I've always been interested in that kind of thing, but I will say only because I know the people that he connected with.
Sure.
And know that there was no relationship.
Of course. Of course. Yeah, no, of course. And I would never question your friends certainly weren't lying. They certainly weren't set up. And I believe this completely to be sincere. All I would ask you is, if there was a loved one who had passed on, why do you think they would choose to go through John Edwards instead of directly to the person that they loved? Why would that be their choice? Because that's always been a mystery to me. I can't explain how the trick was done because I wasn't there, and even if I were there, they could have also got lucky. But just tell me that, because that, I'm a mama's boy. I was very close to my mom. Why would my mom choose to talk to a dipshit instead of me?
Well, I think because, for lack of sounding totally cheesy, it being a gift or something like that, I don't think a person could come directly through to me, per se.
That's right.
And get their point across, as opposed to someone that can visualize and vocalize it for me.
Yep. Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
When you went with your two friends, right? Yeah. You're sitting there before the show. It doesn't normally just start the second you sit down. It must have been a very quiet time. You three didn't talk about anything while you sat at your seats?
No.
Not a peep. Didn't say anything. And there's no chance that there could have been microphones in a television studio that could have picked up any discussion anyone said about who they might hope that they got in touch with?
No, because you know what? I can tell you that specifically in my situation, no. Obviously, I wouldn't know about other situations.
Right.
Because my girlfriend was very quiet about it because she was so afraid and leery of what she was going to hear. She did not.
What was she afraid of?
No, not afraid, but she wanted to be able to say that it was that if it happened for her, that it was legitimate. And there was no discussions of anything or anybody that we were hoping.
Penn's a lot nicer. Penn's a lot more diplomatic than I am. I'm going to say for the record, your friends stink. Those two dumbbells.
Why would you think that?
Because I don't believe that they talk to the fucking dead relatives.
John Edwards, in my opinion,
John Edwards
is a carny.
It's my opinion.
Hey.
In my opinion.
No. I'm just saying carnies are okay.
Yeah, don't shit on carnies like that.
I believe your friend are dumbbells.
That's okay.
Yeah. So you believe it went down like it went down?
Yeah, I do. Only because I was a witness to it, and they were both on the television show.
Yeah, but also...
Wait. Can I ask her, Penn, what did John Edwards say that got her and you convinced, like, holy crap, he's talking to her?
It was specifics about my girlfriend's sister's health situation.
Whoa. What were those specifics? What were those specifics?
I can't. I won't get into it on the radio. I wouldn't do that to her because.
But you got it on the television.
We don't know you.
Yeah.
That was her choice.
Well, you're not saying her name, Deb. We don't know her name. There's no connection to her. We don't have your last name. We don't know her name. So you're not breaking her anonymity or confidence at all because we don't know who she is.
But you do understand that people who die of something. So it's a very safe bet to go for an injury or to go for a disease or an illness. And you also know that there are tables of what people are most like to die on. And you also know when you're looking at someone, you get a reaction from them. If you talk to try an experiment for me, Deb. Just next time you're next to a stranger, like on a bus or a train or a plane. Instead of thinking when you're talking to that person about what you're going to say next, next, or how you want to present yourself, or what you're trying to do. Try to find out how much you can find out about that person just by listening, the way they handle themselves, the way they look, what their rings look like, what their jewelry look like. And you'll find out that if you pay attention to other people instead of yourself, this might be one of the only good things about this. If you're not thinking about what you're going to say next, and if you really watch people, they will give you a huge amount of information. And one of the things that the people do is every time this is burlesqued, people do a whole thing like, did they die of heart, cancer, brain? I see a leg injury. I see, but it's not ever done that grossly. But if you are talking to someone and I've watched hours of tapes of people in psychic readings, as I'm talking right now to you, and I look over. He's nodding. He's doing these big nods as I'm speaking.
Yes.
That's the way human beings talk to one another. And unless you're trained, and trained is important to not give up stuff, you do very much give up things just by people looking at you. I would also say, and this is the thing that is so hard to communicate to people. I don't know what you do for a living, but whatever you do for a living, while you were doing that and learning that and studying that, guys like me were studying how to trick people. And one of the things you get is very smart people, like doctors will come to you and say, they'll see our show and afterwards they'll go, I'm a smart guy and I watched that whole show and I couldn't figure it out. You must have had a plant in the audience because I couldn't figure it out. And I go, well, I'm not a smart guy, but I'm an okay guy, and I study stuff too. And yet, if you were in the middle of doing a vasectomy, I could not walk in and take over. And that 100 hours you spent learning to chop the exact right millimeter out of that cock. That's the amount of time I spent learning to find your freely selected card. And you have to remember that just because you can't figure it out does not mean it's supernatural. This goes to a lot of this. Unidentified flying objects, UFOs. There's a lot of stuff I can't identify, and that doesn't automatically mean it's from another planet and living.
Yeah.
So the fact that something happened for him to be able to tell you things that you can't figure out how he got the information doesn't necessarily mean that the only choice is that the dead were talking to him. It's possible there are other stuff. So all I'm saying is I don't know as an answer. You don't know does not automatically mean supernatural. And I will just say to you, and this is an important thing to remember, you do know for a fact that people lie. You do not know for a fact that the dead come back and talk to people. So if you have to choose which one that is, you might want to go with one you've had experience with and just leave open the possibility, one, that the soul of someone you loved very much chose to communicate with somebody in a studio in New York on TV, or also possible in the same list of possibilities, you were dealing with a lying sack of shit. I mean, just give me that.
Each his own, then, right?
Not to each. No. Exactly. Not to each his own.
No.
I will leave open the possibility that someone can communicate with the dead if I see evidence, but please leave open the door just a crack that someone might have lied to you in a very malicious and terrible way.
And why do they...
Just as a possibility. It's not because I want to believe one thing and you want to believe another, but let's together say that there are many things we don't understand, and we always have to factor in malicious love of money is one reason.
Kathy, as the dummy, I got to ask you this. Why does John Edwards talk in a vague way to get to the answer if he has this superpower?
Well,
he's very vague and then finally has the answer.
With my situation, it wasn't vague. Well, with my friend's situation, I should
Was
say.
was this aired?
Yeah.
And have you watched it since?
Probably probably not in a couple years. I mean, the
Yeah, why would you if you know someone
If someone's talking to the dead.
Yeah, I would watch it every fucking day.
Every day I'd be, oh my
Like,
fucking
holy
God.
shit, this is a miracle.
We spoke to the dead.
Why do you just throw it in with the rest of your
Right.
DVDs?
And I also,
I'll get to it eventually again. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
the time that
Beverly
someone
Hills
talked to
Cop
my
3
friend
is
from,
on. I
from the grave.
gotta watch that first.
Is that why?
Right,
Is that why
Jesus.
he's off? Like he was huge for a second, like on everywhere, and now he's kind of disappeared. Is because he's a scam? Because he was going to get caught?
No. He wasn't running away. But these things go in cycles. I think one of the things that hurt him, and when we were pitching bullshit, we pitched it 2 weeks after 9/11. So I was going into these places pitching a skeptical show after the biggest tragedy on American soil, and it was weird because although it was an appropriate show, because we should be skeptical of rabid believers, especially after we saw what rabid believers can do, the horror they can bring about, it still felt wrong. And I remember going into a few of these places and saying, I said, I'm not psychic. I have no powers. I don't believe in any of that. But I'm going to make a prediction. This is 2 weeks after 9/11. I'm going to make a prediction that is just from experience that you may not believe. I predict that within 6 months, John Edwards will announce a show where he is going to talk to the dead of 9/11.
Oh, my God.
And I said, when he announces that show, you people in this room, I was pitching this to the studio that had John Edwards, the network. I said, you are going to feel awful because you were part of this horror. And I'm going to sleep okay because I at least told you to try to tell the truth. And they all thought it was too intense. And I think it was like 4 months later.
Wow.
John Edwards announced that his next show was going to be talking to the dead of 9/11. He actually did. And I remember some of the people we did the pitch for called us up and went, holy fuck. And instantly, the whole country turned against John Edwards. And he pulled that show back. He never did it. He just announced it. And I think that was kind of sort of a slight turning point for John Edwards.
The beginning of the end there. Huh?
Well, I just think that there's a certain kind of proof that people aren't at a certain level believing it, that they're just kind of watching it and saying it's possible, and this happens to my friends, and it's kind
Trying
of
to figure
fun.
out how he's doing it.
And we're kind of having fun with it, and maybe it's making these people feel better. And then there's a line. Now, once again, if America really was stupid, like Hollywood thinks they are, and America really was believing John Edwards hook, line, and sinker, when he announced he was going to talk to the dead of 9/11, we would all be, woohoo, to be able to communicate with these people. That would be wonderful. And the fact that even people who watched the show thought it was in bad taste shows that some part of them, when they're watching this show, is going, I don't know.
I ain't
This is
buying
kinda
that
fun.
shit. Yeah.
Otto's been on hold for forever.
Oh,
Otto,
yeah,
I
he wants to say
apologize. Otto from Otto and George.
God damn! How you doing, Otto?
And we know you're a big fan,
Oh,
Pendulette, so
huge
we
fan.
wanted Otto to call in today. What's up, Otto?
Good morning, Blabbermouth.
Hi, Otto.
One of the things that I've since we have Otto, one of the thing when people do possessions and regressions and past life regressions, I've always thought that they were, as a friend of mine, Jamie Ian Swiss, a close-up magician, said, all these people are just ventriloquists, but not very good because their lips move. I would love to see you possessed by the spirit of George. And have George, you should do a whole act where George dies, comes back from the dead, and possesses your body and speaks with you.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm actually doing seances to talk to a dead relative. It's $100, and to talk to him while I drink a glass of water, it's $150. I gotta say, to see Penn and Teller at the Rio is an amazing experience, and they're so cool. They actually talk to all the fans after the show. They hang out and take pictures, which is very rare. It's an awesome night out for anybody who's in Vegas.
Just wanted to say
Well,
that.
thank you. Thank you so much.
I went to the show. I actually liked it a lot. I don't go to. I shouldn't say actually like I was surprised, but I mean, I'm not saying it like that. I enjoyed it very much.
I want to go so bad.
It was
man.
fun. It was a fun show.
Yeah.
Oh, it's fucking awesome.
I'm always at the Palms, and it's right across the street, and I never get to go. I want to go so bad. I went to the Titanic Museum.
You didn't have to choose to say that with me sitting right here.
What?
I was across the street. I didn't bother going. I went to see the Titanic Museum.
Yeah. I was trying to get you to go. No, come by. I'll hook you up. Don't worry about it.
Come on, come by. I'll hook you up. Don't worry about it.
Come across the street to my show with the Pantages.
What were you seeing instead, Bob? Aces High?
Aces High. Ace Rothstein.
Otto, what were you saying? I'm sorry, man. You got stepped on.
Yep.
I was just saying, every time I used to play at the Riviera, Penn would bring like 30 or more people to see me. Come like 2 nights in a row.
That's cool.
Awesome.
I met Penn and Teller very briefly as you guys were leaving an Otto and George show. I was out there with Dice, and we were off one night, and I went and saw you at one of the hotels. It might have been the Riv, and you guys were leaving, and I asked for a photo, and you both took it together and wanted no part of me.
Oh, yeah? You weren't in the fucking photo?
No, of course I was in the photo between them. It's a very rare get.
I saw the Bullet Catch show you guys did years ago.
We still do.
I guess it was
we still do the Bullet. We can't. We have to do the Bullet every show.
Yeah, it was like when you first started doing it in Boston. I think I saw it.
Yeah.
And it was just the whole show was amazing. I loved it.
Thanks so much.
Wait, we got to get him out.
Really? Fuck. That fast?
Why is Roland
Roland,
throwing
you
Penn out?
suck.
Why are you throwing Penn out?
5 minutes?
We have to plug the book, which, by the way,
We have to. I can't wait to read
I've
this
read
book.
50 pages of it, and it's fucking great, man. I mean, you're a great writer, and I had a bunch of stuff.
Great storyteller. You kidding me?
I loved. Let me say, I love the stuff on Siegfried and Roy. Where you go out, it sounds like you're going to be shitty to them, and then all of a sudden you just give this glowing, loving talk. It's very funny about what they are as superstars. I thought it was really touching.
You know, the thing about Siegfried and Roy that killed me, you know, when I first, you know, it's so easy to make fun of them, right? I mean, Siegfried and Roy were the easiest guys in the world to make fun of, but there was a sincerity, you know. You show up. We would go to these like charity functions, you know, and you got to show up to show
Is
you're
he
still
better?
in show
Is
business.
the guy who got attacked, did he get better?
Roy Horn.
Oh well, no, he got his head bit off by a fucking tiger. You don't get better. I mean,
Positive, I heard.
you know, it was. I mean, the night that happened, it was so. You know, Tell and I came off stage, and I had been. I'll just say, I was at Ringling Brothers Barn and Bailey, greatest show on earth. I was around these tigers and lions, and I terrified of them.
Oh, shit.
Terrified of them. Terrified of them. And I would like when there was anything going to be done with a tiger, I would like hide in the other room and close the door because you don't know. I mean, even if you have the tiger trained, you don't know if your tiger happens to be the Charlie Manson of tigers.
Right.
You know what I mean? Every living thing goes crazy. You know, what if the elephant you're on is Ted Bundyphant? You know, what if that's his particular mental illness? You don't know. I'm not an elephant shrink.
Or if he has Down syndrome.
So, you know, I would
Christ,
say
that was terrible.
I would say to Roy, you do the nuttiest thing in show. I mean, like the old time lion tamers. I mean, before our time, like Frank Buck, and in our time,
With the Indiana Jones hat and the whip, the chair.
Good to Gable Williams.
Yeah.
I'm training the beast, and he would do this thing that I thought was insane. And I talked to Roy about this all the time, which was you're doing something so dangerous and so impossible, and you're playing it off as no big deal. Oh, these are just, and no one else in show business does that. You know, they're always going, you know, he's an amazing guitarist. He plays an E chord. You know, no one's ever done this before. No one
I
ever
never
got this.
even realized that. Yeah, they took that element of danger out of it and made it look like they're friends with these cats.
Yeah.
They trained them to do all kinds of
the most abstract thing you could do. You know, the whole idea of we're not even going to play up the most important part of it. So when it happened, we get off stage, and Roy was attacked, and Tell and I rushed over to the hospital, and then this crazy thing happened. I mean, I'd always make jokes about Siegfried and Roy. I always trashed them. I always, contrasted our show with their show. It was all of this. But I also, they were a team, and they invented magic in Vegas. And kind of off my bluff was called because when I got there, Bernie, their manager, said to me, none of us want to talk to TV or radio, and we're all in the room with Roy, and we're all too broken up. Would you do all the press stuff for us? Jeez. So all of a sudden, I'm the one that had all the reports of the doctors and stuff, and CNN is calling, and I'm on there, and interviewers are going, didn't you make fun of Roy all the time? And it was just this real clear idea of what showbiz is. Yeah, I'm fucking with you. I'm making fun of you, but now we get real. And also because I have done things on stage that look dangerous, nothing that dangerous. Someone getting hurt is horrific no matter what. But this was really close. This was another Magic team where one guy was fucked up and their show was over.
That was it. And
so I was there for all night and all the next day and doing all this and watching this whole thing. But what amazed me about Siegfried and Roy was just the level of pure, honest, heartfelt show business. I mean, if Siegfried and Roy were still working, and I came on this show and did shit about them fucking tigers, and did stuff that was slightly gay type gags, and made fun of them and trashed them and did this whole thing. We could trash them for a half an hour, and I could bet my life that the next day on my voicemail would be a call from Siegfried going, I want to thank you. You were on the Opie Anthony show. Thank you for mentioning our name. Thank you for our kindness. Yeah. Absolutely. Every time and then I would show up, to do these charity things, red carpet stuff, and I show up in jeans and a fucking t-shirt, and I'm walking down the red carpet and they're taking pictures and you're waving. And then I walk up to Siegfried and Roy and they're wearing yak dressing gowns and tuxedos.
They were all about it.
And their makeup is perfect and their hair is perfect. And, at first you think, well, how fucking stupid and pretentious and da-da-da-da is that? And then I would just stand there going, now, which one of these people is doing their job? You know what I mean? How many people are going, I really want to see a guy walking down the red carpet looking like he's here to fix the toilet. That's what I want to see. I want to see a guy in jeans and T-shirt, so I really love them. And
you called them superstars, and you said it was superstars that made them seem like it. That was a great chapter.
Oh, thanks.
And there's also a great chapter on, and I know he's leaving, but about very religious Jews who have had experiences with you where they're kind of questioning God, and it's a really fucking great book. What I've read.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I can't wait to read it. Penn, you're always a great guest.
You know what you can do right now?
Penn
to be a great
Twitter?
host?
Yep.
You can actually read the title of the book.
God, no. God, no. Signs you may already be an atheist and other magical tales. I think a lot of people are going to pick this book up, man.
Or download it at least. Download, because a lot of bookstores are closing, so if you can't get in a bookstore, just grab it on
We
your
only mentioned the
Kindle,
book
your iPad.
once?
That's all you said the title.
That's not good. That's not going to help. This was a waste of time on your part, but not ours. We got a lot of great radio out of you today.
I tried when
we
Penn
tried,
came
but
in,
you were talking
everybody-
the whole time, Penn. Maybe
sorry,
you should have mentioned your own book once or
book.
twice.
I'm on Twitter, Penn Jillette, PENNJILLETTE. Remember, it's a J on Gillette. And my book is called God Knows, Signs You May Already Be an Atheist, and Other Magical Tales.
Looks like a great
Bullshit
book.
coming back?
And
Bullshit's not coming back. We're moving over to the Disco Channel, which the Disco Channel is not like us calling it the Disco Channel. They want us to call it the Discovery Channel. Isn't it time Discovery became Disco? We got a show coming out called Penn and Teller Tell a Lie that'll be out in October.
Oh, great. That's one of my favorite
Yeah,
shows of all
absolutely.
time.
I know.
All time.
And we'll mention the book a few more times
Yes.
after you leave there, Penn.
I'm sure you will.
We certainly will.
I
You're a
will.
friend of the show,
Damn it.
bro.
I like talking to you guys. I get carried away. It's not. I don't just come in here to pimp and
We
hawk.
love
Fuck
it.
no,
It's
you give us some great
fantastic,
shit.
man. It really is.
All right, Penn
Insightful.
Jillette, everyone.
I gotta
Thanks,
go,
man.
you just go from one room
Oh, yeah,
to another
one
here.
to another.
And they start out here, make me really happy. Now go talk to some dipshits. Goodbye.
And Otto says bye. He's still on the phone. Thanks, Otto.
Good luck, everybody.
All right.
All right, buddy.
And
See you
Penn
soon.
Jillette, and we'll take a break,
Wow.
and we'll finish next.
All right, ready? I'm hanging on the show with my friend Ant and Greg. We all of a sudden start to eat eggs. We put them down and talk into the mic. Cause you know we don't like to fuck the dice. We like pussy and it's gotta be juicy. Don't laugh at me, Anthony, while I'm on the mic. You might not know how to fuck a dyke. I'll say it twice. You don't give a shit. Opie has a smile that makes you go wow. Anthony has hair that makes you go he. Opie has a smile that makes you go wow. Anthony has a cock that makes me go do. Fuck you. You know, and that dog you had is a fucking mutt. Opie had the right moves because the steak was on the floor and its potatoes weren't there no more. So he killed that motherfucker rough. But you know what? It wasn't that guff. Look it up in the dictionary if you don't know what I mean, because I don't have time to show you the team of the A, the Rampage Jackson. You know I'm a fraction of what I should have been a long time ago. But I'll keep rapping. You don't hate this. You don't even know. I'll throw it in right in the middle. I'm so fucking wow. I eat Skittles. Ah, yeah! Opie has a smile that makes you go wow. Anthony has hair that makes you go he. Opie has a smile that makes you go wow. Anthony has a cock that makes me go do. I'm not done. Fuck that. I'll make it Jack. And then I'll look back on the guy with the heart attack that saw Sasquatch in the woods. All of a sudden, he has the word "coulds" in his fucking mouth because he had a gun made of a stick. All of a sudden, you had to pick. Did you know him? Did you know her? Or did you like it? White girls like me. Black girls like me. Girls adore me. Even the ones that even saw me know I even rhyme at a fucking show. Why? I don't know. I'll steal a fucking rap from a hoe. I don't give a shit. I'll move on. Push another button. I'll flow with it. You don't even got no fucking show without it. Yo, I'm Bob Kelly. I'm a rapping genius. Opie has a smile that makes you go wow. Anthony has hair that makes you go he. Opie has a smile that makes you go wow. Anthony has a cock that makes me go do.
Sirius XM. The Opie and Anthony Show.
Want to thank Penn Jillette once again for coming by the show. It's Penn Jillette on Twitter, and I'm going to do this because he doesn't believe we were going to do this. His new book is called God No, Signs You May Already Be an Atheist and Other Magical Tales. Jimmy's halfway through the book. He absolutely loves it.
Yeah.
And I can't fucking wait to read this one.
Penn's great, man, to just sit and listen to. He's so fucking insightful with shit and just has such a great way of putting things like, God damn, that's exactly what I was thinking, but had no way how to actually present it to people.
He's logical.
Yeah.
Very logical in how he handles things, you know?
Yeah, I'm a huge fan. I just sit there and just listen to him.
Yeah.
I wanted to talk so bad, but I had nothing to say.
What kind of person does it take, if it's true, by the way, because I just learned from Penn Jillette, you got to be careful with this shit, that John Edwards was actually pitching a show where he was going to talk to people that died in 9/11.
He's marvelous, John Edwards.
What kind of a fucking person does that fucking take? How do you sleep at night?
I know. Well,
if that's the case, because
Oh, he's magical, that man. I wouldn't want to tinker with him. He talks to the dead. He frightens me.
And it just
I have enough
makes-
trouble with live people. What is that? Is that a new character?
Don't know Helen? Why did you ask?
Helen. Oh, that was
Don't
almost
ask.
like Helen.
Yeah,
I like when Penn hits on something and goes, that's all you need to know.
Right.
Like,
Right.
he's got 20 more layers of how to explain something.
Sure.
But there's something so simple like, and he's in Atlantic City.
Right.
He goes, that's all you need to fucking know. Or the woman that, like, didn't watch the fucking tape of their talking to the dead.
Why wouldn't you watch
It's like
that every day?
Every day you'd be going, this is the day we spoke to the dead.
I don't even care if I know it word for word. I would still have to
Yes.
watch it every day because it's just the most amazing thing that's ever happened in your life.
Miracle.
And really quickly, because he brought up the Johnny Carson thing, and you know more about Johnny Carson than me.
The Carson.
Did you see the Uri Geller thing he described?
Yeah, I saw clips of it.
And what he just completely bombed?
Yeah, yeah.
Get on.
His excuse was that he was feeling ill. He was tired. There wasn't the right vibe. Like he had some kind of weird.
And maybe that's the way. Maybe that's the truth.
thing.
Who knows?
Well, that was the excuse he used on the air.
Yeah, maybe that's
So
real.
maybe that is true if he does indeed possess such magical power.
I don't know if he does or not.
Because everyone wants to see this now. So,
Yes. No, I remember when that happened. I was there. I was helping out.
No, you weren't. I almost don't believe in his beard. Wait a minute.
Where's the Carson clip?
It's
on here. Okay. Oh yeah. Can you turn it this way, Sam?
And also,
before
I
kiss
got
you?
Chris in Rhode Island before we get out of here.
Johnny's smoking. God, the fucking 70s.
Wait,
on
Johnny's
TV.
actually smoking as he's hosting the show?
Oh, I think
Johnny's
I'm
smoking. He's
attractive.
got his cup of coffee. It's probably got vodka in it.
Orange jacket. All right.
Holy shit!
Why
Why
a
does
chick blowing him during the show under the desk?
It didn't matter.
Dude, everyone is trying to be the next, late night talk show host. Fucking go old school and say fuck it and just start
Totally.
smoking.
Smoke,
Absolutely.
drinking.
People will talk about you.
Wear
like, holy
wide
shit.
lapel jackets.
Yeah. Call yourself. All right.
You get it.
I stopped. Yeah.
Would you welcome, please, Uri Geller?
Now that Penn explained this whole thing, it's going to be fascinating.
Yeah.
Would you welcome?
It's
Johnny
good hair.
had been a magician himself and was skeptical. I was asked to help prevent any trickery.
Nice to see you.
Thanks.
We have only met.
This scares me.
This scares you? Well, this is we just got some things together here.
I told them to provide their own props and not to let Geller or his people anywhere near them.
Also, one of our staff members did some drawings which have been sealed in an envelope, and I'd like you to take your own pace when you feel like you want to try anything.
Right.
Do you want to try that particular experiment first?
When I'll feel for it.
When
Okay?
you Sure.
Oof.
We'll start eliminating the ones that do not have the water.
All right, without touching them.
He's waving his hand over them.
Without touching
I'm
them.
having a hard time with you.
I don't mean to be, Uri. I really
No,
don't.
just keep looking. Okay, let me rest a little, all right?
All right.
Oh.
You know, I'm surprised because before this program, your producer came and he read me at least 40 questions you're going to ask me.
Well, I can ask you all kinds of questions if you'd like. If you'd like me to ask
No,
you
I
questions.
have to have time. And,
Wow. Is he bombing?
Wait, this is more to come for Carson. Oh, he's back
Doc,
smoking.
you're back. Your Uri was telling me you don't feel what, strong tonight?
I don't
Is that?
feel strong. It's not all tonight. Right now, I'm feeling being pressed, and then I can't.
Well, I'm not
can't
trying to
like-
press you. I really not.
No, you're only telling me, well, will you try that or that?
Well, I thought that was the idea.
Wow. I thought that was the
I'm not
idea.
going to put you down.
Much to my surprise, the Tonight Show episode didn't have much effect on Uri Geller's career.
Huh.
Neither did the book that I wrote about him. But eventually, his star faded. Why people are so drawn to the irrational is something that has always puzzled me.
James Randi.
I want to be, if I can, as sure of the world, the real world around me, as is possible. Now, you can only attain that to a certain degree, but I want the greatest degree of control. I've never involved myself in narcotics of any kind. I don't smoke. I don't drink because
What do
that
you
can
do?
easily just fuzz the edges of my
I was gonna say
rationality,
that.
fuzz the edges of my reasoning powers, and I want to be as aware as I possibly can.
We're all in our
That means
40s.
giving up
I
a lot
know.
of
It's
fantasies that
terrible.
might be comforting in some way.
Well, it goes on and on.
Yeah.
It's a very
Yeah,
long
the
clip. but
Carson clip is great, though.
I just-
he just is. Johnny actually lays his chin on his desk, and he's looking at him like, "Yeah, go ahead, show me something, asshole. Go ahead."
It's so uncomfortable.
he had a hard on for him.
So
I have a
uncomfortable.
hard time watching that. Even if the guy's a douche, you're like, turn
He's
it
on the
off.
Tonight Show.
Just turn it off.
Carson's Tonight Show. bombing.
Yeah.
Only 3
Bombing.
channels back
Only
then.
3 fucking
Everybody's
channels.
watching, Bobby.
Everyone watched Carson back
Yeah,
then.
you actually had to get up and turn the channel so nobody did.
Whoa.
How many million do you think that was?
Oh,
back then.
Take the country, divide it in 3.
That's pretty much it. Right? No cell phones,
Damn,
no
man.
internet,
Dude, they
nothing.
had no way to distract themselves.
Nothing.
Get in here, he's on!
Right.
Because if you didn't see it then, you were never seeing it again.
That's why, what's his name goes, surprisingly, it didn't affect his career.
Yeah.
That's
Because you
odd.
bomb on Johnny Carson, that usually is the end of
There was no pausing it. You know, hurry up, the commercials are over.
Right.
You can boo the Negroes out the window later, he's on.
So when I bombed on Carson Daly.
You didn't bomb on Carson
Oh,
Daly.
I fucking
I
did.
know you
Let me
did.
tell you something. we were watching it at the Cellar, and they don't have the
Yes.
sound on, so I was like, thank God they don't play the sound at the Cellar.
But-
And then the stupid closed caption guy wrote on my first joke, light laughter.
Light laughter.
Even the guy watching
Smattering.
it.
Yeah.
What a douchebag.
Yeah.
That's funny.
That was very funny.
Just
I
right,
remember that.
just
Hey.
right laughter, you
Yeah, you
fucking
prick.
idiot.
Bobby's coming back tomorrow because, we had a great start with you, and then we moved into Penn Jillette. So Bobby's coming back
Penn's a
tomorrow.
great guest,
Oh,
man.
he's
He really
unbelievable.
is a great guest. We don't get him often, so, man, you get him
But
in
so
here
is
and
Bobby.
let him go.
So is our Bobby.
Bobby. What are you promoting, Bobby?
This Thursday.
I'm going to be... Oh,
Oh, sorry.
No.
This no, you go, Jim. This Thursday, I'm going to be at Bridge Street live in Connecticut.
Nice.
With Gary Gulman. Me and him are doing a small theater out there Thursday
What are you,
night.
standing over the water or something?
I hate Chip. August 18th
Bridge
at
Street.
8 o'clock, 860-693-9762 for tickets this Thursday. Me and Gary Gulman. It's the Angel and Devil show.
Oh. Who's the devil?
I am.
Of course. I'm bald. What are you playing, baseball and hockey and something?
Edgy. Ugh. Fucking. What was that word you said?
Down syndrome elephant or something? Because it was a play on there. He had said something about like a Manson elephant or something.
Yes.
Physically made me ill.
As it should have.
It just was the fucking worst.
I'll be in Utah this Friday, Saturday, and I'm on Red Eye tonight on Fox.
Nice.
Doing Red Eye
Utah
tonight.
Wise Guys, the big room,
The
Wise
comedy
Guys, yeah,
shindig.
yeah.
In Utah, I've never been there. I've gotten a lot of emails
Unbelievable.
requesting I come there, so I'm going there. So I hope that people come out.
They are coming, dude. A lot of people are going to your show. That came to my show. You're gonna have a blast. It's a fucking great city. You're gonna have a good time.
Utah, what am I going to be, Mormon or something?
No Mormons go to the shows. Ugh. Check out my podcast. Came out today.
Oh, yeah.
It's
How
out
did
today.
they do that?
Go to gloryholeradio.com. And my podcast, Jim Florentine's podcast, is up there too.
Podcast?
Podcast.
Yeah, what's a podcast?
It's a tith.
My brother, who's knows a little bit about geology, says that geology joke was really funny. I had no idea. He goes, dude, that's a funny fucking joke if you know geology. So,
Stop touching me.
did you understand that at all?
geology joke.
From Penn Jillette?
No, I assumed what it was.
Right. But where was the
a
funny
type
in
of-
it then?
Yeah, geology.
What was the joke?
I don't even know.
I got it, of course.
I couldn't
You
even
didn't
paraphrase what he said.
I just smiled during it like I got
like
it.
I was following.
yeah,
That's
I know.
geology joke. Eh,
You might as well
hilarious.
have been talking Chinese at that point. I had no idea where I was.
And my geology friend.
Yeah, let's end the show with Tony Sunshine. You
Hey.
might ask, who the fuck is Tony Sunshine?
Hey, I was talking to Tony Sunshine.
He's pretty bright.
He did this for the show.
For the show.
Another song about the good boy phone and the naughty boy
Oh.
phone.
Which my manager just says wrong now. Good wife phone, not a wife phone.
It's not. That's not right.
No, he's so obsessed.
That's the proper way to do it.
This is what Tony Sunshine did with Jim Norton's little song. Bobby, we'll see you tomorrow.
Bobby.
Him got the good boy phone and him not the boy phone. Him not the boy phone and him good boy phone. Him good boy phone and him not the boy phone. Him not the boy phone and him good boy phone. Little Yimmy got him good boy phone so he can book a gig with Jay Leno. And little Yimmy got him not the boy phone so he can call a tranny when he's edging all alone. And Anthony has got him good boy phone so he can get to coffin Kenny early in the morning. Anthony him got his natty boy phone. You never know, Casey Anthony could try to call him a good boy phone. And him natty boy phone, natty boy phone. And him good boy phone, and good boy phone. And I'm natty boy phone, natty boy phone. And I'm good boy phone. Anthony him got them naughty boy phone. Little Yimin got them naughty boy phone. Opie Hughes only got one phone. Him the only one naughty creep on the show. It's a good boy phone and a naughty boy phone. Naughty boy phone and a good boy phone. Naughty boy phone and them good boy phone. Him good boy phone in him naughty boy phone.
The Virus. Sirius XM.
Hey, hey, hey!
And now, the Opie and Anthony Show continues. This is After O&A Live. Here's your host, Sam Roberts.
You know it. Woo, woo, woo. It's After Opie and Anthony Live. I'm Sam Roberts. They got out of here. I mean, Opie did talk to management for a little bit. I saw him. He talked to management a little bit before he was able to get out of here, but he got some things off his chest. Not a hostile meeting at all. And could be productive, so I don't see any problem with that. But they're gone. Opie, Anthony, Jim. We're all still here.
Jim will be back.
Jim will be back here?
Mm-hmm.
Today?
Yeah.
Why?
Jeff Bridges.
Oh, Jeff Bridges is coming in later?
Yeah.
That's a big star.
Performing.
Performing what? He's an actor.
That'll be his new country CD. Yeah.
Oh, so that's why he's coming in here.
Yeah, performing. Yeah.
He's got to promote his music. Well, I mean, still, Jeff Bridges coming in here is a huge get for Sirius. I mean, that's pretty amazing. You didn't have anything to do with that, did you?
No.
Not this time.
He doesn't wake up early.
But can you talk about your big one that you have coming in tomorrow?
Which one?
The big one that we have tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, I think the plan is for O&A to go a little later tomorrow, which I'm sure all of you are really upset that it's going to run into an hour after Opie and Anthony live time. I know we'll all have to get over it together. But yeah, Ron and Fez intern over there with the things on his arms. We've talked to him before. What's your name again? You could just yell or say
Spanky Frank.
Spanky Frank. Yeah, Spanky Frank is a little upset about it. But we'll all get over it together because Joel McHale tomorrow, live in studio on the Opie and Anthony Show. Jim and me got to talk to him at Comic-Con, and even then, we didn't even ask him about it. He specifically mentioned that he was excited about finally coming back to the show. Look, the guy's been a little busy lately, hasn't he, Roland?
He's been real busy.
I mean, and now he's doing Spy Kids 4.
Yes.
Which that reminds me, because we talked about it at the beginning of the show. Why did you get Opie and Jim to go see that movie? You're laughing now, Roland.
No, it just...
Opie and Jim went to see... What was the movie called?
What's Your Number? Comes out September 30th.
Okay, so the movie is What's Your Number? And I know I've seen the trailer before. I saw it, if you go to movies, you've seen it. And if not, look it up on YouTube. It's just the typical chick flick romantic comedy where some girl is trying to find she won't have sex with another man until it's the man of her dreams.
Well, actually, you're wrong. It's the Cosmo Quiz where each girl has like a certain number of people they sleep with,
and then she ends up.
Yeah, if you sleep with more than 20, you'll be single for life.
And then it's her friend or her neighbor who lives across the hall who
Chris
sleeps
Evans.
around a lot, who's helping her find her ex-boyfriends to talk to and helping her through this as a friend,
helping her to find her 20.
And obviously, they get together in the end.
I don't know.
And they get married and everything. They stop each other's whorishness, but. Why on earth Joel McHale is in this movie for apparently I haven't seen it, but apparently 5 minutes.
That is a blatant lie.
How many?
6.5.
6.5 minutes. And your pitch was, hey, Joel McHale's coming in to talk about Spy Kids 4. That's the family movie, but he's also doing this movie. You guys should come see it. Making Opie and Jim think that this had anything to do with what Joel McHale was doing here tomorrow. It seems to me like you were going to see a chick flick and wanted some company.
No, I love seeing a chick flick. It was a private screening room.
But why did you get... I understand why you went, because you like the movies.
Yeah.
Why did you trick Opie and Jim to
I didn't trick them. I said, this is a movie. I really...
Wait. Eric, did you just hear Roland's quote? He said, Roland... this should be isolated somewhere. Roland just said, I didn't trick him. I said, this is a movie. Yes. There is no debate. Eric, was there a debate as to whether or not it was a movie?
Movie, no. As for who was starring in the movie, yes.
Yes, that was the debate, Roland, as to whether or not it was at all necessary for them to see this.
Well, I mean, I literally the movie company told me, "Hey, Joel McHale's in it." I saw him in the trailer. His name is like second name in the movie. I didn't realize he's only in it for that short of time.
So
I figured at least half the movie he'll be in it.
Did the movie studio trick you into getting the guys to go, or did you just realize I'm going to see a rom-com? I'd like to have my pals Opie and Jim with me.
Well, Jimmy did Chip throughout the whole entire movie.
Well, why would you bring Jim to that movie?
Well, I invited everybody, because I always invite everybody, and he goes, "I'll go." I'm like, all right.
Because he probably thought that it had at least a tiny bit to do with what we were going to be talking about.
Well, we can mention the movie.
Joel McHale. Yeah, we can, but why would we? He's only in it for 6.5 minutes.
Yeah, well, I didn't realize that until when he disappeared, and Chip goes, and Chip went, "Hey, where did you go? Where did you go?"
That's your Chip?
Yeah, that's my Chip.
I love it.
So, because she was having sex, and he goes, "I hope she's wearing protection or something."
I love your Chip Chipperson. Eric, you're a big fan of Chip. You just hear Roland's Chip?
I heard it.
Who do you think is better,
It
Chip
is
or
dead
Roland?
on.
Yeah, it is. You can't tell the difference.
Your yellow shirt looks like you're the sun.
Or something, right?
Or something.
So,
yeah, but I enjoyed it, and
But when-
Jimmy unfortunately had an emergency meeting, had to leave the movie halfway through.
a jerk-off meeting. He had to go home and masturbate.
Yeah, well, he left it at the
Bless
end,
you.
going.
So, when did you realize that Joel McHale was not coming back on that movie screen?
When she says, "I'm done with you," I was like, "Oh no,
Oh no, what have I done?
I was like, "Well, maybe he'll come back and fight for her."
And tell me this:
He didn't.
Were you more worried that you were
Yeah.
going to get a thrashing, or
Yes.
were you happy that you were proven right today because Anthony said he likes Bridesmaids?
As everything here, once you have a right, a wrong always appears.
Right, because the last thing they want to do is give you credit for anything.
You go, "Hey Sam, that's a great pick," but oh yeah, remember that other thing, dick in the ass.
Dick in the ass.
Yeah, no, this one I was cringing when I was watching the movie just because I could feel them going.
Patented Roland dick in the ass.
Yeah, and I heard Opie go.
Or did you watch the trailer? You had to know they weren't going to like it.
Well, I love rom-coms, so I thought, you know what? If Joel's in it through the movie, it'll be funny.
Okay.
And then once she said, "I want to see you again," I was like, "Oh no."
Well, speaking of Chip, we should play this again. Derek put this together. Chip Chipperson had some phone sex. Right after we play this, I heard a commercial when O&A went to break. I heard a spot announcing our next contest, which I was fairly unaware of, and I know hasn't been brought up on the air yet. So, and I just got copy for it.
Is it a Troy anger management contest?
No. But I have some questions about this. It's a little disturbing. This is Chip Chipperson, though. Roland was just talking about him. What does Chip sound like, Roland, so the people know?
He sounds...
No joke or anything? Like, what would Chip say about, like, my hair?
What's your hair? Something? Did you put your finger in the light socket?
What is the...
I don't know.
You don't know. You hear... I'm not sure if it's where the blockage is with you. If you hear things differently than the rest of us, or
That
if
is correct.
or if things sound right in your head and they come out of your mouth differently than you expect.
I'm gonna say both.
There's a lot of mystery going on with Roland. But speaking of Chip, Derek put together a little song of Chip having some phone sex.
You're gonna make Gary happy or something. Play clips.
It's the sensual side of Chip Chipperson here on After Opie and Anthony Live. Check this out.
What's up, baby? You want to get some dirty talk going? Yeah, that's it. I'm gonna give some cyber sex. I'm good. I'm gonna lay you back or something, and I'm gonna lick all the way down your neck like this. I'm gonna take my tongue and just go like. I'm gonna clean out your ears or something and get wax on my tongue and then lick all the way down your neck. Oh, that's a nice dark nipple. I wouldn't mind getting some milk out of that. And then I'm gonna get my tongue and I'm gonna start flicking it all over your nipples so much that you start coming. You're gonna come so much that your shoes are gonna make sloshy noises. I'm gonna get down there and just start licking your fucking cooter really good. I'll open up your cooter. I got like long nails on my middle fingers, so I'll dig my nails into your cooter lips and I'll open them up and I'll just go like, and I'll get in there until you come so many times or whatever. I'll stick it right in you too. I'll climb right up on you like you're a building or something. I'm gonna climb on like you're a tree or something and just cram my oats in you. Someone put a finger in my ass.
He's got a way with words, that Chip Chipperson. And if you want more from Chip, you can see some of his Comic-Con adventures. He was interviewing people at San Diego Comic-Con this year. That's at youtube.com/ChipTV show. That's where you can get Chip at TV. But my problem, and Eric, you were in there when the spots were playing, I think. Am I right? Are we doing the Bobo dating game?
That apparently seems to be happening. I have the spot if you want to hear it.
Yeah, let me hear the spot, because when it plays sometimes during the commercials, sometimes people kind of mentally tune out or they turn the volume down. Yeah, explain to me what this is.
All right, here it is.
Hi ladies, Bobo here.
It's the dating game with an Opie and Anthony twist.
As you all know, I'm single. That means good news. So sign up today and you could win a date with me and $1,000 cash.
The Opie and Anthony Show is looking for female contestants to participate in our very own dating game. If you've got the guts, send a current photo and short paragraph on why you might be Bobo's dream date to OpieAnthony at SiriusXM.com. Get closer with triple-tested quality Trojan bearskin condoms. Trojan, America's #1 most trusted condom brand. For official rules and details, visit SiriusXM.com/thevirus.
Oh my God, we're really doing it.
It's almost like a hooker. You're paying the people to take
It's
them
not
out.
at all like a hooker. There's no sex involved. It's just that you just go out with Bobo. Bobo's not going to get any action out of this, Roland. You and I both know that nobody that goes on a date with Bobo is going to want to give anything to him.
That's true.
You know what I mean? Like, it's going to take a lot more than this. But yeah, apparently, you girls, I should sign Jess up for this. Eric, do you know if Jess is eligible, or is that out of your department?
I think we could bend the rules if we want to put her in there.
We could get Jess in here, right?
Yeah.
I mean, look, the Robert Spencer
You're
household.
technically not family. You know, you're not married, so she can participate.
The Roberts household could use the cash.
Yeah, you buy like a nicer TV.
She doesn't work here. You're not related. I think you're good.
Matter of fact, let's see if is Travis around, because I need some clarification on the rules.
Maybe Rob Cross.
All the rules are at SiriusXM.com/thevirus. That's SiriusXM.com/thevirus. If you want to, submit an application, you have to send an email and write a little paragraph about why you want to date Bobo. I'm assuming for most of you ladies that the key here would be the $1,000 that you'll win, and I'm assuming you don't have to spend that on the date, but I thought Bobo was banned from the show.
Or why don't they just write 3 words, $1,000, send?
What happened to Bobo being banned? I thought he was totally off the show forever. I mean, Opie told me he didn't want him on the after show. He didn't want to have him on this show. Then Bobo started sending angry Twitters out.
Did you see he deleted it?
He deleted his angry Twitters? Yeah. Oh, my God. He can't spell a tweet, but he can figure out how to delete one. Apparently. So some chick wins $1,000 and a date with Bobo.
That's right. Dream come true.
Who's paying for the date?
That's what I was going to say. This $1,000, that's not the date budget.
No.
So
as far as I know,
we're paying, the company is paying for the date.
I think Trojan is, yeah.
Okay, whatever it is.
Trojan is sponsoring the contest.
Okay, well, I mean, look, I got to tell you something. Trojan is being a big team player in this.
I agree.
And by the way, their products are fantastic.
Troy uses them all the time.
You won't end up with a Bobo if you use a Trojan. And
that should be their new slug line.
And I think that's the purpose of this contest, that, if you would use Trojan, you wouldn't end up with Bobo. So they're going to send in an email to Opie and Anthony at SiriusXM.com.
Yes.
They have to send a photo and a paragraph.
Yeah, we need a recent photo.
Mm-hmm. Now,
if you go to the website, if you go to SiriusXM.com/thevirus, all the rules are up there. And I encourage all the girls to read those rules, because there are specific things that we need from them.
Like if they don't abide by the rules, they're going to get disqualified and not be told they're disqualified. So if you want to win, just read the rules.
Yeah, it's really easy. It takes 2 minutes.
So you need a photo,
full photo.
Now, is that part of the judging criteria?
Yes.
Okay. And because who's judging?
We are.
Oh, the whole staff gets to judge. Okay. and a quick paragraph of 500 words or less telling the show a few things about yourself and why you deserve a date with Bobo. And we want something heartfelt, right?
That's important, yeah.
Like, you want something that really, don't half-ass this, something that, like, puts forth, why you like Bobo, why you want to date with him so bad. Because you don't just want gold diggers, do we?
No, we want someone who really likes Bobo for who he is.
We want somebody that's going to be like, the prize here is the date with Bobo.
Yeah,
right.
$1,000, that's, that's an afterthought.
Okay, next month we are actually going to play the Bobo dating game.
Yeah, if you're entering this contest, the we're going to choose 3 finalists.
Mm-hmm.
The 3 finalists will have to provide their own transportation to our studios so we could play the Bobo dating game in studio.
So you could win if you live in Oklahoma, but you got to get to New York.
You got to get to New York. Yeah.
Okay, and here I'm reading the copy, and this is my problem with it. So girls give a short presentation. Oh, okay, I see the rules here. This is hilarious. After all the contestants have stated their case, Bobo and his uncanny ability to remember details will have to recite as much as he can remember about each girl. Now, does this mean they're all 3 going to do it?
Yeah.
And then, it's not like one does it and Bobo recites, the next does it, Bobo recites. All 3 have to do it. Maybe we'll talk to Bobo a little bit, and then he'll have to point to the girls and talk about what they talked about.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh my God, that's going to be difficult for them.
I think he'll pass with flying colors.
Whoever Bobo finds to be the most memorable. Okay, so Bobo may not even, if he gets overexcited and the one that he wants, he can't remember about, he doesn't get the date with her.
No, because he doesn't remember anything about her.
And Bobo could technically, if he were smart enough, throw this, and if there was somebody he didn't want, but let's be honest, not remember, but let's be honest, who does Bobo not want at this point?
That's the good
point.
point.
That's not going to be an issue. This is my issue. Whoever Bobo finds to be the most memorable will win a date with Bobo, parentheses, accompanied by Sam.
That's you.
Why? How did I get into this copy?
Yeah, dick in the ass.
I certainly did. I got the old rolling dick in the ass.
Look, I don't know about you, but I would love to accompany Bobo on a date.
Uh-huh. So is this because I'm kind of an experienced reporter?
Yeah, for the show.
For the show.
Yeah,
Plus, you're the cheapest person to go eat. Like wings.
Do I get a meal?
I don't know.
Probably wings or something, like chicken fingers.
Well, I better get some food out of this. And am I going to be sitting at the table with them?
I would hope so.
Okay.
I mean, you got to get audio somehow, right?
Okay, so I'll be recording the date, and maybe the date will probably happen the day of the show.
Yeah,
Maybe we'll go
I
to
would
lunch.
assume that we would go.
Okay, so theoretically, how it's going to work
a lunch date
is
she'll be talking to you the whole meal.
No, I won't allow that to happen. I will not cockblock Bobo.
No, you're like you know how production staff can't help people on Survivor,
right?
Yeah, you can't help them.
No, I'm not there to do that. But I guess we'll do the dating game. Assuming the show doesn't go until 11 a.m., we'll have Bobo and the girl on the after show, and then after the after show, maybe
Toasties.
The 3 of us go to a nice lunch date.
Sbarro or something.
Sbarro. It's my favorite New York pizza
Michael
place.
Scott's too.
Oh, it's incredible. But I guess it might be good that somebody goes, because Bobo, as fun and whimsical as he is in here, I don't think he's to be trusted around a female by himself.
I don't think he's to be trusted, and B, there's no way we would be able to talk to him 3 days later about what happened.
He'd have
He'll
no
forget it
idea.
all. Yeah.
He'd make something up. He'd
Exactly.
claim sex.
Yes.
Because he lies a lot. Now, is this just because we wanted to do a contest and Bobo just lucked out? Because, literally last week, he was banned.
That's true. But we did submit this idea to sales a very long time ago.
Oh, is that what
and said,
happened?
Go sell this. This is a great idea.
So I might have agreed to this
You absolutely agreed to it a very long time ago. Yeah.
But I have no recollection.
No.
That's horrible. Yeah. I think Eric's... Oh, he's probably calling the man himself. Because, I mean, he wasn't going to be on the show, but maybe he should come in this week on the after show and do, like, some kind of dating profile so the girls know what he's looking for.
Yeah, we could do that.
What do you think?
I think that's a great idea.
And maybe we'll throw it up like YouTube eHarmony style.
I mean, that'll give people, another week, because we're soliciting this week and next week. So
okay, so you have to get your emails in this week and next week. Yeah. Earlier the better, folks. I mean, we're going to start judging this. And if you put it off, it's not going to happen.
Does Bobo need a dating coach?
I don't think that's fair to give him a dating coach. I mean, we could all, if he's in here before the date, kind of give him some tips on what he could do. Because, I mean, honestly, this is for a radio promotion, sure. But if the two hit it off...
This could be lifelong.
Yeah, I mean, he could marry this girl.
Yeah.
Does it have to be a girl?
That's a good question.
I mean, can guys enter?
I'd like to know the answer to that.
Okay, maybe we should look at
I'm
the
gonna
rules.
read the official rules.
Okay, because if those rules that are already written, if they don't say must be female, then I say we open this up to fellas too, and then
You would have to.
leave it to the judges because we have to be fair. Or
leave it to Bobo.
Men in dresses, something like that, like two girls and a guy.
What if Bobo remembers more information about a man?
Well, then guess who he's going on a date with? Sorry, buddy. Was he not answering, Eric?
He's not answering, but does anybody know that he changed his voicemail?
It's fantastic.
That is so
Can we play his
aggravating what
voicemail
I
on the
just
air?
heard.
I don't know.
Maybe we'll just talk to him about it when he's in, just to be on the
It's a
safe
great
side.
voicemail.
Why? Why?
You know
what,
what,
what did it say, Eric?
He's not that important.
What did it
Yes,
say?
We'll record it and then when he's in we can
play it. Eric, what did it say? We'll still want to hear it recorded in a few days because we want to hear it.
All right,
But what did it say?
he gives his name and said, "I'm not here. Please leave a message for Opie and Anthony related business." And then he trips on what he's saying, and then he goes, "For Opie and Anthony related business, please refer all information to my Facebook." Okay. And
He probably gives out the address, right?
No.
Oh.
Of course not. What Opie and Anthony related business could there be?
That's like when you call like an executive or something and said, "In case of emergency, call my assistant at this number," or a doctor or something like that. He's not that important.
Well, maybe the bosses have called him. Eric, could you leave the mic on?
Okay.
And call Rob Cross's office.
All right.
And then as soon as he picks up, say, "Hey, Rob, it's Eric. You're on the air." And then once you talk, and then ask him, when was the last time you called Bobo's cell phone on Opie and Anthony related business?
Okay. hang
Okay. So we'll just call Rob Cross because we don't, call him on Opie and Anthony related business doesn't mean the bosses don't. And hopefully Rob is listening to this in his office, so he expects it coming. Maybe he just won't answer the phone.
Probably to get coffee.
You think you went to get coffee?
Yeah.
Oh. Leave a message if if he doesn't pick up, because I would still, maybe he'll call back or come down or something if he checks his messages. That's Rob Cross's voicemail. I'm talking over it just in case he says.
Hey Rob, it's Eric from After Opie and Anthony Live. Could you do us a favor and either call in or come down to the studio as soon as you get this message? Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. I appreciate you doing that. Eric, you are one of the Bobo haters, for sure.
Oh wait, phone's ringing.
Oh, you know how to answer it.
Okay, hold on. Hey Bob Cross, you're on the air. Is that cool?
Hey, I was listening. I didn't see the phone ring or your head ring for that matter.
Bob Cross, he called him.
We wanted to know, when was the last time you actually called Bobo?
On Opie and Anthony related business.
For Opie and Anthony related.
He didn't say he was on the air though.
Never?
Yeah, he did.
Never?
Never. Okay. Well, that explains that. Thank you, Rob.
Thank you, Bob. That's it.
Eric, why are you going out of your way to be disrespectful and call him Bob?
I love Bob.
His name is not Bob.
Rob Cross. I love
I'd say
Rob.
Rob picks a great food trucks. I'm gonna ask him what food truck we're going today.
Did the phone just ring again? Why is he doing it with...
Yeah, hang on.
Why do you always do it with the mic off?
Because I wanted to see who the number is first. Hold on.
So he has to turn the mic off.
Hey Rob, you're on the air. Is that cool?
Don't call me Bob, fucker.
He got you. Well, I guess we'll... Oh, and can my fiance Jess, can she enter this?
Yeah, sure. She's well, she's not related to any family member.
Oh, Jess,
she's
you
not
better-
related to an employee yet.
You better get on that email and speak slowly.
What happens if they hit it off?
Then, I mean, I still think I'm entitled to some of the 1,000. Even if Bobo and her hit it off and she leaves me for Bobo, I would still think I get at least $500, right?
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to talk to Jess about that, but I mean,
at this point, we've been together so long, it's like
Russell
common
Simmons
law.
100, new TV.
Exactly. I was watching SummerSlam on the Simmons View 5000 last night, the Russell Simmons TV. Although I made the mistake of tweeting out a picture with action figures next to it, and people realized that action figures are about 6 inches tall, and so in relation to the television,
doesn't look that good.
No, they all made fun of me for having a small TV and asked if I was watching on a laptop,
Oh.
which was not my intention. Just trying to tweet out a cute little, wrestling picture. All right, so everybody should, all the girls, and we'll check on the guys. I mean, if you guys want to enter, whatever. She already probably is fucking Bobo. One of the people on instant feedback said,
"Who's that, Jess?"
Yeah,
That's not nice.
And seriously, I would probably doubt it.
And I'm sure Bobo would tell us.
We would find out. We
Yeah.
would have found out about it either from Jess or Bobo by now.
Yeah, that's right.
Plus, he's not her type. So email in at opieanthony@SiriusXM.com and make sure you look at all the rules at SiriusXM.com/thevirus, because the last thing we want to do is disqualify anybody.
I would hate for Bobo's one true love to be
Get disqualified.
Yeah.
Because if we find her, we're going to pick
Or
her.
him.
Huh?
Or him.
Or him.
Or him.
Or him. Good point.
We don't know. Who's this Tony Sunshine? Do you know about this guy, Travis? He sent in the Good Boy Phone song?
No, I don't know who he is. I just know that Opie played it at the end of the show, and it's going to be in my head all day.
Well, we're going to play it again.
Great.
It's I mean, he did a
You
good
played
song.
2 clips. What's going on?
I mean, they're not like clips. They're like little songs.
Oh.
It's just short. This is the new Good Boy Phone song by Tony Sunshine. I don't know if he's on Twitter or where he's at, but
Yeah,
he did a
he's
good
on
job.
Twitter.
He is on Twitter.
He was sending it to us all weekend, so.
Oh, okay. So Tony
It's not bad.
Sunshine on Twitter. Yeah, he did a good job. Here it is. Almost sounds a little Sublime-ish.
Or Blake Shelton-ish.
It doesn't sound anything like Blake
I know, I
Shelton.
just
It's
wanted
like
to-
Jamaican influence. You just wanted to mention the name. Get those album sales up, buddy. Here it is. Tony Sunshine and the Good Boy Phone song.
Him got the good boy phone and him not the boy phone. Him not the boy phone and him good boy phone. Him good boy phone and him not the boy phone. Him not the boy phone and him good boy phone. Little Yimmy got him good boy phone so he can book a gig with Jalen O. And little Yimmy got him not the boy phone so he can call a tranny when he's edging all alone. And Anthony has got him good boy phone so he can get to Coffin Penny early in the morning. Anthony him got his natty boy phone. You never know, Casey Anthony could try to call him a good boy phone. And him natty boy phone, natty boy phone. And him good boy phone, and good boy phone. And I'm natty boy phone, natty boy phone. And I'm good boy phone. Anthony him got him natty boy phone. Little Yimmy got him natty boy phone. Opie Hughes only got one phone. Him the only one not the creep on the show. It's a good boy phone and a naughty boy phone. Naughty boy phone and a good boy phone. Naughty boy phone and him good boy phone. Him good boy phone in him naughty boy phone.
Beautiful. Here on After Opie and Anthony Live. And Opie came off looking like $1 million in that song. The only one who's not a creep, apparently, according to Tony Sunshine. Now,
If you want, his
Yeah.
Twitter is Toenail Truth on Twitter.
why wouldn't you just make it Tony Sunshine?
I don't know.
Toenail Truth?
Toenail Truth.
That's a much worse name than Tony Sunshine.
Maybe somebody took it.
Coke Logic is tweeting in Toenail Truth as well. I can't believe Coke Logic is promoting somebody else. Coke Logic, you're supposed to be promoting yourself, not other people. What's wrong with you? Speaking of promoting other people, Opie Radio on YouTube. He posted a new video. And Eric, I don't want to dwell on this. I don't want to talk about it for too long, but I feel like it should be brought up. Okay? Were you at the Opie Radio YouTube channel this weekend?
Was I at the... No, why?
Okay. He posted the video. We talked about this on the after show before. He posted the video of me tasting Guy Fieri, the steak that Guy Fieri made.
Fieri.
Okay.
No, I'm not going to call him
Guy
that.
Fieri.
I'm not going to call him that.
He's the best.
But he posted, first of all, I can't believe that everybody to this day is still obsessed with what I eat. Relax. Like, there are people who don't eat red meat. There are vegans in this world. There's Sam Roberts, who just is not going to eat steak.
Yeah, well, third world countries are starving. They're seeing you spit out me.
So don't feed it to me. You'll eat it.
Fuck yeah.
It's not going to go to waste.
I'll eat a little baby. I don't care.
But here's the problem. E-Rock.
Yeah.
We had this debate. I mean, it turned into a debate of whether or not one can have an allergic reaction to alcohol. But we had a debate as to whether or not Guy Fieri putting cooking vodka in my mouth was an asshole move, correct?
Mhm.
We had that debate.
That was your call, yeah.
And your argument was it was not an asshole move.
I agree.
Because he showed Opie, Anthony, and Jim that it was vodka before he gave it to me. That was your argument, right?
Yeah.
I agree with
I don't see that in the video.
Oh, okay.
I don't see that in the video, Eric.
Yeah.
I just gave it to him. I thought it was water. I thought he was just joking, like a fake,
Right.
squirt.
Yeah, no, he did not show it
See-
to other people.
see,
You can check the video out, YouTube, Opie Radio. Do what you want about me. It doesn't bother me that there are some of you that would prefer if I had red meat for dinner. It's not something that I spend time thinking about, and it's flattering that you spend as much time thinking about me. But okay, you see, because he lifts up the bottle of vodka,
I will,
and then he puts it down.
I will apologize for that, because what he does at the towards the end of this video, I thought happened before he went over there, and you are right. They turned and grabbed it and went and squirted it into
Guy
their
Fieri
mouth.
made the call, not Opie and Anthony.
No,
correct?
Guy Fieri. Yes.
Thank you.
Fieri.
Thank you. And is that a? Give me this, Eric.
Yeah.
Is that a little more of an asshole move?
No, it's still not an asshole move.
A little more of one.
No,
Give me
because
something.
that's what guys would do.
What guys would do that?
Regular guys.
Nobody
Eat
that I would hang
regular
out with.
food and drink
Sam,
alcohol
let me ask
and
you this,
everything
though.
else.
So what's wrong with people who don't drink alcohol, Eric?
There's nothing wrong with that. But what
They're
he
not
did
regular
wasn't
guys?
He wasn't a dick
They're
move.
not. They're not guys who don't. Sorry, we don't all have condoms to fish out of garbage cans because girls want to inseminate themselves with us so badly.
That doesn't make any sense. But all right.
It's just it's a callback to what you did when you were younger.
Let me ask you. So you mean the 5 drinks I had was bad?
Roland,
were they not delicious?
They were amazing.
Listen, people.
What were they? They had champagne and ice cream and what?
More alcohol. That's all I cared about.
I don't want anybody to get the wrong idea. Okay, Roland, when you and I were at Eric's birthday party,
yes,
and it came time for.
By the way, I found video.
Oh yeah,
I got it. I found it on a disc somewhere. I got to bring it in of Roland.
Tell me this, Roland.
Yes.
It came time for strawberry mojitos.
Yes.
Who was the worst influence at the entire table? Who was the guy who was having his fiance, who was shushing his fiance while ordering you more drinks and trying to get you to drink into oblivion because you were enjoying yourself?
That was you, sir.
I don't want anybody to think I don't have a good time.
You did. You ordered. I said I'll take one. You told the woman bring him 2 more. So I had 3, and then we had that contest of how fast I could drink all 3.
Because you like that.
It was delicious,
and we had a good time together, didn't we?
We had a blast,
and that's what I'm all about. People having a good time, not.
Yeah, you're kind of like you're the whisperer to the drunks.
Right. I love drunk people. I like to hang out with drunk people. I think they're funny.
But Big Kev hits though. He doesn't like drunk people.
Big Kev is a little more.
He punched me.
You know Big Kev. He used to have a show here on Sirius XM called Big Kev's Geek Stuff. Now it's web exclusive, but he's a little more anal retentive. I'm a little more like, okay, we're hanging out.
I did poke him though with the poke.
Well,
skewers.
you also, for Eric, it was a bad idea to invite Roland and Big Kev to your birthday party. You got to pick one or the other from now on.
Who knew at that point?
Because-
I've never had them in the same room together.
Because Big Kev, at the very beginning of the night, before Roland had even had anything to drink, went to the bathroom, and he stayed in there for 25 minutes, literally. A half hour. And the entire rest of the evening, Roland was bringing up Big Kev's shits. Now, Eric, you know Big Kev better than any of us.
Yeah.
How do you think that made him feel?
What, that he was in there for half an hour?
No, that Roland insisted in
Well-
mixed company when he got back to the table.
Oh, announcing that he was.
I think-
yeah, that wasn't.
I said he's been gone for half hour. I wonder what he was doing in the bathroom.
And then the waitress coming over.
Oh, yeah, I did my-
and saying, does he want anything to drink? And Roland responding with, no, he has the shits. He's shitting right now. Of course, there was also Roland. You can't turn it against him because Roland went to the bathroom and then he came back and he stood at the foot of the table and he said very loudly for the entire restaurant, quote, "I just did caca."
Did I?
Yes, you
I
did.
remember.
At which point, Jess, my fiance, was just disgusted. She looked at Eric's wife, who was disgusted. Eric had his head in his hand, and I was in tears laughing so hard.
I thought Eric was high, like wiping the.
No, he was embarrassed. Do you remember Roland saying that, Eric?
I do now that you said that.
I just did caca was the quote.
And then followed up with ordering strawberry mojito. No, it wasn't strawberry mojitos. It was some specialty drink.
Oh yeah,
that had like 4 or 5 different kinds of rum.
Yeah, 7 rums.
7 rums.
It was layered with fruit juice and.
Give me 4 7 rums.
Yeah, it was delicious though.
It tasted good.
Oh man,
Well, that's all that counts.
I go back and get wasted there. I gotta go hooligans again and get wasted.
But if you want to see the Guy Fieri video and realize that at least what I mean, you don't have to, I don't agree with me if you don't want to, but at least acknowledge that what I'm saying is truthful. It's at YouTube/Opie Radio, and it's good that we have an evidence of things like this. And and all I know is Guy Fieri got a lot of tweets over the weekend that he was tagged on of people saying nasty things about me. So,
oh really?
Oh yeah, they were all like, "Hey, at Guy Fieri, blah 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 blah, blah, not Sam, blah 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 blah."
I would say I love the Guy Fieri.
Are we gonna have him back for Thanksgiving?
Or sooner, we may. He wants to do a no-nay event.
Tony Sunshine just posted the Good Boy Phone song on YouTube.
That's a catchy thing.
So, what is it? Toenail clippings?
Toenail Truth.
Toenail Truth on Twitter.
Which is a horrible name.
Or it's a horrible. It's the worst. Tony Sunshine is a great name. Toenail Truth is a horrible name. But find him on YouTube and look up the song because he does a great song. And if it's him singing, he's a hell of a vocalist too. I wanted to. Speaking of vocalists. Look at that segue. I always try to figure out what the segue is in my head. While we still have time, I don't know if we do have time. Yeah, we'll just play it and I'll cut it off. We had a speech impediment caller. Do you know what that caller's name is, Eric? Do you remember? He's called in before at the beginning of the show.
On. His name is Gary.
Gary.
Yeah, Gary.
Yes, you're right. Gary called in before.
Our Gary?
No. It's not Gary.
It's not?
No, Gary was the guy who called in about... he was talking about the ins and outs of drug dealing and...
Oh, right.
Phil? Oh, Phil then.
Who's in there with you?
That would be Troy Kwan.
Troy Kwan!
Mr. Angry.
What's Troy angry about?
He destroyed my office.
What? Oh, you want... Where is he?
He's in here. Do you want him in there?
Yeah. Roland just brought something up. Maybe we won't play this clip right now.
Nah, you should talk about The Office.
You think so?
Yeah.
I think you should post online so people to judge for themselves.
Well, I have a video that I've kind of been sitting on. Troy's on his way in here right now because...
I have a video from a different angle as well.
Oh, so you should send it to me and I can splice together a nice thing because you might have a better angle than me.
Okay.
Roland is a ball buster and people know this. Troy doesn't particularly like to get fucked with.
Not at all.
And people know this. Specifically Roland. And what happens is Roland sees somebody that doesn't like to get fucked with and realizes this is a person who I should fuck with. A couple weeks ago, Troy has a fan pointing towards his desk. So it cools him off. It gets hot in here, does it not, Troy?
Very hot.
Time to time. Roland took a pile of napkins and threw them towards Troy's desk, making sure they got caught in the fan, and so they went everywhere on Troy's desk.
Like 100.
Right. Troy went into Roland's office, threw a couple magazines on the floor or whatever, and said, Roland, let this be a lesson. If you fuck with me, I'm going to fuck with you, correct?
Yeah. And it's basically one of those things where it's just like, just don't fuck with me. Don't fuck with me. I will never fuck with you. I won't fuck with your food. I won't fuck with your belongings. I'll never touch it.
But if somebody fucks with you...
But if you cross that barrier and you fuck with me, I'll be your worst nightmare.
Do I hear?
What?
Fuck with me.
Right. Let's challenge us. So Roland decided, after much deliberation, he decided on Thursday, because you weren't in on... What day was it?
No, it was Tuesday.
Okay, it was Tuesday, because you weren't in on Wednesday, Thursday. On Tuesday of last week, Roland got a giant stack of napkins. Then he went to the bathroom and got a giant stack of paper towels and combined the two.
Yes.
Then, for some reason, he had pink foam bunny ears in his office that he put on his head. He made sure that I was videoing on my phone. And then he hopped out of the office like a bunny. He approached Troy's desk, and he threw 100 napkins directly at Troy's face.
Yeah.
And they all hit you right in the face.
Right in the face.
While you were working.
Right.
You got angry.
Of course.
You got frustrated.
Yeah. The bunny ears pissed him off.
And did it annoy you to see Roland with the bunny ears laughing?
That was adding insult to injury.
Right.
You know.
And so what Troy did was he went straight into Roland's office, and Roland looked at him like, no. And Troy looked at him and said, I told you not to fuck with me. And he went in, and we have file cabinets mounted on the wall. We have stuff on top of them. The first thing he did was take his hand and scoop everything off the file cabinets, throw it onto the floor. Then he took everything on Roland's desk, threw it on the floor. Then he grabbed something behind Roland's computer. Roland goes, wait, that's important. And Troy put his finger in Roland's face and said, you shouldn't have fucked with me. And he takes it and he slams it into the garbage can. It broke.
It broke.
Troy then opens Roland's drawers.
I know.
And he goes, "Oh, I forgot about the drawers."
Roland wasn't expecting that.
That's
and
a
he
good one.
starts taking piles of paper and throwing them all over the office. Roland puts his hand over the drawer and says, wait, that's important. Troy puts his finger in Roland's face and says, I told you, you shouldn't have fucked with my shit. And Roland said, okay, because he realized physically he's not going to beat Troy this time.
No.
So he removes his hand, and Troy continues to throw things all over the place. Did you lose anything in the melee, Roland?
No, thank God for Sam's small hands because he was able to reach my new apartment lease contract I had to get signed.
Otherwise, it would have been gone.
I would have been bad.
It was tucked behind the drawers. Did you feel better after that?
Oh,
Troy?
of course.
You
It
did.
was therapeutic.
Do you want to try to hear some audio of it?
It was like 2 hours of cleaning.
Yeah, I mean,
It's a short clip.
If it's any good.
Let's see. I'm playing it right off the phone here.
That sounds like shit getting fucked with. And listen, Roland is a clutter bug, so he's got stuff
It's just
everywhere.
shit everywhere, piled
and
up.
it was all on the floor. Maybe I will post that video up. And Eric, you got to send me that clip,
Yeah,
will
I
you?
will.
Okay.
It's
Wait, he's
Juniolo
going through the drawers now.
was laughing.
Sturniolo was laughing. I was laughing. It was a hilarious thing and a sight to be seen. What will you do if he fucks with you again?
Oh, you told me.
What will it be?
I told him if he fucks with me again, I'm going to sleep on it. I'm not gonna attack right away.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna sleep on it. It could be a month, it could be 3 months, it could be a year.
Oh my God.
But whenever I decide that I'm gonna attack, I'm gonna take whatever is on his desk, and I don't give a shit what it is, and I'm throwing it all in the paper shredder.
I can't wait to see this go down. We'll get into all this.
Maybe glitter will be the next.
Oh my God. I can't wait as the drama continues. It's my favorite thing in the world. The drama continues after Opie and Anthony Live continues, hopefully tomorrow, although Joe McHale will be in later in the show, so maybe O&A will be extended, which is probably better anyway. Stay tuned. Ron and Fez is coming up next.
The Opie and Anthony show is now over. For real this time. Check out the O&A show on Facebook at facebook.com/Opie and Anthony. And catch Opie and Anthony live Monday through Friday from 6 to 10 a.m. Eastern. Ron and Fez are next.
Hey!
On The Virus.